hyenas. Ooh. What's poppin', Dandadas? Poppin', GGs. We're doing what we gotta be doing, Dandada. We gonna be living life on the highest frequency, Dandada. We doing that. Nigga Brick Baby's a bitch. Brick Baby's a real bitch. Real shit. That nigga Brick Baby. You ever seen a Brick Baby? He's a real bitch. Like, fuck he on, nigga. He's always on something. What the hell is going on with those jumps? Somebody gonna get their ass killed in that building. Because every time I tune into an episode, there's some drama involving some gang member. Everybody always is running in the building. Somebody always got an issue with one another. Every time I watch that podcast, it was like an episode of Gangland. Rolling 60 that. A-Train Gangster this. Insane Trip that. On power with all these gang members. And I feel bad for Ashley too. Because he hired all these gang members, which basically means he included himself around a whole bunch of emotional ass people. We all know gang bangers are emotional as hell. Some of them are emotional ass men you'll ever meet. And I know because when I was a gang member, I was emotional as hell. If you come across me on a bad day, you might just get your ass whooped. Y'all know I crack jokes now. I know I'm podcasting about it now. That wasn't always good for the TV. When I was gang banging running the street, I was highly distraught. I was bad as hell. If you park too close to my car, you can catch your ass whooped. If you look at me too long, you can catch your ass whooped. If you want to be in the club, you might get your ass whooped. That is quite simple. And a lot of gang members have that same mentality. So when I look at those jokes, when I look at Adam City too, I'm kind of scratching my head at the decision he made to go away from hip hop and to turn his show into a gangster reality TV show. Everybody represents set. Everybody said on hood, on blood. Everybody. GT Dandadas, Hiatus, Scuba Dolls, Slur for Scuba Steve. Stay right, stay righteous, stay on time. Gang members can't coexist. If you ever been around gang, if you ever got a set of homies, it's like 12 of y'all. At least 3 or 4 of them niggas beefing with each other. They talking behind each other's back. They trying to get over on each other. See, that's what people don't tell y'all. For all you young boys out there, for all you little kids thinking about joining a gang because you think it's cool, oh man, that's brotherhood. That camaraderie. I need that in my life. I need me a brother. I need a crew that's going to care for me. And always keep you free. Just because you say, I'm a gangster, just because y'all rep the same gang, don't mean y'all on the same page. They just make that very clear. And as Adam Smith too is finding out, he might have to cut ties with his whole head. Because Brick Baby, he didn't catch an L lady. He going out like the fuck. He had been exposed. I ain't gonna lie to you. When I watched Brick Baby move around, when I first got introduced to Brick Baby, I thought I knew this nigga. Okay, this is real motherfucker. The streets on fire. He had just solidified in the street. Ever since he appeared on the Jumper, it been conflict after conflict after conflict that is eating away at his street cred. And I can see Brick Baby crashing out. I can see Tom Bird doing some crazy shit. But let's be honest. He pulled up to no Jumper a couple of times, almost to the crash out. He got pulled back. Trash. He got pulled back to be level-headed. But this right here, I think Brick Baby gonna crash out. Because now it's being said that things brother choked out Brick Baby on no Jumper live. Took him up off the ground, had him choked up, healed up on the damn wall. Stuck him in his neck. You know how big of a pump you gotta be for that to happen? And somebody try to choke me, you can't karate chop. Hey man, you ain't even to choke me without a fight. I'm putting up a fight. Y'all keep thinking to the Chase TV song. Let a nigga try to choke me and heal me up. Nigga, I'm elbowing, I'm kicking, I'm kneeing. I'm not going out like that. So to hear Brick Baby went out like that, I was kind of surprised. But it's not really surprising. But when you think about it, ever since DW Flame disrespected Brick Baby, it's been tension. Y'all don't really feel that? Because yeah, they try to patch it up. They can say they boys, we cool. But you can tell, ever since DW Flame disrespected Brick Baby, it ain't quite been the same. So we're going to go down this timeline. I'm going to play a few clips for for you guys. We're going to start from the beginning, and then we're going to work our way up until Brick Baby get choked out like we did. Brother, make sure you watch it and pay close attention. We all going to make sense at the end.
Papa GG's.
This how the history between DW Flame and Brick Baby started. After DW Flame disrespected Brick Baby on those of a lot. Pay attention to this stuff. Let's go.
No, I put it in the notes. It's under the it's right. It's under the first one too.
Did you hear what DW Flame said to Brick Baby? He's asking Brick Baby for a cigarette. He nudges Brick Baby. He said he get a nap. Brick Baby started giving him a cigarette, and then Brick Baby did DW Flame apologize and say, "My bad, excuse my language." Now, in case you guys don't know, that is a derogatory term for a neighborhood road script. So I think DW Flame did that.
That's what I got for breakfast, GG.
DW Flame always talk about he an OG. He been running the streets. So you know if your homie is a rolling 60 trip, you know you can't call that nigga a dab. If you wanted a cigarette, you can't say, "Hey, let me get a square. Let me get a cigarette. Let me get a smoke."
Sugar cookie.
And then immediately apologize. And that was how Brick Baby in trouble. That's when Brick Baby first started looking soft. Everybody was expecting Brick Baby to flip out. Everybody was expecting Brick Baby to turn over a table, punch DW Flame in the face, represent for the neighborhood rolling 60. But Brick Baby played it cool. Brick Baby never explanation why he didn't trip out. He said, "Hey, yes, he disrespected my game. Yes, he disrespected my neighborhood. But he apologized immediately, so I figured I would trip out." And I agree with Big Baby. You don't know junk. You doing a podcast. You get some notoriety in your life. You can't mess that up. So what he disrespected your game? You see the nigga apologize, just accept his apology and move on. But that's not the way the streets. Gang members are full of pride. Sometimes they're full of ego. And Brick Baby Count would just not let that slide. So they started harassing Brick Baby. His own gang members started harassing him. Why you say that to DW Flame? Why you let him disrespect him? These are grown ass things. They called Brick Baby on the phone. It was like chastising Brick Baby for hanging with DW Flame. And you say, "What do you love? Do you love him more than you love us? Do he need more than you? I need more than you." I'm like, damn. It's like that. Let me tell you guys that.
Yeah, GG. So we staying right. We conducted ourselves in the highest manners. It's more vibrant. It's less. You got the. It's more action than talking, bro. But talking in school, so I'm saying niggas can learn. You know what I'm saying? Like lessons learned. So we staying on business. The dollar. You gotta stay righteous. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay righteous. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about right now. He should be talking about this nigga saying that he committed murder or whatever the fuck it is. Like, what the fuck are we listening to right now? Like, talking about he got choked out. Alright, this nigga probably explains it better.
DW Flame drama just got a whole lot worse. Like 1,000% more worse. And it's all being out on social media for everybody to see. We have to rewind a little bit.
Look at him.
Rick was extremely frustrated because he felt like people were going out of their way to instigate conflict between him and DW Flame. And he
you should have told that nigga right there. But went to his face just because he's a fucking boss. Like, yo, stop talking about me, nigga. It's gonna be a problem to him, not to the people.
Stop talking to me about them. Man, cuz I'm sick, so Chris. Stop playing with me, cuz. I'm the hood. Don't nobody tell me nothing. Don't nobody tell me nothing. I'm sick, so stop giving me addresses. Stop giving me addresses.
Calm down, Rick. Chill out.
Stop giving me addresses.
Calm down, nigga. Calm down.
Man, I'm like, oh, listen, you part of the security.
You gotta cut me. announce statements. This another week announce statements. Hey, you got his daughter. You got his daughter with you? Yeah, you got his baby and all that. Yeah, bro. Come on, bro. Hey, let's change subject. Hey. Shout out to Rick, man. Change subject. Hey, this been an episode of No Statements. Episode number 1. Gordy, let them handle that, Gordy. Nah, Gordy, you need to help that. When Break Baby went off camera, we heard a lot of loud noises and screaming.
So what happened? You gonna tell us something?
But what exactly took place off camera? That's the $1 million question, and that's the question that's behind a lot of drama.
And you know what happened, so tell us.
The only people who know exactly what took place off camera is Brick Baby, Young Barry Gordy, Keith Nice, which is DW Flame's brother, Brick Baby's family, and the camera crew for a reality show that was filmed. After the incident, Keith Nice and Wack 100 would hop on the phone and have a conversation. Now, whatever was said in that conversation, I don't know, but Wack 100 would walk away from that conversation believing that Brick Baby was choked up by Keith Nice when Brick Baby walked off camera. Come up here right now. Come pull that shit right now. He got his kid and his wife in the building, right? He got Chuck. I'm gonna give it a viral moment. Oh, yeah. He got yoked up and choked out by the P-Nice from this thing. Recently? Nigga, that day. DW stuck. He smashed him up. I don't know want to give me the tape. Right, I can show you by text and tell you give me the tape. P-Nice, they call it 2-3, right? Skinny and smashed him up about this in the hood. In the hallway. You know. Had him by the collar and the neck. He telling them, nah, homie, I apologize. DW had to come out and get P-Nice off of him. P-Nice called me, said, Wack, insane. Tell him he the footage. I yoked up in the hallway. This is that. P-Nice told Wack 100 that he choked up Brick Baby when he walked out because earlier that day he seen a video that Spody Face released where it's a conversation between Spody Face and Brick Baby referred to P-Nice hood.
This nigga is zesty. That nigga Flock was zesty though. But it is what it is.
Quick sidebar, bro. If you're not from LA, if you ever get on a call with somebody from LA, just know the conversation has been recorded. Even if it isn't, just move us if it's been recorded, bro. Recorded conversations is like a norm in this city. Now, Brick Baby will clarify that he misspoke and he didn't mean any disrespect by it. And off-brand was something, you know, it was a misspeaking, right? He actually meant a branch off and not off-brand, which came across as him dissing. Now, Brick Baby would also take to social media to say that he never got choked by P-Nice and that Wack 100 is lying.
Yeah, the only motherfucker ever choked me was a choker. Yeah, nigga, motherfucker lied, say he choked me. Dead ugly, nigga, he put his ass around my neck. That was, nigga, 6'7". Kill squad, yeah, man, they ain't never put them hands around my neck. Dead ugly, yeah. My big brother grabbed me. He told me, yeah, stop tripping for your baby. I mean, nigga, I don't even know how these allegations still even floating around. Nigga better stop listening to Wack, Jack. Say, got slapped. Yeah, man, stop playing, man.
Motherfuckers actors.
DW brother beat you up. DW just confirmed. That's what he did, dude. That's what DW did. He did snatch me up when I was losing it, like all my homies was doing. He snatched me up and was telling me my baby is right here. Like, your baby here. Well, this ain't stupid at. Like, what the you doing crashing out on camp? Like a big brother should.
You're not big. That's not your big brother. That's his big brother. You fucking weirdo.
I guess I was aggressive where nigga had to be nigga show his love with his big cock strong ass. You know what I'm saying?
Shut up, you got yoked up. You practically say you got yoked up. You practically say you got yoked up, nigga.
In an aggressive manner, and that everything that was done was to sort of like refrain Brick Baby and bring him back to life, you know, and tell him not to crash out because his family was there.
If I had an app on the internet that knew all my secrets, I'd make up a gang of lies too, man. ADW gonna tell you, man, ain't no nigga choke me. They gonna dance.
That's cap. That was wishful thinking because DW Flame never clarified anything. DW Flame actually took the position of playing the 50 and staying out of it. See, when DW Flame went back on No Jumper on Friday, DW Flame and Brick Baby had a conversation to where they let the world know that all the past drama we've been witnessing between him and Brick Baby in the last week has all been fake, has all been, dramatic, and has all been a play for publicity, and that they're actually not beefing, and they're actually cool.
And the thing is, I go Brick right here. And the thing is, that's what's going on.
I'm coming up here for my third.
Hey, you have it.
Hey.
What's up? Hey, Brick. Hey, Brick. Tell these my name.
Got you.
Tell these, get my name out there, man.
Hey, please do, because it took me 2 weeks of not being able to tell y'all that this been a game the whole time. We got y'all. BDW still rocking in his music and all type of content.
He's lying, nigga.
Congratulations on that new baby. Like I've been texting you, you already know.
Appreciate it, sir.
That's some bitch shit. He's so bitch. He say he's lying.
Watch the No Jumper, the soap opera, nigga.
He's so
I
bitch.
don't know what's real in LA media, bro. Is everything scripted? Is everything a play, bro? Is everything paid for publicity? I was so confused watching this, man. Because Brick will say, yo, this is all a soap opera, and the recent drama between
That nigga Brick been doing too much substances.
Now, if you're unaware of what we're referring to, Brick Baby came on Sharp's podcast or a late night show, and he alluded to DW Flame telling, because DW Flame, I guess, spoke on an alleged shooting that took place at No Jumper between a security guard and Dejan. Now, that alleged shooting has been denied by all parties at No Jumper.
Speaking of snitching. No. We're not even doing that today. Hell no. I'm just saying. No, all right, we ain't got to say that. I'm just saying. Can you talk about a shooting that ain't been adjudicated?
I don't want to talk about me personally.
Alleged that nobody even knows what happened.
DW Flame will take to his IG story and say, anything I speak on is already public news or came out the horse's mouth. Already, stop reaching before I expose the whole in this. But apparently that was all fake. Like, that was all scripted for publicity, apparently. Or was it? Because P. Nice would call in
That nigga's
after
funny.
DW Flame and Brick Baby got off the phone.
Oh,
And P. Nice will go off on Brick Baby simply over this recent drama and so it would look like DW Flame was ready to move past it, but P. Nice, DW Flame bigger brother, he's like, nah, bro, I'm not moving past it. And he went off on Brick Baby and spoke on the choking incident.
Stop being modest.
About what?
Adam asking you questions, cuz. Did a nigga choke the nigga out of what, nigga? You know what it is. Nigga was tripping. This in the hood and everything, you feel me? I seen the show the other day, he said he wasn't no talking no insane, nothing, no blah, 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 right?
Oh, what happened?
Him up, grabbed him up by his collar. You know how a bully do a little kid at school?
That's how you lift
by
his
his
up?
collar and lift his feet off the ground. That's how I had him against the wall. And I told him, what you say about the hood, nigga?
He did say that.
He's like, big bro, nah, big bro. Now, did I wrap my hands around his neck and start to squeeze like a python? No, I didn't. When I grabbed him by the collar with both my hands and pushed my knuckles into his throat and said, what you say about the hood?
What's good, GG?
100%.
He was like, big bro. And then
I'm Dudu Allah.
I ain't going to get into that, but I pushed something down into his pants.
Alhamdulillah.
He had something on his hip, and I pushed it down his pants. You feel me? Disarmed him.
DW Flame has done a pretty good job of sort of staying out of it, but that's the first time that we've heard DW Flame confirm what took place and said 100%. P. Nice recounted the story is what took place and that's what happened. Now, Adam will ask P. Nice, bro, like, I mean, you're a breaker, cool,
Hi.
and you never really spoke on this. Why are you speaking on this and that? Well, P. Nice would tell Adam that he had a huge issue with this clip from Adam and Brick last Tuesday show where Brick Baby is essentially saying that this account out there that he got choked up and yoked up by P Nice is absolutely false, and it wasn't on no gang stuff. It was a brotherhood thing.
And actually, you saw a large part of it. Yeah, it wasn't like a physical
And then he
altercation from
Hey,
us.
little bro, your baby's here.
Me,
Not
True
like
talk.
this, not like this, like this. You know what I mean?
me.
You know what I'm saying? He like, hey, your baby in here. Calm down. Like, you keep telling to pull up.
Right.
I'm like, oh, my baby's right here. Oh, shit. He telling the truth. My bad, bro.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And it went just like that.
Right.
And now he's still amped up talking. Never was baby insane. Ever came out that I diss babies and this why it was all brotherhood back there.
Mhm.
According to Pete Nice, he took issue with Brick Baby denying it because he has told this story.
Yeah, cause Brick Baby he be drunk, he be off the perkies, and he be wanting to fucking act cool and diss shit, and act like he disses shit, so maybe disses shit in they face. Nigga, no, nigga. Throw rocks out of your hands, brother.
He said that he wasn't all here saying that.
That nigga is not one of them, though, Dada. He's not one of them, bro. He be trying to say something and don't mean it.
Hey, what's up? What you say about the hood or no end say this, no end say that? Like, if we gonna talk about something like I've been doing every time I ask a question, I say Brick my homie. I don't downplay him. I don't make it look like he's lying about anything or that's a lying narrative going on. When he did that, it made it look like whatever.
Yeah, he trying to call niggas a liar.
Me and my partners, whatever it may be, it made it like I was lying. You feel what I'm saying?
Brick Baby was highly upset about it. He was mad that this was being said on the platform because he's saying it's not true at all. Now, he actually addressed P Nice and DW Flame. Now, Brick Baby first took to his IG story to write a message to P Nice and DW Flame. Brick would say, "Ninjas want me out the way. Handle your candle. This ish ain't easy. Oh God, I'ma stop sparing ninjas. You want clout off my name because ninjas is no motion. And I fired Tone Ish up. That's a security guard. As soon as I walked off cam, him Gordy had Tone feet off the ground and whooped Tone the next week. Ninjas know my energy. Knuckles would have touched my throat and shots. If you was mad, why you ain't been got off? I was gonna let you shine footage, drop it, song." And Brick at DW Flame and say, "You my boy, cuz, brother or not, don't lie for cuz. You should have checked cuz like cuz ain't say ish."
Shut up. He's not your brother.
If Brick is telling the truth, I don't think it's unfair for him to ask Flame to check P Nice. But let me run here, bro. Like that's if my brother is going with a story, bro, I'm never going to correct my brother in public.
That's not his brother.
Right. So
Stop that shit.
put DW Flame in the middle because that's his brother, right? Now, Rick will also claim he has footage because remember in the beginning of the video, I told you guys the only people who were outside was Young Barry Gordy, Brick Baby, P Nice, DW Flame, and a video crew for the reality show that Brick Baby is filming called Influence, right? The Influence of LA. Now, apparently, Brick Baby is claiming that they got the footage of the incident, so he is going to drop it. Now, Brick Baby will also take to his IG story and address this on camera as well.
Check it out. I'm gonna say this once and for all. I'm gonna say it one more time. And now, Adam, I'm 6-0. When you wake up in the morning, call me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm dropping the footage tomorrow though, cause we gonna let the world decide that a nigga ever asked me anything about insane why he choked me. Now I'm looking at the CEO podcast page. They talk about they confirmed that Brick got choked. Nigga, I ain't never left my feet. And once again, that niggas never put their hands around my throat in my life, nigga. Let's keep it real, cuz all the nice shit, all that over fabricating because you rough and tough and all that, man. On the dead homies, go slang some dick somewhere else, nigga. Just show it, man.
Brick Baby's a bitch.
Years, cuz that's homies, cuz you let your brother lie and say you 100% heard him say that. On the dead homies, nigga. My homie bigger.
Brick Baby be acting like a bitch.
You see me.
Bitch, I'm like that, always my brother, like this, like that. You dissing them niggas. I see that you dissing and saying. Whoever is saying this, they need to hop on that nigga's heels.
No, don't
Brick Baby dissing.
I go on a nigga page. y'all posting that.
Here's the one thing.
Once you say something, nigga, I don't know what it is. Damn. Even if you was fucked up. Well, I was fucked up. I did say it. What up? I ain't mean it like
Why
so.
haven't you guys come to like an agreement yet, or to like?
And they gonna be like, well, don't be saying shit you don't mean.
For like a month straight with somebody, bro, like we're gonna come to an understanding. But apparently, bro, the phone calls don't mean nothing because then they go back to beefing afterwards.
Niggas
right?
ain't logic. They don't like to take responsibility.
Right, like for example, bro, like if I tell my homie a story and then break, I guess denounce that story.
I was bad, nigga. I was
My homie is
tweaking.
My homie is telling me, there, bro, he say you are. So I do think there's people getting in between these two. Now, the one person we haven't heard from yet is Young Berry Gordy. Because Young Berry Gordy was out there as well with Brick Baby. So he took to his YouTube channel to tell his side of the story of exactly what took place the day that Brick Baby walked out to confront the security guard at No Jumper on Crash Out Day.
When we get off camera, that's when P Nice starts to tell the story. Right? So, I say it's fabricated. Not do I say it's fabricated, because it is. I'm standing right there. First and foremost, I will never in a million years let any nigga grab my homie up. If it ain't for the right reason. Now, P Nice was just being a homie. So what happened was, in the crash out, Brick was crashing out, going back and forth with the security guard. You feel me? Niggas was trying to pull Brick back from doing the shit that he was doing, right? So now, in the middle of the altercation, Brick, wife, and which is holding his daughter, jumps, which is trying to stop Brick. You know what I'm saying? So in the middle of that, P Nice grabs Brick like a homie, like, bro, you tripping, nigga. This is the first thing that he said. Because if he didn't say that, there's no way a nigga gonna just let Cuz grab Cuz up and nothing. So the first thing that P Nice say is, hey, nigga, you tripping, nigga, your daughter and your girl right here. You tripping. Grab the homie up. And he start talking to him. When he start talking to him, Brick just looking at him like, all right, yeah, you're right. What you? Then we all go outside and we finish chopping it up.
At this point, I'm gonna call it choke game. Pause. Because I feel like, it's such a big mystery, bro, because like both sides are telling similar stories, but the only like difference is like one tiny detail, which is, did P Nice press Brick Baby after telling him to chill, right? It's just that one little detail that's missing, and both sides have their variations of this, right? So this is essentially choking, and like what story you believe is essentially who you think is more credible. Do you think is Berry Gordy and Brick Baby, or you definitely flaming P Nice, right? Based on who you think is more credible, that's the story you're going to believe. Now, P Nice will see Berry Gordy's story, and he'll respond back via his own YouTube channel to tell his side of the story and confirm that Berry Gordy and Brick is not telling, the entire story, and he will say that his side of the story is the truth.
Hey, yo, Brick Baby, check this out, cuz. The only reason I said don't release that footage is to help you out. I don't need that clout. I did that to help you out. But if you want to release it, do it. There ain't none of that motherfucker that's gonna make me look bad. But when you release it, make sure you release the raw footage. No cuts, no edits, none of that shit. Release the footage from the cameras was filming from the back podcast room all the way to the middle where we was getting to it. I don't want to see no cuts, no edits, guys. Release all the raw footage. If I see any cuts or any edits, if it came from this scene, you skip to another scene and all that type of shit, you let me know. You hiding something. There's some lying going on. Release that up, bro. I want you to. I'm not tripping. It ain't gonna make me look bad.
Here's the thing. There's two footage that exist. There's the footage that No Jumper have, because No Jumper got security cameras in their building. And that footage, essentially, if that gets released, it wouldn't really tell the full story, right? Because if that footage gets released, and all we see is P Nice grabbing Brick.
That nigga Flacco, yo. He don't.
Out of love. P Nice is saying, grab a Brick.
That nigga's funny.
So if all we see is grabbing up, there's no way to confirm like the concept
That
of
nigga's
that
ready to
nut,
fuck
right?
it. He telling the whole truth. He don't care. He's like,
The camera crew from the reality show was filming, and I would imagine they have sound when they're recording, so they can see exactly what took place. Right? If that footage gets released, they will be able to hear and see exactly what took place. Right? Everything with full context. Now, like the owner of the reality show though is Break Baby's, PR team. So like I don't even think that they will want to release it, right? Because, bro, in the grand scheme of things, we're like, I know we love to think that like there's gang politics and all of this is a big deal, bro. In reality, bro, like the majority of people who watch us who are out of this, bro, don't care about this. So if I'm a PR team, I wouldn't even want to put that out there and put Break Baby in that light, right? Because even if it wasn't that, why even, like relive
they
it?
don't give a fuck.
So I don't know, man. Y'all let me know in the comment section what do you guys think, all right? But speaking of fights,
No, that's funny. That's funny. I think that dude Flacco, he's a funny dude, bro. He's a funny dude.
to instigate.
That dude Brick Baby's a clown.
Anyway.
Shot Brenda Adam 22 with it and snitch in order to try to get Brick Baby fired. Because apparently that's how gangsters move these days. They not in the streets, they in the corporate office trying to get people's jobs terminated. So Loose Cannon scheduled an interview with Adam 22, and during the interview, he loosely set up the questioning, trying to get Adam 22 to say what DW Flame was doing was wrong by taking money. He tried to get him to denounce that activity, and then after he gets Adam to denounce that activity, he hits Adam with these screenshots, with these messages, and says, well, DW probably wasn't the only one doing it. Here, take a look at this picture, sir. One of your other employees are probably guilty too.
I want to know, how do you feel about the DW Flame shit?
What exactly?
About the charging for interviews. You think they're stealing?
Yeah. So that's why
I agree.
I was surprised that he wanted to say that, because it's like, if you really want to be a part of No Jumper, you should probably come in with like good intentions and not, because that even makes Wack look bad, because Wack kind of brought him around. That makes Wack look like as if he was bringing somebody around who has poor character, to be totally honest. Like that's just stealing.
What if you got other people doing it?
Well, I would want to know.
No, but you would have the same type of energy with them?
We would have to have a talk, yeah, for sure.
Oh, you would have to have a talk? You wouldn't have the same energy?
Well, no, I would have the same energy. Okay. But this is a picture of, oh, okay, so who is this conversation with? This is about, Fendi the rapper. This is Brick Baby conversating with someone trying to get an interview for Fendi the rapper, who, for people who don't know, she's the one who has the song Cardi B, Point Me to the,
You see, he lets Brick Baby think, because he thinks that Brick Baby gives him protection.
Now it was clear from that clip
But
that Loose
he's saying
Cannon
Brick
had
Baby's a
went
bitch.
intention during this. He was
I don't got for keys.
fired. He was running to the boss. He was giving him the evidence. It's clear that Loose Cannon wants to be a member of the No Jumper team, but he can't because his ops work there, so he's doing his best to try to get his ops out the building. However, Adam did not react, I don't think, how Loose Cannon expected him to. He did not fire Brick Baby on the spot. Instead, he kept a pretty level head. He said, I'll probably have to take this up with him and talk with him about it at another date. And in the back of his mind, I know Adam was probably like, look, this Loose Cannon dude came up here the last time we interviewed him. He was talking about Big U had something to do with Nipsey's death. Big U gave us a bunch of problems, took the interview down. So he's probably thinking to himself, I'm not sure how
much I could trust Loose Cannon and the statement he's making and the screenshot that he's showing me, because we all know the screenshots can be fabricated.
And it's Brick Baby responding 2K. Who's this from? This is from BH. Oh, bighomie.cc. Who's that? Is that that's the security guard who's doing the Cam Capone interviews and shit? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is him, huh? Yep. Why are we gonna believe him though? He's the same one saying that Busta Rhymes is Zesty. Oh my god, yeah. That's his screenshot. Yo, but Brick Baby's crazy for trying to charge them 2K for her because I was trying to interview her already.
Okay, so we're gonna keep the same energy then, right?
That's kind of shady. We're gonna have to look into this.
Oh my god, you gotta look into it.
But it looks alright. I had a measured response about DW too.
Now, with Loose Cannon laying the evidence at your Honor Adam 22's feet, Adam decided, you know what, I am going to talk to Brick Baby about this. I'm going to drop the gavel. We going to go to court. We going to find out what really happened. And this actually led to Adam not pressing, but questioning Brick Baby about it on an episode of No Jumper.
That's why you got the third field circle, the wolves you want to see.
Good to be here with y'all. I haven't even thought about how I was going to approach this. But I believe that ever since I'm doing an interview with the one and only Demon, the demon of the 6-0 side, Loose Cannon, an absolute demon out here, and he proceeds to basically kind of like corner me into indicting DW Flame for his prior claimed transgressions of accepting money for podcast appearances. And then flips the switch on me, flips the script on me, shows me his phone, shows me alleged receipts showing that none other than Brick Baby Shit Show, Brick Baby, aka Zaire, aka.
Because that's what he was doing. He was snitching to everyone.
Now, Brick Baby actually had a pretty good response to this right here, because when he was asked about charging people for an interview, he basically said, listen, just because somebody got told that they had to pay money to do an interview with me doesn't necessarily mean it is on the No Jumper platform. He said I had a promo team at the time. They was running my Instagram page. I had a lot of people hitting me up, asking me to post them, asking me to do this, asking me to do that. So my promo team would respond to those people, giving them a price. He didn't deny that this was said to this celebrity bodyguard dude. In fact, he says it more likely probably did happen that way, but nowhere in the messages does it say that they wanted an interview on the No Jumper platform. So it's not necessarily groundbreaking proof that Brick Baby was doing the same thing as DW.
One time in my life.
So he sends you content.
So this was around the time that I had a promo team.
Okay.
So, yeah, when I came here, I figured, hey, whatever the case is, I probably get. You get what I'm saying? I'm not even going to say that, so it was a part of the promo package. Nobody ever pays, because when you tell they broadcast they got to pay, that gets them up out of your DMs. So, at the end of the day, he never said, let me get on No Jumper. This is how you know I didn't. Yo, gang, I'm trying to get my artist on a show with you. She got a single with Cardi B. I would have sent this to you off the list.
So yeah, what Brick Baby is saying is actually making a lot of sense. Just because he got the message and he responded that he would interview somebody for some money doesn't mean that he was going to do it on No Jumper. So this led to Adam basically making the decision that Brick Baby was safe. He wasn't going to get fired today. He would be able to keep his job. But it did make Brick Baby mad that Loose Cannon was trying to play with his job. You know, back in the day when you wanted to play with these gangsters, you had to hit the block, you had to, hit payday territory. But these dudes got their jobs now, so all you got to do to make them mad is go holler at their boss and mess with their 9-to-5 work. And that's exactly what happened here. So that made Brick Baby a little bit mad. So he immediately started going in, violating Loose Cannon, calling him all type of words, basically just spazzing on him. And this led to Adam mid-interview saying, you know what, let's go ahead and get Loose Cannon on the phone. Y'all can talk about this live on the podcast. And things get a little bit crazy, y'all. Let's watch some of this footage.
Just imagine what would really suck, though. Can I get in just real quick?
Sure, yeah.
So, Loose Cannon, you try to get everybody out the building. Just imagine having to sit across from him every Tuesday.
You don't think Loose was a good podcast?
Loose sucks, man, because I know he's gonna be a routiner. Ask him who was involved with his put on. Can he give us any names from his put on? Can he give us what block he got put on? Let's get to the bottom of it. How are you still? Yes.
That's a
Yes. Yes. Let's
We gotta find out. We gotta find out.
What year was this?
Inquiring minds.
Just want to know.
This is crazy. Can't believe I'm doing this. Gangster origin story.
Because I've never seen him at Hyde Park at a meet. I've never seen you at 54th Street.
Pretty sure you haven't seen
You at Horseman at no meet.
Aaron, what's up?
Look at Touch switch up his persona.
Live on the No Drummer Show, Rick Baby and Lush. Rick Baby?
This nigga trying to act like, yo, put on Axel, who put him on, and then when this nigga said, I will, he said, nah, he got mad. Nah, I'm just asking. I just want to ask. And motherfucker, you wasn't just trying to ask. You were trying to get dumb. So keep getting dumb.
He's requesting some information regarding your put
Big
on.
Baby's one of them. He's sore.
Hey, can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horseman, or at 54th. When did you get put on? When did you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out in 2002, nigga, on Eileen Street at Joe House. Nigga, you know what's up, nigga. When did you get put on? We was just asking the question. What day, what block? You whole ass nigga? Just like you got Conrad, nigga, apartment when he got out. And he don't put you. Just like you still playing Brian Hurst, nigga. On the dead homie. Hey, don't drop that check off to my little homie, nigga. Oh, look, so shit get bad for you. Before shit get bad for you, go drop that check off, nigga. Before we do something to you, nigga. Really, you all hood. Even no blue, nigga. And it's blasted, nigga. Come on, bro. Beat your ass, nigga. I got more murders than you got squabbled. Beat you in the hood, nigga. Dead homies, nigga. Yeah, bro. Yeah, nigga. Nigga got more skulls than you got squabbles in the set. On the hood, nigga. Before, hey, I got more skulls than you got squabbles. That's on my own babies, nigga. Listen. Now, if you ask me, Brick Baby was playing chess here because no matter how loose Cannon answered that question about when he got put on, who put him on, if he tells, then he kind of snitching on the other people in his gang. If he don't tell, then Brick Baby gets to say, yeah, exactly, you can't even answer. You're not really down with any set like that. So it's a lose-lose for loose Cannon. Brick Baby was playing chess with this man right here.
Well, it wasn't.
The most interesting part of that is when Brick Baby says, I got more murders than you got squabbles. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That's a crazy statement to make on a podcast that's gonna post it for millions of people to be able to view. This is absolutely the definition of self-snitching. But I would like to offer a counterpoint because everybody that's been posting this interview, everybody that's been talking about this said Brick Baby admitted to having murders under his belt. And I want to just look, I ain't no criminal defense attorney or nothing like that. But Brick Baby at first said you never been put down, you never squabble with anybody, and then he said I probably got more murders than you got squabbles. So if Loose Cannon ain't never been in a squabble, then the equivalent to having more murders than he's got squabbles could just be 0 because according to Brick Baby, bro was never put down in the first place. Y'all see what I'm getting at? Like I ain't no defense attorney or nothing like that, but everybody's running with this narrative that Brick Baby based on himself. He said he been murdering people.
He ain't never do nothing.
Brick Baby and Luke.
He don't kill people. He don't kill nobody. That's what I say.
Adam caught 22. It's going to get Brick Baby locked up. Brick Baby going to get himself, but definitely being an Adam 22.
Brick Baby and Loose Cannon going at it on No Jumper is no surprise, but it's what Brick Baby said mid-argument that shocked the world. Now, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby have been at odds for quite a while now, but the most recent saga to DW Flame admitting that he was charging people to come on his show on No Jumper.
It's not getting no chili over there. No chili. So, me being smart enough, I was like, okay, that's a good platform. Real quick, I could use. Boom. Talk to Adam. He like, I really don't pay this year. I give you like a couple $100 a show, whatever. I'm like, all right, cool. I know what I'm gonna do. Being me, I'm 3 steps ahead. I'm like, I'm gonna get my own show, which I did, and then I ran up bands with my show. You feel me? I charge at least $2,500 to $5,000 a show for the guests who come on and shit like that.
This was obviously a big no-no for Adam, who runs No Jumper. Now, while Adam was trying to figure out which guests paid DW Flame to come on, and was there any other employees taking payments from guests to come on the platform, Adam ran across this video from Brick Baby that was posted in the No Jumper rap.
Like, nigga, don't let your emotions tell you say it too much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, even from the paid interviews and shit like that, I ain't fucking know who in the building doing all that. Like, we not, like I said in that interview, like, we not the one. But what if it's other that was finessing? And then, you get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, that put a microscope on them now that you know. Whatever the case is, you know what I'm saying?
But Adam seen that video, he was like, Great Baby seemed upset at DW Flame for revealing the fact that he was taking money. So does that mean that Great Baby was taking money? I don't know. So Adam asked Great Baby about this, and Great Baby reassured Adam that he was not taking money, and that he wouldn't even do so because he don't even have the opportunity to take money because he don't do interviews by himself like that.
Right. People saying Brick Baby is mad because DW exposed about Mustard Man and security or whatever. And I heard people saying Brick Baby is mad because he snitched on the jug of taking money for interviews because Brick Baby is doing that as well.
Listen,
That's just a theory that people have.
number 1 and 3 are essentially the same thing, a little extra on it. That's
So,
the Parmesan on the
no.
you know.
Brick Baby is mad because you are leaving. I'm not even mad, first and foremost. I'm not mad. I'm just going back because you said niggas ain't getting no chili up there. Like, you don't know. And then to address the selling the interviews, like, I do more paid interviews with me leaving.
When you go to other people's podcasts.
Yeah, right. So it's like I barely do interviews by myself in order to sell them.
Let me show you guys how the devil works. So when this clip was circulating, this guy by the name of Big CC, who's like a celebrity security guard, who's doing hella interviews now, trying to get his name out there, he contacted Brick Baby out Loose Cannon and said, yo, Loose Cannon, I've got some screenshots I've been holding on to for almost a year now that can debunk the fact that Brick Baby is telling Adam he never charged for interviews. Because when I DM Brick Baby trying to get my artist, Fendi the Rapper, up there, he told me $2,000. So he sent Loose Cannon the year-old screenshots, and Loose Cannon, now being in possession of these, was determined to try to get Brick Baby fired. So in his most recent interview with Adam 22, Loose Cannon was dedicated to trying to expose Brick Baby, but he set it up pretty nicely. He asked Adam about DW Flame and him taking interviews, and sort of baited Adam into denouncing the activity of taking money for interviews.
I don't want to know, how do you feel about the DW Flame shit?
What exactly?
About the
When did you get put on? We was just asking a question. What day, what wow, you whole ass nigga?
But the things get argumentative and really bad really fast. And from my point of view, I feel like the question was a lose-lose for Loose Cannon, which was really smart from Brick. Because if Loose Cannon answers when he got put on, well, Brick Baby just made you answer to him. That's a L. And if Loose Cannon doesn't answer, then Brick can say, well, he never got put on. You see, I asked. So it was a very strategic question, all right? Now, Brick Baby then began to list off a couple of dudes that he would allege that Loose Cannon is giving money to or giving things to for protection.
Yo, nigga, on the hood, just like you got Conrad, nigga, apartment when he got out. And he don't put you. Just like you still playing Pinehurst, nigga. On the dead homie. Hey, go drop that check off to my little homie, nigga. On the hood, so shit get bad for you. Before shit get bad for you, go drop that check off, nigga. Before we do something to you, nigga. Really, you on the hood.
A lot of y'all watching who are not in LA wondering, bro, like, why would you get an apartment for another man? That's not an uncommon practice in LA. Or why would you give money to another man for no reason? That's not an uncommon practice in LA. Let me tell you something. When you're in LA, let's say you're a street dude or a dude from the street, right? You know, you probably used to be reckless, used to be somebody who was like the go-to, used to be the shooter. Well, once you graduated from being a shooter and you are making some money now, you got things to lose, you are no longer about to grab a blick and go put in your own work. So now you have to keep a bunch of street dudes, savages beneath you who can go when you say go. And that's how you maintain your stature in the streets. So Loose Cannon, according to Brick, you know, he was paying off a couple of wolves, you know, who he felt like, you know, could, I guess, protect him or at least go put him work. Nigga, wake up in the bed after not being in the hood for 17 months and get talking about a crib that be on the floor in every club. Then,
Yo, it's definitely clout chasing.
Words can't even explain like how I really feel like yeah. Try my best to like look over it, but I can't. Yeah.
Since Young Dolph's death in November 2021, there have been a series of murders in the Memphis rap community, reported to have been carried out in retaliation to his demise. The latest piece in this violent puzzle is the death of Yo Gotti's business partner and brother.
This was dope.
You can make progress by doing the things you love. Brother Biggie. As the ongoing case unfolds, one person seemingly singled out as Dolph's cousin and fellow rapper Key Glock, who was quite vocal about avenging him. Stay with me as we dive into the not-so-subtle connections, beef, and Key Glock's first apparition in court for Yo Gotti's brother's murder. The grim details of Big Juk's death. As the bits and pieces surrounding the gruesome murder of Yo Gotti's brother Big Juk begin to fall into place gradually, more room has been created for speculations that it is possibly connected to the murder 2021 murder of star rapper Young Dolph. Weeks after Big Juk's death, Dolph's cousin and fellow laborer Key Glock was apprehended by the Miami Beach Police Department on a minor offense related to the use of the seatbelt, but the butterfly effect of the regular routine check quickly morphed into an arrest and firearms were discovered in the vehicle. Primarily, Key Glock's arrest is not remotely connected to the ongoing investigation engulfing the mystery of Big Juk's fatal shooting. Still, it is safe to say that he might have a motive to be involved due to the long-time rap feud between Young Dolph and Big Juk's famous brother, Yo Gotti. The implication of this might lead to him appearing in court in connection with Big Juk's death, especially due to the 3 semi-automatic pistols found in the 2019 Chevrolet Tahoe he was riding in. However, for us to connect this seemingly unrelated situation, it is pertinent to peel off the background unrest that has radically rocked the Memphis rap scene since 2022. It all rolls back to the jarring demise of Young Dolph in 2021. Why would Key Glock be possibly tied to what happened to Big Juk? Could this possibly be an ominous message to Yo Gotti over his longtime beef with the late Young Dolph in the rap world? It was a day that started with grief and mourning, as Yo Gotti and his brother Big Juk attended the funeral of a beloved family member. Little did they know that this somber occasion would soon turn into a nightmare. The funeral took place at the Perignon Restaurant and Event Center in Memphis, Tennessee, a venue that would forever be etched in their memories. Big Juk, known for his close bond with Yo Gotti, was a pillar of strength for his brother during this difficult time. The two brothers had always been inseparable, supporting each other through the highs and lows of life. Their unbreakable bond was evident in the video footage captured at the funeral service, where they stood side by side, paying their respects to their late family member, identified as Uncle Eric. As the day progressed, funeral service came to an end, and the attendees made their
This was dope.
It was meant to be a time of solace and reflection, a chance for family and friends to come together and find comfort in each other's presence. However, fate had a different plan in store. At approximately 4:15 p.m., chaos erupted outside the venue. Gunshots rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere and plunging everyone into a state of panic. In the midst of the commotion, Big Juk and another man found themselves targeted by the shooter. The assailant's motives remained unclear, but the consequences were devastating. Big Juk was struck by gunfire, his life hanging in the balance. As the emergency rushed to the scene, hope mingled with fear. Would Big Jook survive this senseless act of violence? The other man involved in the shooting was also critically injured, adding to the tragedy that unfolded that day. Big Jook was swiftly transported to St. Francis Hospital, where medical professionals fought to save his life. However, despite their best efforts, the wounds proved fatal. The news of his passing sent shockwaves through the community, leaving friends, family, and fans devastated by the loss of a beloved figure. The investigation into the shooting began immediately, with law enforcement officials working tirelessly to uncover the truth. Surveillance footage from the scene became a crucial piece of evidence, providing valuable insights into the events leading up to the shooting. The authorities were determined to bring the perpetrator to justice and provide answers to the grieving family. As the investigation unfolded, one question lingered in the minds of many. Why would someone target Big Jook and the other men? Was it a case of mistaken identity, or was there a deeper motive behind the shooting? These were the questions that haunted the community, desperate for answers in the face of such a senseless tragedy. The investigation was in full swing, with detectives analyzing surveillance footage, interviewing witnesses, and following any leads that could potentially lead to the apprehension of the perpetrator. Memphis Deputy Police Chief Paul Wright held a press conference to provide an update on the investigation. He confirmed that the authorities were reviewing the surveillance footage from the shooting, hoping to identify the suspect. The video footage presented images of a white Ford Explorer fleeing the crime scene. However, at that time, no clear suspect had been identified. In retrospect, the details leading up to Big Jook's death clearly suggested that he knew someone.
GG!
On Instagram, the CNBC
What's up,
made
GGs?
a post addressing fans. He wrote, "They don't want to face you, they want to snake you. Stay alert too. Stay alive, watch your back at all times." Following the announcement of his demise, several CMG record label mates and affiliates took to social media paying their final respects. Rappers Glorilla, SG, and Big Boogie shared heartfelt tributes honoring Big Jook. There was yet another subtle yet ominous development in the post made among the Memphis rap community after his death, and this points to Young Dolph's cousin, Paper Route Vicky, who posted a hit list tagged Get Back List. The list notably included the names Old Boy Brother, and Black Young.
Paper Vicky.
SG and Big Boogie shared heartfelt tributes honoring Big Jook. There was yet another subtle yet ominous development in the post made among the Memphis rap community after his death, and this points to Young Dolph's cousin, Paper Route Vicky, who
Paper
posted a
Route
hit list
Vicky.
tagged Get Back List.
Paper Route Vicky.
The names Old Boy
Old
Brother, and Black Youngster. The first two seemingly refer to Yo Gotti and Big Jook, with Black Youngster being a CMG label mate, who once called out Young Dolph. A deeper dive into the events leading to Big Jook's murder dates back to the 2023 attack on Yo Gotti's Privé restaurant in 2023. It was a regular evening at Privé, a popular soul food spot in Memphis, Tennessee, owned by the renowned rapper Yo Gotti. The restaurant was known for its delicious cuisine and vibrant atmosphere. But on this fateful night, tragedy struck. On Wednesday, just after closing time, chaos erupted at Privé. A mass shooting took place, leaving the community in shock and mourning. The incident occurred at the end of the evening as the restaurant was preparing to shut its doors for the night. When the police arrived at the scene, they were met with a scene of horror. Two male victims were found, one of whom was pronounced dead on the spot. The other victim was rushed to a local hospital, but tragically succumbed to his injuries. The identities of the victims have not been released, adding to the mystery surrounding this devastating event. Our hearts go out to their families and loved ones during this difficult time. In addition to the fatalities, 5 other individuals were injured in the shooting. 4 males, aged 37, 35, 31, and 30, along with a 25-year-old female, were transported to nearby hospitals in private vehicles. Their conditions remain unknown, but we hope for their speedy recovery. The police have stated that the shooting was sparked by an altercation that occurred inside the restaurant. The exact details of the altercation are still under investigation, and authorities are working tirelessly to gather more information. As news of the shooting spread, many wondered how Yo Gotti, the owner of Privé, would respond. At the time of reporting, he had not made any public statements on his social media platform. The rapper's spokesperson also remained silent, leaving the public eager for answers. The shooting at Privé has sent shockwaves through the community, raising concerns about safety and security. This incident has shattered the peaceful atmosphere that Privé has maintained for the past 10 years. Arthur Horn, the lawyer representing the owner of Privé, expressed
Yo Gotti. Yo, this for dog. Nigga, Gotti ain't about shit.
deep sorrow over the shooting. He emphasized that nothing like this had ever happened at the establishment before. According to Horn, the altercation actually took place outside the restaurant in the parking lot. In the series of unfortunate events, Big Jook's death was the next devastating event to hit the family. This definitely calls for concern about whether the
backsliding, nigga. Y'all tore up the cookie shop, right? Fuck it.
It is safe to say that this was highly motivated by the gruesome way Big Jake died. The residents of Hickory Hills, Memphis, Tennessee, witnessed the heavily guarded program that played out during Big Jake's funeral on January 31st, 2024. The solemn program took place outside of New Direction Christian Church almost 3 weeks after the media personality passed away. According to the Memphis police, they put in such much manpower outside the church as a deliberate effort. A statement according to Interim Police Chief C.J. Davis addressed the heavy police activity. The statement read, on Wednesday, January 31st, the Memphis Police Department monitored the funeral services of the late Anthony Mims in an ancillary support capacity. The family of Mr. Mims hired a private security detail of approximately 25 armed guards to cover the funeral services inside the church and on the exterior, including the roof. The involvement of the Memphis Police Department to monitor the perimeter of the property and the funeral escort was routine, as in similar situations, and was specifically in the interest of public safety. A close observation of the church and its environs showed the Memphis Police Department squad cars littered around and several blocks away. There were also snipers on top of the building where the funeral took place. A helicopter was seen hovering over the premises to keep the church under watch. One Hickory Hills resident affirmed the presence of security personnel relaying that they believed it was a necessary move. Key Glock's possible motive for Big Jake's murder. The motive for Big Jake's murder could have come from any angle, judging from the survival mode synonymous with the rap movement. However, his most notable rap beef was directed at the late young Dolph. Big Jake continuously attacked Dolph verbally before and after his death. This was due to the infamous feud between him and Lil Gotti. In the gritty streets of Memphis, where rap legends like 3-6 Mafia and 8Ball and MJG were born, 2 rising stars emerged with a shared connection, Young Dolph and Lil Gotti. Rumors circulated that Dolph was once Gotti's brother's plug, solidifying their ties in the underground scene. Young Dolph's upbringing was marked by adversity. Both of his parents were addicted to crack, leaving him to navigate the streets on his own. It wasn't until a near fatal car crash that Dolph realized the fragility of life and decided to pursue a career in music seriously. Dolph's determination led him to distribute free CDs throughout the city, capturing the attention of the local scene. In 2010, he released his project Welcome to Dolphville, which created a buzz in Memphis and set the stage for his ambitious plan. That same year, Dolph founded his own label, Paper Road Empire, demonstrating his commitment to carving his own path in the industry. By 2013,
I need to get signed to PRE, yo. I'm trying to get signed to PRE.
An iconic figure in the Memphis rap scene. Gotti, who had established his own label,
I'm trying to get signed to PRE, nigga.
saw potential in Dolph's talent and reached out with an offer. However, Dolph
Don't think I ain't hear that.
effort and money into his own career. He turned down Gotti's offer, returning.
I'm trying to get signed to PRE, nigga.
You know,
fuck Gotti.
Showcased his desire to create his own brand.
This
He
was
understood
dope.
the importance of establishing his own brand and didn't want his success to be attributed solely to Gotti's influence. In interviews, Dolph expressed his respect for Gotti's similar journey of building his own.
This for Dolph, done, dog.
Despite the respect,
You heard PRE, Vicky? Yo, PRE, Vicky. What's good?
Hinting at a deeper conflict. However, for a couple of years, no significant incidents occurred between the two artists. Dolph remained focused on his grind, achieving double
What's
platinum.
good, GG?
While Gotti shifted his attention to signing
I'm up
to
here.
Black Youngstar, another
Go
youngster
fuck.
who had overcome his own struggles in the street. Black Youngstar's rise in the rap game added fuel to the fire. In February 2016, Dolph released his debut
Dolphin.
album, boldly titled King of Memphis. This album title didn't sit well with Gotti, who had previously referred to himself as the King of Memphis. The fact that the album title intensified the brewing tension between the two artists.
What you talking about,
Dolph made
GG?
the beat official by taking the
Motherfucking Dolphin.
Raw went from being my hashtag fan to wanting to sign me to being my biggest fan. Hashtag.
Look like a fucking
Fans
chihuahua.
anticipated a response from Gotti, given his history of engaging in rap beats. However, instead of directly addressing Dolph, Gotti chose to let his newly signed artist, Black Youngstar, do the dissing on his behalf. Black
You got a
Youngstar
wild
was
imagination.
joining the feud, publicly calling Dolph a derogatory term on social media. He even made threats, claiming that when he saw Dolph, he would smack his Black Youngstar's actions escalated the tension, and he even rolled up to Dolph's neighborhood with a group of his associates. However, no significant altercation occurred during this encounter. Dolph, not one to back down, took to Instagram to air out his grievances with Gotti. He accused Gotti of hating on Memphis rappers and orchestrating.
Black Youngstar's in on Dolph level, nigga. I'm beeping with God, not you, nigga. What Gotti pop out.
Continued to escalate through music. Dolph's remix of Trouble's track Ready contained lyrics that fans linked to Black Youngstar and Summer Pepper. Dolph took direct shots at both Black Youngstar and Gotti, calling out their actions and questioning their authenticity. Black Youngstar responded with his own diss track, Shit Queen, and he called out Dolph by name and made derogatory remarks. The tension between Dolph and Gotti reached its peak when Dolph released the controversial track Play With Good.
No good. Damn, what's good at you?
And insulted Gotti's brother. The lyrics were provocative and disrespectful, taking the beat to a new level. Gotti, instead of responding with his own song, took to Twitter to dismiss Dolph's claims. He mentioned his business partnerships with Marie and Jay-Z, seemingly brushing off the accusation. This tweet,
Jay-Z.
dismissive blah blah blah, added another layer of tension to the
Jay-Z?
The release of
Jay-Z's name's always their father, so wow. So why Jay-Z's name got this for dog? Gucci Mane's the new Jay-Z, nigga.
The day after the video,
Gucci Mane been the new Jay-Z.
shots were fired into Dolph's bulletproof SUV.
I just don't want to give him their clout.
Dolph survived the attack, and even before Play With Yo on stage that Sunday.
Don't play with me, play with your bitch.
Black Youngstar was charged with the shooting.
We on some
Eventually fell apart.
$1 shit.
The incident only fueled Dolph's determination to succeed. And in April 2017, he released an album titled Bulletproof. The track titles in the album formed a message to those who had attempted to take him out, solidifying his resilience and dedication to his craft. The feud between Young Dolph and Lil Gotti seemed to reach a boiling point, with tensions escalating both in music and real-life encounters. However, after Dolph survived the shooting incident, both artists Dolph's success continued to soar, and he even signed his cousin Key Glock to his label. Gotti, on the other hand, expanded CMG and remained dedicated to his own music. Unfortunately, before the feud could be officially resolved, tragedy struck. In November 2021, Dolph was fatally shot over 20 times.
Who's gonna get resolved? Them niggas want some money, nigga. Like, who the fuck are you?
Sam Adams Summer Ale is back. A citrusy wheat beer, perfect for a hot day at the pool.
Dolph should know who go to that cookie.
But there is no concrete evidence.
He would have rolled by that shit, he would have been good.
The same cannot be said for Big J, who visibly took sides with Gotti during his major beef with Young Dolph. Among the prime suspects tied to Dolph's fatal shooting is Henderson Gover, who was labeled the mastermind of the attack. Gover himself faced tragedy amid the legal saga when news got out that his rapper daughter, Lotta
Dolph's really the nigga, though.
The Houston Police Department was alerted to the fatal shooting that occurred near 5500 Richard Avenue at about 2:40 a.m. on a Saturday, September 2022. On arrival at the scene, law enforcement discovered a silver Porsche SUV facing westbound with two women critically injured. One of them was Lotta Cash, a fast-rising rapper affiliated with Lil Uzi Vert. Lotta Cash did not make it out alive, but the other two people
I would say Young Dolph is alive.
On the other side of the law,
Nah, but he passed away.
faced the justice system.
Especially because all of them passed away.
While Govan's motive for ordering the shooting of the rapper is not immediately connected to the Mims brother, it was later discovered that he had
So, where is that dude going at?
and dead word circulated on the internet that Big Jip was seen hanging out with Govan. Many took it upon themselves to connect the dots while sharing their thoughts.
That's how you know.
One tweet on
That ain't nobody.
Lil Gotti's brother being seen in pictures of the dude who got arrested for putting together Young Dolph's murder shows how much they hated him. It took a team to plot, plan, and strategize on how to take Flipper out. When boys were sick, Dolph was blowing up. It also didn't help matters that Big Jip heavily mocked Young Dolph after his death. He caught fans' attention after posting images of a mural made to honor Young Dolph, NLE Choppa, and Moneybagg Yo. Big Jip insinuated that Dolph did not deserve such an honor. Not long after a mural dedicated to the memories of the Memphis rapper was vandalized. Meanwhile, it is worthy to note that the people from Young Dolph's camp watched all of these unfold. Most notable of them was Key Glock, whose tribute to Dolph held a hint of a promise to retaliate. Who was Key Glock in the grand scheme of things? Growing up in South Memphis, Key Glock was exposed to the harsh realities of his surroundings. The neighborhood was known for its high crime rates and limited opportunities. However, Key Glock refused to let his circumstances define him. Instead, he turned to music as a means of escape and self-expression. Key Glock's musical influences played a significant role in shaping his artistic style. He grew up listening to iconic artists such as Gucci Mane, Lil Wayne, and 3 6 Mafia. Their music resonated with him, providing an outlet for his emotions and inspiring him to pursue a career in hip-hop. Project Pat. He described Project Pat as the Drake of Memphis, recognizing his influence and contribution to the local rap scene. Pat's songs, If You Ain't From My Hood and Gorilla Pimp, left an indelible mark on Key Glock. first track, a freestyle over Future's Ain't No Way Around It. This experience ignited his passion for music and set him on a path towards pursuing a career in the industry. Key Glock's early foray into music allowed him to develop his unique style and hone his skills as a rapper. However, Key Glock's journey was not without its challenges. At the age of 18, he found himself facing legal trouble when he was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault related to his involvement in the shooting. This experience served as a turning point in his life, prompting him to reevaluate his
There's a way to make an entrance. My destiny. It was now a conspiracy of witches.
Come on, what I got.
Adrian Bona. Is this the newest fight?
Rounds of boxing in the welterweight division for the WBC People's Championship. WBC President at ringside Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Dr. Ramon Garcia Septién. Your judges for our main event, Rocky Young, Fernando Barbosa, and John Rupert. And your referee in charge is Sam Burgos. Fight 6 pounds. His record, 16 wins, 1 loss with 1 draw, 10 wins by knockout from Las Vegas, Nevada. Please welcome Blair, the Flag Khan.
Yeah, AJ lost this shit.
And fighting out of the red corner,
This thing is fucking. He just did it for the back. He don't give a fuck.
46 pounds. His record, 35 wins.
He just not have bitches. Flip with it, good.
From Cincinnati, Ohio. He is currently ranked number 2
You're gonna have beat this nigga.
the 4th Division World Champion, having won titles at super featherweight, lightweight, super lightweight, and welterweight. He is Adrian the Problem Broner.
This nigga about to go ham.
Right here is good. Right here is good. Any questions? Touch a nigga like you out of the belt.
We are ready to go with our main event. We've got gloves on their it's business time. We got Adrian Broner, 35, 4-1, 24 knockouts. He's in the yellow and black Blair Cobbs, 16, 1-1, 10 knockouts using the black and neon green arcade ringside here at the Hard Rock Hotel Casino in Hollywood, Florida, with the Hall of Famers, Christy Martin and Carl King, and we are
Let's
ready.
get to it.
Main event finally starts.
Now we want to, hopefully it's going to live up to the hype, and I really believe it is.
And this place, as I look around, is pretty packed in here. And you heard the ovation for Adrian Broner. Despite what people think, he's still a draw in the sport of boxing.
AB has a huge following, and they
haven't given up on him, and that's a great thing for him. You know, he still has those real true supporters, and hopefully that will help. If it gets rough tonight, that will help him get through.
Everyone finally clears the ring. Looks like he's rehydrated good. You know, he's got some coming back. That's a little word. We are underway. Our main event, Broner and Cobb. Starts up with a jab to the body. First some keys, first being called.
One of the things going to be AB figuring out how to fight the southpaw. And fight this southpaw. We know he's seen southpaws before, but all these guys have a different little style with that southpaw stance.
And I agree. And I think that he also, I think it's just going to be interesting is to see how Blair Cobbs, rises in the moment. Another good jab from Cobbs. He places a lot to the belt line.
What the fuck hit him?
Cobbs is going to have to make the fight.
Oh, this is rigged.
Notorious counterpuncher.
This is rigged. AJ ain't gonna fucking bang this nigga mouth. You fucking.
My biggest criticism over the last few fights is his lack of letting his hands go. So I'm waiting to see if he changes that tonight, letting those hands go. Because he's a different fighter when he does that.
That's the thing. He has to be busy because we don't want to see Broner lose a fight just because he decided he was going to throw one at a time. Go out there and show us what you have to take.
Cobbs flails with two right hands.
Let's go.
Tries to push
What the
back
fuck?
left. Broner trying to land the jab. See Cobbs circling to his left.
Bro, beat his ass.
Jab from Cobbs. Another jab from Cobbs lands. Gotta let his hands go.
Can't wait.
And you can't.
She already fucked him up.
Straight left for Cobbs. That's what he's doing right now. Is that when he gets fainted at, he stops. You gotta let the hands go. You don't want to fall prey to that.
Just one at a time is not going to get it.
Jab the body from Cobbs.
Cobbs has that look in his eye like his focus is
Laser shot, right?
Yes.
Laser focus. End of round one. Scheduled for 10. Cobbs and Broner are main event. See more
You
action.
gotta get right, bro.
I'm gonna stop, man. I'm just still trying to get over my disappointment. But look at this. Let's take a look at the action in the first round.
Cobbs is trying to land that left hand.
And AB throws, I don't want to see him throw one at a time. And maybe that's, it's only the first round. So hopefully that won't be the pattern for the rest of the remainder of the fight.
Hopefully, and AB has a lot of fights, so it's gonna take him a round or two probably to get it up. But we've already talked about it. You can't give rounds away.
And he also is going to change trainer for this fight in the midst of training camp. So that, I think it worked out for his benefit, initially because they got the weight off and things of that nature. So we're gonna see how the rest of his performance stands up. Round 2 scheduled for 10. Both guys a little tight in the first round. Counters to the left and lands a good left again.
Punching in, combinations. That's gonna be the key.
Jab and goes Broner! A straight left hand He drops his mouthpiece.
You don't go after that's the right time. Let them get the mouthpiece.
A perfect left hand
Oh boy.
by Blair Cobb. And Florida got the deposit.
Performance stands up.
Round 2 scheduled for 10. Both sides a little tight in the first round. Cobb counters with a left and lands a good left again.
Watching in, combinations. That's going to be the key.
Jabbing away. Now goes Broner. A straight left hand and Broner got deposited on the canvas.
He's hurt.
He drops his mouthpiece.
You don't go after that's the right time. Let them get the mouthpiece.
A perfect left hand
Oh boy.
by
Broner's
Blair Cobb.
fucking goofy. Broner's a fucking goofy.
Big left again.
Shoot, Flovine.
Body work.
What the
Take no
fuck?
loss.
Cobbs can't get over anxious here. You know he has him hurt.
Broner back to the jab. Cobb sparking at Adrian Broner.
Yeah, you'll be right. You gotta relax in the moment. Don't overdo this.
Big uppercut again from Blair Cobb as they tie up now on the inside. Broner now coming forward, lands a right to the body.
Broner's staying flat-footed though.
He's trying to shake that
We,
up.
we haven't seen Michael Broner. That's a good right on the inside and an uppercut. Jab from Broner and a left hook from Adrian Broner. Here comes Blair Cobb's back.
You got to wake up now. You got to fight now.
That knockdown sure woke up Adrian Broner. This is with the left hand. 45 seconds to go here, round 2. 3-punch combination from Cobbs. An uppercut gets through.
Adrian, no, you tweaking, bro. Get him. Lamb chase you.
Broner now coming forward, right on the inside. Lands a blazing left and a right from Broner. Cobbs trying to fight out.
Broner's staying right on top of him, but he's not letting his hands go. He's just staying right in his face in the firing range.
Trying to look like he's trying to smother the punches, but you got to let them hands go in order to make that successful. That
End of round 2. Big knockdown for Blair Cobb.
okay.
There's the shot here.
What is that? A 2?
Yeah, AB came and beat Javante Davis. Javante Davis would knock that AB out.
Big shot. That was
Perfect left. And did you say that they picked up a tooth off the canvas?
They just did, yes.
Adrian the problem Broner is one less tooth now than he began the night with.
Wow.
He was trying to get him out.
Man, Adrian Broner lost a fucking tooth.
Simplified just a little bit.
He lost a fucking tooth.
Cobb's got to try to get him back in that same similar situation, which is extremely difficult with an experienced fighter as good as they do.
Round 3. So Ian Green earlier in the night pulled through a victory with one closed eye. Can Adrian Broner do it with one less tooth?
Well, what's going to happen now, you're not going to be able to relax and coast in these early rounds. We got a real fight as he has to try to fight his way back into it.
Straight left from Broner. Jab the body, come upstairs to the head.
Man, he lost a tooth. Fight like you lost a fucking tooth. Fight like you care.
Finished at almost a 2-1 favorite. He's about minus 170 in some betting parlors around the world.
But see, they're keeping the same range, and that's the Cobbs advantage.
Yes.
The jab to the body, staying at that range. And
Goes straight left again from Cobbs. And Cobbs once again smirks at Broner.
Nigga, you ain't got power, nigga. You gotta hit him hard.
you know that he's fighting at a distance that's advantage Cobb right now.
Cobb's keeping him just at the end of his punches.
Right.
Oh my God, that's your time.
Jab from Broner.
AB don't want to win. AB don't want to win, Dandara. This shit's crazy. AB don't want to win.
He needs to step over to the right, to the left.
The fuck is he on, nigga? Yo, AB, what the fuck?
That's been my biggest criticism of him, over the last few years, is that you're not letting him hands go.
Jab to the body, now left, just missed from Cobbs. Cobbs really loaded up.
He thinks he, nigga.
Good jab from Cobbs.
This nigga gotta fucking win. You gotta knock him out.
Broner trying to jab to the body from Cobbs.
He knocked him out, so he's good. This is stupid.
See, that's the difference. Is with Cobb, when he comes in, he's throwing that jab. He's throwing punches.
He's not even hitting hard.
This is at the bell. Route 3, scheduled for 10.
You ain't doing shit.
He got his group back into the exact same thing. I'm saying, you gotta let your hands go. This can get out of hand. See, this is not only is this, this southpaw stance is also a problem. And that's what got him knocked down. Just in the straight right through the guard. Got to make some adjustments to see how well he makes those adjustments in the coming round.
Round 4. Larry Cobbs and Adrian Broner. 3-4 straight jabs from Cobbs. Now another one down to the body.
Cobbs is able, again, he's starting out the round, keeping the exact distance that's good for him.
Right. And maybe it's not closing that gap. It's not shortening that distance. It seems he's a tad bit out of range.
Broner just said something to Cobbs.
They want AB to get fucked up.
Big left again lands.
They want AB to get fucked up.
Flush left hand from Larry Cobbs. Goes back to his body with the jab.
If Cobbs is in shape to throw these combinations for the entire fight, AB's going to have a tough night.
I agree.
It's already been tough for Adrian Broner.
But it seems to me, what I've been seeing all week is a relaxed Blair Cobbs.
Oh, yeah.
And then shape Blair Cobbs. Now, does that mean he can punch 3 minutes a round for the 10, 12 rounds it is? 10? This is 10 rounds.
Actually, good counter left to the body from Cobbs. Actually, met Cobbs a month ago out in Vegas to do some interview work. He was cool as a cucumber.
And at the same time frame, AD has been battling weight problems. And you take off a huge amount of weight in a short period of time.
Switch camps.
You switch camps. It's like
Straight up again from Cobbs.
it's just not a good thing. Things just not stacking up in his favor in that regard. But he is a four-time world champion.
And he knows how to win. He knows how to turn the tide. But is Cobb gonna let him gain any momentum? Right now, what he's doing is keeping him at bay and keeping him fighting his pace.
Just like that, keep 3 jabs in the face of Porter. Porter tries to get into the left to the body. Chance of AP.
Well, he certainly has a much bigger fan base. We all realize that.
And as long as you've been around Carl, fans always want to see the former champion give one last great performance.
Oh yeah, that.
Especially fighting through the adversity since round 2, left from Cobbs.
But I've also seen that the crowd can turn on you in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
And the 4 scheduled for 10.
Yeah.
Damn, this shit's sad. This is sad.
Round number 5 ready to commence. These ones are flying by.
Yeah, they are.
A lot of action.
Yeah. We're almost halfway through this.
AB needs to turn the tide this round.
Blair Cobbs in the green and black. Roller in the yellow and black. Back to the jab for Blair Cobbs. Nice body shot, and he admired his work.
I think the biggest difference right now is Cobb is letting his hands go. And AB's throwing one shot at a time. And then Casey is combination.
Cobbs knows that this is his shot. I talked to both. Left to the top of the head. Blair Cobbs back down the line. He's going up and jab with both the body and the left hand.
He's moving his punches up and down. He's going lefts and rights.
AB's getting his ass whipped.
Dictating when they fight, how they fight, where they fight.
Exactly.
AB's ass is getting his ass
A couple big lefts every round. Round 2, one connected and put Broder on the
That nigga seems tired.
Broder tries to get it the right hand.
Ain't no fucking highlights in this bitch. That's why they said highlights. Ain't no fucking highlights.
I think Cobb, every time Broner gets off, he comes back and gets his off to kind of, equalize that, level it off.
Adrian can't get ahead because Cobbs keeps coming to catch up, and then he'll pull ahead a little bit, and then he's coming from behind again and trying to get caught up. He just is having a hard time getting ahead. He has to punch first and last, and he's not doing that.
Not just conditioning, the loss of so much weight in the short. And this. Cobbs is tired. He's exhausted. There's not much on those punches. Not all of them anyway.
Minutes 20 to go, the 10th and final round. Straight left from Cobbs, an overhand left lands. Cobbs trying to push Broder back now. Broder now coming
right from corner. Cobb answers with a left.
We got 45 seconds.
The body from Cobb. And this fight has come to a conclusion. Oh, left by corner at the bell. Maybe he's just punching the plate.
He would have ended him. He's stupid. You should have put him. He would have ended him.
Well, this is going to be very interesting.
I think Blair won this fight somewhat comfortably.
There's a stark difference in the corner man in each corner. One is exuberant, the other looks a little dejected. You know, now it's in the hands of the judges.
I think Cobbs had a great game plan. He stuck with it.
Yeah.
He moved. He didn't try not to get into big exchanges.
Well, Mark Lichtenfeld has the score.
Wow, that's fast. Ooh, that's fast.
Okay. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 hard-fought rounds, we go to the scorecards. Rocky Young sees it 97-91. Fernando Barboza and John Rupert both see it 96-93 for your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBC People's Champion, Blair the Flair Cobb!
You know he won.
There's maybe the loudest woo of his life right now, Blair Cobbs.
And you could have beat him, bro. You really could have beat him. You really could have beat him, nigga.
You look good, Adrian. Let's go fight. How you feeling? You look good, Adrian. Let's go fight. How you feeling?
Officially and finally, Adrian Broner has called it quits after his sad loss to Blair Cobbs.
Wow, hard because he pushed. He pushed. And it was very close to two judges. Wasn't for the knockout. 80 was with the whole time.
It was a do or die match that determined the next step of his career. Sadly, it's the step of retirement. For the umpteenth and hopefully the last time, 4 division world champions, Adrian the Problem Broner has announced his retirement. Undoubtedly, Adrian Broner's time as a serious competitor in boxing, and possibly his career in general, is over. And with his announcement, there's no turning back this time. This comes after he suffered an embarrassing defeat in the hands of Blair Cobbs, who now has a record of 17 wins, a loss, and a defeat in 19 fights. On Friday night in Hollywood, Florida, Broner was soundly beaten and dropped by Blair Cobbs, resulting in a unanimous decision loss. Adrian Broner lost the fight, lost his mouthpiece 4 times, and even lost a tooth during a 10-round welterweight bout against Blair Cobbs. To say Broner was a mere shadow of his former self?
Online lawyers have been making it very obvious when Young Thug's release date will be. Considering today inside of the YSL RICO trial, the judge ended the court session early, all based around the prosecutors not doing their jobs correctly. It reads, the judge in Young Thug's trial was just arguing with the state because they were unprepared with evidence.
That's too late. The evidence is excluded. The evidence is excluded. I'm going to exclude because I told you that this was going to happen. No. We're excluding that. It's the last. I am not gonna tolerate this any further. If you don't get together with your colleagues and flag issues and resolve them promptly, and if I have to take them up, remember, I can exclude them. We'll work the weekends, or we'll do a combination of both. So this time, I'm gonna exclude those 2 sections. I'm not gonna have any more discussion about this, ma'am. I'm not. I don't. Well, you know what? Well, then that's why we have to.
punishes the state because it affects.
I'm not punishing anybody.
As even right before
We're
this, the
excluded.
prosecutors did something that they're not even allowed to do inside of the courtroom. It would be reported Young Thug and his defense team's reaction to the DA asking a witness, "Are you afraid of Jeffrey Williams?"
He said, "You now know who Jeffrey Williams is. Are you afraid of Jeffrey Williams?"
No, I know who he is.
Hold on. All right.
Which obviously you are not allowed to ask a witness on the stand that question, making many wonder, how did the prosecutors even get their jobs? This would end up becoming a viral meme. It would then get the attention of a man named Drew Fingling, as it would be announced in a recent motion, YFN Lucci's lawyer says the Young Thug and YSL trial will certainly result in a mistrial, and it is a complete waste of time. Now, YFN Lucci's lawyer is none other than Drew, aka the $1 billion lawyer. It's been noted that Drew is the Saul Goodman of the rap industry. He has represented King Von, DaBaby, A-Boogie, all of the Migos, as well as Cardi B, while also mentioning that he has never lost a rapper's case. This is very impressive if you know anything about King Von's court cases, as Drew would go on to mention the YSL RICO trial because of what Young Thug's lawyer also did. It would be announced Young Thug's lawyer is fed up, and he calls the judge in the case biased against either him or his client.
Want to move the case, but when the court, it gives me no pleasure in saying this. I believe that this honorable court is biased against Mr. Williams and or his counsel, and I ask you to consider recusing yourself, or don't do this again to me. This is inappropriate to me. I respect you, but what am I supposed to do? Sit there while you do this? I didn't do anything wrong. I did exactly what you teach me to do and the courts teach me to do. But instead, no, I gotta finish this. Then I get told to this court says by Prosecutor Love that I'm not being candid with the court and I'm misrepresenting because Mr. B never went to the hospital of Brady on September 11, 2013, and Miss Love has a document on the desk.
Why this is so significant is because Young Thug's lawyer is
This is
literally
crazy.
yelling at the judge, calling
Yo.
the judge biased and a liar.
Yo,
which
this
puts his
fucking
entire
court
career
date
on the
is
line for Young
fucking
Thug, right?
bananas.
People would
This
end up
stuff.
making Young Thug cry inside of the
Yo,
courtroom.
what the
And
fuck
Brian
is
mentioned
going
that he was
on?
putting his life on the line
This
for his
can't be
client.
real.
I mean, I'm not saying anything, but if truth
This can't be real, yo. They need to fucking quit. I think they all over. And they really just having fun with this nigga. That's fucked up using this nigga as a puppet. Go have fun with regular clients.
I'm speaking with the court. I'm speaking with the court.
Okay.
I'm speaking
Let
with
it
the
finish,
court.
and then you can state your.
My point is,
Why Young Thug's lawyer is going on a complete rampage is because the prosecutors want to use evidence against Young Thug that they are not even allowed to use. It relates to a tour bus incident with Lil Wayne. Our report shares Lil Wayne might be called to testify in Young Thug's ongoing YSL RICO trial about his
Lil Wayne
2015
testifying
tour
shit.
bus incident.
Themselves, and since there's no confrontation as to it.
It's not testimonial, Judge. There's not a confrontation issue when it's not testimonial. I
Oh,
know
that shit.
is aware that the rules of evidence are inclusive rules, and I wanted to be.
I know what the purpose of the federal rules of evidence, or the state rules of evidence are, which we batter. So please don't be condescending to me, Ms. Love.
No.
I know, I rule upon the rules of evidence every single day. I get some right, some wrong, and that's the purpose. But I understand the object of the rules of evidence is to allow for most evidence to be admitted. However, it's got to be relevant and it's got to be for a particular purpose. Now,
They really tweaking out.
if you get Mr. Carter in here, then you'll solve a lot
They
of your
tweaking
As
out.
even the judge is telling the prosecutors, you are not allowed to use this evidence unless Lil Wayne himself comes to the courtroom and confirms it. The judge is telling the prosecutors they need Lil Wayne because all the other evidence is insignificant to Young Thug. The prosecutors are claiming that Thug created a hit on Lil Wayne's tour bus in 2015. The prosecutors even tried bringing the bus driver onto the stand, where a report shares a tour bus operator for rapper Lil Wayne started to get emotional while recalling the moments on the bus in 2015. The operator even retired following the incident and is now suing Young Thug in the YSL RICO trial.
Tell the jurors what happened on Monday night.
Once I got on
Yo, these people is not real lawyers, nigga.
That's when
These people can't be real lawyers.
came along. This started that with the bus.
Are you able to confirm where the shots are coming from?
These people cannot be real fucking. Oh my god, this is not real. Look how. Are you sure? Like, yo, this ain't real. This ain't fucking real, bro.
And at the time, you had those passengers with those
This ain't fucking real.
but they still on your bus as this bus is
Yeah, they're back there screaming on the floor.
You said they were what?
Back there screaming on the floor.
Making the question of the hour being, will Lil Wayne testify against Young Thug and confirm that the evidence is real? And well, I have the answer for you. Earlier in the YSL Rico trial, one of the police's investigators already confirmed that Lil Wayne has the same street affiliation as Young Thug, being a part of the Red Street Team.
And are you familiar with who this individual is?
I am.
And who is that?
It's Wayne Carter.
Okay. And does he have another name that he goes by?
He does.
What is it?
Lil Wayne.
And are you aware of any of your non-transparency if Mr. Carter, Dwayne Carter, self-identifies as a member of?
I believe that he does.
This ain't real.
Tell the jury we need to stand with a stick and point to what those identifiers are within Defense Exhibit 31.
There's a large MOB across his chest, often used, particularly by West Coast, but is used across the country. He has 5 red 5-point stars across his chest.
This obviously means that Lil Wayne will not be coming near the YSL Rico trial anytime soon in his lifetime. This is what made online lawyers predict Young Thug's release date. To understand when, we first need to see the prosecutors have a meltdown. It would be announced an ex-investigator with the Atlanta Police Department took the stand under cross-examination on Monday. During one moment, former investigator Lakia got into a brief exchange with Thug's defense attorney, Max.
And D'Angelo Wright's response was, we had, correct?
Yes, he did say that, and it was more to that as well.
We had understanding.
Yes, he said it.
Okay. We being plural, correct?
This shit's fucking retarded. This can't be real.
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking
real
me
case.
these poor? I think you are. Okay.
That's why so, yo, this case is fake.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, sir. Let's be respectful. Okay.
Stand down.
Which shortly after had Young Thug and
I
his
doubt it.
lawyer accidentally dropping the hardest photo in 2024, according to Twitter. Now, Young Thug's legal team is consistently arguing that the Atlanta Police Department are trying to lie about evidence on Young Thug. Young Thug's main lawyer would even call out the entire Atlanta Police Department for lying. It goes and reads, Your Honor, as my eyes roll, I'm about to show you why I don't believe the city of Atlanta at all.
I have no recording of who Detective Lewis at the hospital, Brady Hospital, September 11, 2013, meets with Walter Murphy. And Your Honor, as my eyes roll out of my head, I'm about to show you why I do not believe the City of Atlanta Police Department at all. This is served in discovery. I will mark it, Mr. Williams.
They must got something on that judge. They must got something on that
I'm
judge.
supposed to believe the allegations.
They must got something on that judge. Find out what the fuck they got on that judge, bro.
Well at all. The judge would start
Find out what the
calling
fuck
out
they
and
got
yelling
on that
at
judge,
attorney
nigga.
stating that the Atlanta Police
That judge
Department
must like
lies
boys
about
or something.
evidence.
Something. They got something. Yo, find out, yo, you pussy. I might as well just find out what the fuck they got on that judge, bro.
His family as well as himself.
They got something on that judge, bro. That judge is gay, bro. Shit's a zesty ass trial, nigga. You gotta, yo, they got something on that judge, man.
Who he spoke with. That's my point. That's the piece. But you all can't. But you two.
They got something on that judge.
It's not proper.
They got something on that judge.
It's not. It would be a violation before me for you to put that in front of this jury. In the September 17, 2000, you were saying to the court that you have a belief that there is another statement out there. There's not. How can you say that? Because it hasn't been brought up. If it gets brought up,
then we'll correct it at that point in time. But right now, I'm gonna direct you not to inquire that line. You don't have a basis to do so.
Now, the evidence that they are discussing is based around a man named Adrian Bean. The Atlanta Police Department are trying to use evidence against Young Thug that Adrian told them in 2013. However, now in 2024, Adrian doesn't remember giving them the evidence. The original report reads, Adrian Bean is not bound by a plea deal. He was a part of the 2013 crime where 4 people were involved, but 1 escaped and was never caught. They need Adrian to snitch on Young Thug on the stand like he did with the police in 2013. Now, Young Thug is the one person that escaped and was never caught. Adrian Bean in 2013 originally told the Atlanta Police Department that Young Thug was the one that escaped. However, because the police took over a decade to start the RICO takedown, Adrian has now allegedly forgot about the crime.
After you answer the question, you should have to do.
Because I don't remember nothing that happened in 2013 is what I'm trying to explain to you.
I understand. What I have to do is ask you questions and determine what you do and don't remember. So, what is your response as to whether or not you recognize the images shown in Defendant's Exhibit number 8?
I don't remember.
And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit number 81. Do you recognize what's shown there?
No, ma'am.
What about number 101 for Defendant's Exhibit?
You see the car, but I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Is your answer the same for Defendant's Exhibit number 82, number 89, and Defendant's Exhibit 90?
Yes, ma'am.
Lots can happen within 11 years, as the crime occurred in 2013. Some sources claim that YSL members paid Adrian off to not snitch on Young Thug, but others believe that he actually did forget about the crime, as Adrian would go on to reveal why and how he forgot.
I really don't have any knowledge about 2013 now, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. I don't really have any knowledge about 2013. Once I went to prison and came home from prison, and done my time, everything that happened in 2013 or whatever has been put behind me and set forth so I can, working and just doing my thing because I came home from prison. I don't have no knowledge of nothing that happened 10 years ago.
If Adrian does not give up Young Thug and does not give the prosecutors the evidence they need, online lawyers have predicted.
Man, them niggas, what the fuck, nigga? The niggas said they had, why is he sitting in jail? Why is this guy sitting in jail?
Low frequency is so easy to flow in. And Sexy Red would.
Look, man, y'all already know what's going on. We is in the building, man. As soon as y'all get up in here. Look, man, y'all already know what's going on.
The hell? The fuck? That shit different.
I keep it real. If I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day, false allegation, just machine. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. I've never read a case like this.
Now, and I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say anymore. I probably should. Everybody, calm down, everybody.
Bragg, I've never seen a case like this. Never.
Absolutely insane. Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, is an infamous snitch who talked to the police on interrogation footage for over 3 hours back in 2015. He takes the stand and invokes his Fifth Amendment privilege, which ultimately means the judgment of holding him contempt.
That dude's crazy.
I'm actually speechless. Towards the end, Brian Stewart basically says he hates Miss Love, and he says that she makes him hate coming into work every day. I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. Just watch the video. Watch the entire video. Hit subscribe. Here we go. First look at Thug on day 86. Got a nice sweater on. He's smiling right now because they're bringing in this guy on the left right here, another guy that's just helping.
Day 86 in Trump.
Right here, but after a person is identified where their vehicle that they bring is located on that board, they have to interact with any representatives at that time. So at that point, for me to switch that Corolla into something that would be more suitable for my size, I would have to go inside and see something that's okay. All right, so they're testifying to a lot of bullshit, trying to really hammer home that Thug was read about it, her location of the car. This would came from corporate. They asked for rental agreements, records, for this particular renter. I talked to Laura Keith Adams up the cross.
You circled that and you said that looks like an Infiniti, is that right? Right. Tell me from the photograph that you're looking at right there, who's driving that Infiniti on that day? That day, 10/2015. You can't tell anyone. No. There's no way you can look at that photograph and tell anyone here that Jeffrey Williams or anyone else is driving that vehicle at that moment. Okay?
The classic Keith Adams here, doing what any lawyer would do, point out that this guy doesn't really know who was in this car.
What individuals were actually working at the location?
If he wants to talk to you or doesn't want to talk to you, he's got a lawyer. And that lawyer can make that decision, and so can Mr. Copeland. So,
Judge, I went back and reviewed my communications with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in relation to Kenneth Copeland. And I found communications as late as June 5th of last year, where the Fulton County District Attorney's Office had reached out to me about speaking to Mr. Copeland. Neither of these attorneys, no attorney at this table has ever attempted to contact me about Mr. Copeland and about his willingness or desire to testify at this.
From
How's it going, guys? Today I'm going to show you what it's like to drive the all
what's going on, y'all? It's your man Supreme, and welcome back to another
What's goody for? Oh, what you want, Dada?
This is episode 51 of The Real Rap Show, the story of Larry Davis. Now, before we get this started, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been tuned.
Man, Larry Davis, they really killed Larry Davis. That's fucked up.
The bank was robbed. There are no witnesses. Its president is missing without a trace. When a body surfaced, the criminal investigation grew. Nashville, Tennessee. In 1997, a serial killer is preying on restaurant employees. He leaves no clues and tries to murder all witnesses. Prosecutors were in the 1990s, a disguised serial bank robber terrorizes the Chicago area. Expert with weapons, aware of police procedure, and fearless.
No, Mama died saying my baby was poisoned with cyanide.
But he was telling me about his whole day, his whole night.
Describing the coroner, he asked you in the room, what did he look like?
No, it wasn't in the bed in the room. No, they was removing him when we was on the
to the restroom, and Buddy said, "Look, y'all don't tell, don't say nothing. I'm gonna play a joke on him."
Then I was just there, so it's not like, yeah.
You know, Mama died saying my baby was poisoned with cyanide.
But he was telling me about his whole day.
They killed Pimp C, nigga. Jay-Z? Fucking thing? Who the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. How the fuck? These niggas is, I don't know.
Prisons in the United States of America house many of the world's most dangerous and notorious prisoners. One of those is Edward Johnson.
He was brutally beaten beyond recognition.
The guy, from pretty much the moment he entered the facility, was a loose cannon.
He seems to be a complete psychopath by the very definition of psychopathy.
Johnson is a cold, calculating
You look like a straight hoe by the visual that you like to dig. It looks like balls. Like you just look like you like to get fucked all day. He's a freak. One thing about them
New police technology over the years, a new police investigation team has now been placed on Tupac Shakur's case, as there has been new evidence being found every single week that could relate to Tupac still being alive. It really makes this interview with rapper named Treach feel strange, because in 2010, Treach was interviewed on the topic of Tupac before a concert. Treach and Tupac were very close friends back in the day, and they even worked on a few albums together. But here's where things get interesting. After Treach's interview, the cameraman forgot to stop recording. He places his camera onto the floor, and in the footage, you can hear the interviewer asking Treach about Tupac, to which Treach responds, "Last time I saw him, he was in Cuba."
So if you ain't ready for it, get on the sidewalk.
Then, only 1 week later, a video would be released onto a news website showing a video of Tupac supposedly chilling in a parking lot inside of Cuba. This is what created the Tupac is alive in Cuba theory, and it has been the most popular theory ever since. However, now in 2024, it is really not seeming like a theory anymore, as it begins with an officer revealing that Tupac was an industry plant, and his job was to stop the beef between the red and blue street teams.
What did you find most fascinating about the alternative history of Tupac?
Well, it turns out when I talked to Tupac's longtime mentor, political mentor, former Black Panther Chogu Lumumba, who was his first business manager, he's told me, I basically asked, well, was Tupac only pretending to be or appeal to and politicize them? And he said yes. And that was part of his thug-like agenda they came up with his imprisoned stepfather, Mutulu Shakur. And so Tupac was just using that in order to get the leaders to call peace truces, first in Los Angeles, then throughout California, and then throughout the country. And that was why he was pretending to be this type. And really, he was just an intellectual prodigy.
Then obviously, with the plan not working, he would then suddenly, sadly pass. Snoop Dogg would then be asked to react to this investigator's interview. Snoop Dogg would then claim that he was actually supposed to be in the BMW with Tupac and Suge Knight on the night that Tupac sadly passed.
You were with Tupac, though, in regards to Tupac. I heard, sir, did you give him different advice that night on where to go?
I didn't give him no advice.
Right.
We wasn't seeing eye to eye.
Right.
So
same during the Tyson.
Yeah, this incident that I'm explaining to you right now was the day before that.
Okay.
So when they got to Vegas, they went their way, I went back. I mean, when we got to LA, they went to Vegas and I went home. That's why I wasn't in the car. In the car with them.
This would end up getting the attention of a police force that is investigating the passing. It would then be reported Snoop Dogg arrested in connection to the Tupac Shakur incident. Police are questioning a recent interview by the rapper where he claims that he was supposed to be in the BMW with Tupac and Suge. The topic of Tupac came up during Snoop Dogg's interview because of Suge Knight's recent tweets. The tweets of "this little guy is responsible for the passing of Tupac," as well as another tweet from an anonymous account only one day before. "I've been quiet for too long. First month of 2024, I'll be announcing what's really going on with Tupac." As this made many believe that Suge Knight is revealing the truth through several Twitter accounts, and some of them being anonymous. As Suge Knight agrees that Tupac is alive. He has said so in so many interviews over the course of the last 2 decades. As one interview, Suge Knight makes a very convincing case that Tupac is still here, where he mentions that Tupac was doing fine in the hospital right before his passing, where he states, "When I left that hospital, me and Tupac were laughing and joking. I don't see how someone can turn from doing well to doing bad."
I mean, when I left that hospital, me and Pac were laughing and joking. So I don't see how somebody can turn from doing well to doing bad.
So you seriously think that he might still be alive?
Because he's in Pac, you never know.
But what's strange about this is that Tupac was supposedly in a deep sleep, according to police records. So how in the world would he and Suge be laughing if Tupac was in a deep sleep? It doesn't seem to add up, but even in a 2008 interview, Suge Knight said the exact same thing. Tupac was alive and he was well.
So he was conscious on the way to the hospital.
He was conscious on the way to the hospital. He was conscious in Loudlands. He was conscious after he did surgery.
What was the last thing that he said to you?
They left.
However, the concerning part was after the 2008 interview, only 3 days later, Suge Knight almost lost his life in a nightclub when a man used a firearm in his direction 6 times. Suge knew immediately that it was likely due to him talking about Tupac in a public interview, so he didn't tell the police anything. Suge Knight's own son, Suge Jr., would make a similar mistake. In 2018, Suge Knight's son took it to Instagram stating that Tupac was alive and well, and that he was living in Malaysia. Then right after, Suge Jr. would post this. Another photo to Instagram showing a text conversation where someone messages "You have said too much. It's now time for you to go." This is then when Suge Jr. would begin panicking, posting tons of photos of Tupac alongside modern-day celebrities like 50 Cent and Beyonce. He really made it seem like someone was going after him for leaking all of this info. As on the photo with Tupac and Beyonce, he captioned it, "He never left us, but they'll be after me soon." While some believe that it was a publicity stunt for Suge Jr. to gain social media clout, others believe that it was actually factual, as Suge Jr. would be the one to know more about the case than anyone else in the world, considering his father was right there at the scene of the crime. Now, with the addition of the new police task force of the Tupac case, I was able to find their files of evidence of the passing of Tupac Shakur. Now, I want you to compare all the evidence I shared of him being alive to these police files, as it begins with the police arresting a man named TPD in connection to the crime.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce.
Why would they be waiting for justice? Why would they want an innocent man to go down? They know he's alive.
Davis, aka KPD, of Tupac.
Such a nigga.
Davis was arrested
God,
this
slept by
morning by my
Diddy.
LVPD criminal apprehension team.
If you're alive, you won't let them
And this
listen.
investigation started on the night of September 7th, 1996. It has taken countless hours, really decades, of work by the men and women of our section to get to where we are today.
As on September 7th, 1996, Tupac was in Las Vegas with the head of his record label named Suge Knight. They went off to the MGM Grand to watch a Mike Tyson match. As after it was over and they were leaving the hotel, they ended up spotting an op inside of the lobby of the hotel, and they confronted him immediately.
Suge Knight and their entourage went to the Mike Tyson, the MGM Grand. TPD and his nephew, Orlando Lane Anderson, and 2 of their friends were also there. TPD told LAPD Detective Greg Kading more than a decade ago in a proffer that couldn't be used against him. It was retaliation after Tupac jumped Orlando up at the casino. Surveillance cameras reported that Tupac was angry that Lane had stolen his necklace years prior in Compton. Tupac, Suge Knight, and the entourage left the casino quickly.
As security would end up breaking up the altercation between Tupac, Suge, and the Ops, Tupac and Suge would then go their own way, heading back to their hotel to change their clothes. The two would then go off to a club that is owned by Suge Knight himself, but sadly they didn't make it there because at 11 p.m., while the two were driving to the club, things would go down right in the middle of the street at a red light.
Knew about Tupac's concert at the Club 662. Members, including Orlando and Keith P, jumped in their white Cadillac and started cruising the strip looking for the offender.
I don't know. Why would Suge fuck up everything you got going on?
Flamingo Boulevard and Cobalt Lane, the white Cadillac pulled alongside the black
You got a
window
club
with Suge on the driver and
that's
Tupac
coming
on the
up.
passenger seats. The back window of the Cadillac rolled twice in the chest, once in the arm, once in the thigh.
With the aftermath of the incident being a mystery now for 2 decades, in 2024, new evidence has now been found because the police investigated a concerning interview by a man named Keefy D. He was featured on DJ Vlad's show, and during his interview, he details the moments of literally finding Tupac in the middle of the street and pulling up on him.
And Bubble Up was a driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the backseat. We were just all in the car. This was the white Cadillac. Yeah. So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac. Got the light. Usually go drink. And he happened to be hanging out the window. He's hanging out the window like he was in parade. Tupac. Yeah, he was. So what happens next? You said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, was Suge driving with Tupac in the passenger seat.
This was an extremely bold claim to make on DJ Vlad's show. Vlad was very skeptical of what he was saying, so he would want some more proof of what he's actually admitting here. This is then when TV D would confirm it by sharing a never-before-seen police interrogation on the night of the crime.
You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting, evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the backseat or something. What do you see happening inside there?
I see him. You want to shoot again?
So Orlando doesn't start across Dre.
He leaned over and one around the window.
With Keefy D releasing this footage for the first time ever, everybody was so surprised and speechless. He not only announced that he was at the crime scene, he was inside of the car and even made eye contact with Suge Knight while it was going down. What he said next, however, was even more concerning, where he would end up revealing that Tupac Shakur was reaching for his firearm, which is what started the entire incident.
You said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving with Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out. It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did you actually? Once you got the reaching, I got the joke. So someone from your car, sorry, at Tupac and Suge.
Now, during the police's investigation, they were also able to find Keefy D's official reaction to Tupac's passing, trying to see if he had any sort of regret for what him and his friends did.
Yeah, I hate that. That nigga let them know what. I really do. Still, a lot of people watch, dude. They did that. Oh, God. I feel they, that was wrong, man. It was just wrong, purely wrong. You know what I'm saying? I wish it never happened. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. It never happened. You know what I'm saying? I lost my Colombian club. You know what I'm saying? I been having a fence up 15 years. Couldn't do nothing. Couldn't catch a break for us. You know what I'm saying? And I did time by.
However, this is where things get very weird. Keefy D ended up writing an entire book on being involved in Tupac Shakur's passing, titled Compton Street Legend, where inside of the book, he literally hints towards doing the crime, and this book was released quite some time ago. So why is he now just being arrested for it after all of these years? Fans believe that it is a cover-up that Tupac Shakur is still alive, with evidence being more clear that there is a good chance of it. Throwing an elderly man in jail and blaming him for the incident seems like an easy way out. While some don't believe that Hollywood would do that, it really makes you wonder how far you think Hollywood will go. Comment down below your theory.
That's facts. That's facts. I don't know. There's a lot of evidence that Tupac's alive. I'm saying that. A lot.
May 3rd, 1946, convict Willie Francis felt 2,000 volts of electric current surging through his body during May 3rd, 1946, convict Willie Francis felt 2,000 volts of electric current surging through his body during his execution by an electric chair. Miraculously, he survived, but what happened next will leave you in disbelief. Here are 10 stories of convicts who, against all odds, survived their own executions, and the shocking details of what happened afterward. Number 10, Kenneth Smith.
It's beautiful living life.
Documents say convicted killer Kenneth Smith remained strapped to a gurney for hours. Attorneys say that he was repeatedly jabbed with needles in his arms and hands.
November 17th, 2022. An American murderer, Kenneth Smith, was taken to the death chamber for execution. Despite a clear order from one of the country's highest courts to pause the process, Smith was a hired killer back in the 80s and was contracted by a preacher, Charles Sennett Sr., to murder his wife, Elizabeth Sennett. Mr. Charles was in huge debt at the time and decided to kill his wife in a bid to collect the life insurance. He paid Smith and another man, John Forrest Parker, $1,000 each to get that job done. However, things didn't go as planned, resulting in Smith's capture and sentencing to death. Smith spent 33 years on death row before a date was fixed for his execution. But during his execution, the three-man team in charge of injecting his vein with lethal drugs couldn't find an IV line to do so. They pierced his arm multiple times while he shouted and cried out for them to stop. At one point, they even stabbed his muscle, leaving him in more pain. In his own words, Smith said, "When no workable veins could be found, they instructed the prison guards to flip the gurney backwards so that my feet pointed towards the ceiling while my head bowed to the ground, like an inverted crucifixion. Their face masks were covered in my blood, and they finally stabbed my collarbone." They did this in an attempt to begin a central line IV in the subclavian artery. After 4 hours of tirelessly trying to inject this guy, they finally returned him to his cell, obeying the initial court order to pause his execution. Now, his lawyers described what he went through as a disturbing and traumatizing experience, which I think everyone would agree to. But as traumatizing as that experience was, it's about to get a lot worse for Smith as the U.S. has derived a new way to kill him, with the use of nitrogen. August 26, 2023. The state of Alabama had decided to put Smith to death using nitrogen hypoxia. Now, this method of execution has never been used before, but Smith has cheated death so many times that they believe this is the only way to put him out. All that's needed is for him to inhale that gas and find his way to the afterlife. So, can he escape the clutches of death this time? I don't think so. Number 9, Ramel Broom. September 15th, 2009. Convicted murderer and rapist Ramel Broom was to be executed by lethal injection in the state of Ohio. However, the executioners encountered certain problems that made it impossible to execute Mr. Broom on that day. June 4th, 1956, marked the birth of Ramel in Muskegon, Michigan, before moving out to Ohio at the age of 5 with his mom. On getting to Ohio, Broom mingled with a few bad acquaintances that changed the course of his life forever. His earliest known crime came in 1974, when he robbed people of their cars on highways. Then he took it a step further, when he began sexually abusing women and killing them in some instances. However, the one case that earned him the death penalty was the abduction, rape, and murder of a girl named Trina Middleton. Broom abducted her as she walked home with 2 of her friends from a football game in East Cleveland, Ohio. He was arrested after a DNA test proved his involvement in the crime. He was found guilty and sentenced to death by lethal injection, but ironically, that marked the beginning of his journey. 2 hours into this execution, they couldn't locate an IV line for administering the lethal drugs. In the process, Broom suffered excruciating pain from the numerous penetrations made into his arm. The Ohio government then intervened and called off the execution. It was postponed by a week. But that postponement turned into years as his lawyers tried fighting for an appeal. Broom even wrote a book about his disturbing experience that day. And after surviving his 2009 execution, Broom was eventually rescheduled to be executed on March 16, 2022. But on December 20th, 2020, Ramel Broom died of COVID-19 complications. While he eventually passed away on death row, it's safe to say Broom cheated death in some way and lived longer than the government wanted.
The government don't got no help, don't have no help to put you in. What the
There's
fuck?
a reason why executions by
That's why they
hanging
killing
are
people.
obsolete. And that reason is because a lot of people had survived it in the past, including this guy named William Duell. Duell was a minor when he was convicted of being an accessory to the of Sarah Griffin in Acton, England. November 24th, 1740. Duell was hanged in Tyburn, along with 4 others. His body hung for about 20 minutes, and after he was believed to have been dead, he was cut down and taken to an anatomy theater for dissection. However, after his clothes were stripped and laid on the board, one of the servants noticed that he had begun breathing slowly. Duell's breath got quicker and quicker, and in a few hours he was able to sit upright and speak. Unfortunately for him, the medical servants reported back to the authorities, and Duell was taken back to prison that night. It was later discovered that due to the pressing of the noose around his neck, he suffered delirium and couldn't recollect his hanging. By the following day, he was back to full health. Meanwhile, the public had apparently found out what happened, and they were happy for him. He was later pardoned on the basis of his mental state, and his sentence was commuted to penal transportation. This meant that he was exiled to North America, living the rest of his life in Boston, and was reported to have died sometime around 1805. Number 7. John Lee.
That's what they need to start doing.
February 23rd, 1885. 3 attempts were made to execute Lee by hanging, and they all failed. August 15, 1864. John Lee was born in England. At the age of 21, he was convicted for the murder of his employer, Emma Keyes, at her home. The only substantial evidence his prosecutors had against him was the fact that he was the only male in the house at the time of her murder, along with his former criminal records and some cuts on his arm. However, Lee claimed that he was innocent of the crime. Regardless, he was sentenced to death by hanging, but it failed. On that said day, John was taken to the stand, his head fastened around the noose, and a sack was put over his head. As the executioner pulled the lever for the trapdoor to open, it failed. He tried a bunch of times, but it didn't work. It was really a huge embarrassment for everyone involved, and the medical examiner stepped in to call it off. Lee was taken back to his cell while the mechanism was being tested. It worked great during testing. But once Lee stood on top, that trapdoor refused to drop. Throughout the whole time, Lee remained calm, saying,
His faith in the Lord would save him.
So, what exactly happened next? Well, a judge eventually commuted the sentence to life imprisonment. But after numerous appeals and more evidence from the case showing he might have not been the only male in the house the night of the murder, Lee was found to be innocent. So maybe he truly had some divine intervention that day. It is a mystery.
That's crazy. Damn, Black Ops about to come out. That shit's ill. Black Ops 6.
Diddy. Yeah, so a lot of crazy things that's going on with this story, Diddy, right? I mean, a lot of people are calling him the Epstein of the music, the Hollywood world. Diddy. Yeah, so a lot of crazy things that's going on.
A lot of crazy shit going on around Diddy.
People are calling him the Epstein of the music, the Hollywood world, the business, what do you call it, the entertainment world. I read this story and I want to kind of get your thoughts on this here. So here's a story. Sean Diddy Combs' former bodyguard claims music mogul had tapes of politicians and princes. I don't think it's only celebrities going to be shook. He had politicians. He had princes in there. He also had a couple of preachers in there. What Diddy does to new rappers.
I'm like, look, Diddy, here's my demo and my resume. Diddy replied, the only demo I need is to see how good you suck. I was like, the f- you think he was? What? I took off my disguise and said, I'm Eminem.
Social media and the entertainment world were taken by surprise and have been awash with various
What
scandal
the
revelations
fuck?
and compromising videos involving many celebrities in what has come to be known as Diddy scandals. Since late 2023 to this very 2024.
What the fuck?
We've been working for Orlando Brown. Why wouldn't it work for them? To play crazy. Why wouldn't it work? The Orlando's brilliant. Y'all spend time with him. He's highly intelligent. Imagine what it's been like to wear this character for this long. This is a character. Actually, the Steve Double Line is the best acting he does. Of course he is. Major pain in his ass now. Since he was a kid.
The scandals that have been dubbed by various names: Jeffrey Epstein of entertainment, Black Jeffrey Epstein, #PedoFactory, and lots more have seen many alleged victims come forward and many notable names mentioned. While many are wondering if this the Me Too of the music and entertainment industry, what's at the back of many minds are as varying as worrisome. Would it go the way of Jeffrey Epstein's? Would other celebrities impacted be brought to book? Would the powers that be
Look at wow, dude, he really came at Eminem.
alleged victims get justice? Before we delve into this, welcome to yet another noteworthy video segment. In this edition, we bring to you a hot gist about entertainment gone awry, the dark secrets of one of the biggest names in the entertainment industry in the modern world.
No, Diddy, nigga, that nigga came at Eminem like that.
Before we continue, always remember to hit that like button in front of you as a way of showing support. Share with your friends and families too, to keep spreading our eye-opening and superlative contents, and kindly subscribe to keep getting notified, whilst you as well join the rising membership of this channel. We are delighted to have you with us. Back to the gist. Taking the words from Diddy's ex-producer who says the scandal could be worse than Jeffrey Epstein. Jesse Waters says, every room in Diddy's mansions was wired with cameras, and this was used for blackmail material, citing the lawsuit filed by Rodney Lil Rob Jones.
Lil Rod, the former producer, filed a lawsuit, and he said every room in Diddy's mansions were wired with cameras. And he had some of the footage, he had some of the pictures, and he displayed those in a lawsuit that came out. And this was used for blackmail material. They bring in these people. A lot of these people were also aspiring young artists in the music industry. And then these parties were sponsored by Motown Records CEO, Universal Records CEO. This goes all the way to the top. And so you get these people in compromising situations. The drinks were laced. The videotapes were hot. And then at the end of the day, you wake up the next morning, oh, what did I do? And then they have compromising material on you. And then they can guide your career. They could kill your career.
And it wasn't just people in the music business. There were athletes, there were celebrities, politicians, people from the royal family, and even preachers.
You said there were athletes, there were celebrities, there were politicians, people from the royal family.
But not only celebrities, I don't think it's only celebrities going to be shook. He had politicians in there. He had princes in there. He also had a couple of preachers in there. Oh, damn. She talking about what? He's talking about.
Yeah, my preacher probably had a preacher name.
Hallelujah.
Cat Williams commented on that.
Well, they definitely brought about a preacher.
Yeah.
You know what preacher is? Okay? Maybe you don't know the preacher that was sitting with Diddy at one of the parties that Cat Williams says, I don't care what DJs.
What started out as a casual accusations of sexual abuse between ex-lovers, Diddy and his ex-wife, ended up opening the floodgates of unimaginable scandals. In November 2023, the singer Cassie, real name Cassandra Ventura, filed an explosive federal lawsuit against her former partner Sean Diddy Combs, claiming he had been physically and sexually abusive throughout their relationship. The complaint alleged that Combs' abuse ranged from beating Ventura and forcing her to have sex with other men to rape her at her home in 2018. The rapper had settled the lawsuit within a day. Unfortunately, as one commentator said, this singular act of his came as a surprise to many people, especially those closest to him. including sexual harassment, non-consensual pornography, and sex trafficking. The situation escalated in March when federal agents raided Combs's properties in Miami and Los Angeles, reportedly in connection to a federal sex trafficking investigation. The internet broke at the news of discoveries made during his house raid, where federal agents found almost all the rooms were fitted with hidden cameras and collections of spy videos. Diddy's and his lawyer had at first denied all of his accusers' allegations. However, in May, CNN published graphic security footage showing Combs assaulting Ventura in a hotel back in 2016, which lines up closely with the allegations in her suit. Ventura sued under New York's Adult Survivors Act, which gave victims a one-time one-year window to sue their alleged sexual abusers and institutions, even if the statute of limitations had run out. The window of the statute of limitations had expired in November. And what is a statute of limitations? A statute is a rule, regulation, or law. A statute of limitations imposes a limit on how long after a crime is committed that a person can be charged with that crime. In the US, the general 5-year statute of limitations applies in every case, unless there is a specific code section that extends the statute of limitations for that particular offense. Cassie says she first met Combs in 2005, when she was 19 and he was 37. In the lawsuit, she alleges
Shit
that
getting
Combs
real. We need some
controlled
popcorn.
every aspect of her life, from her career to having access to her personal medical records. She claims he was frequently violent, physically abusing her multiple times a year, and that he often plied her with copious amounts of drugs. The complaint also claims that Combs forced Ventura to have sex with male sex workers in different cities, encounters she says he watched, masturbated to, and recorded. The singer says she never went to the police because she was afraid that
Damn right.
would merely give Mr. Combs another excuse to hurt her. She also alleges that following the dinner in 2018, Combs forced himself into her apartment and raped her, while she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. Ventura says she had ended the relationship for good afterward. In her lawsuit, she referred to multiple witnesses who saw the abuse take place. One of them, her friend, singer-songwriter Tiffany Red, had written an open letter to Combs describing an incident on Ventura's 29th birthday party in 2015. Ventura and Red claimed that that night, Combs and his security team forced Ventura to leave because he wanted her to have sexual encounters with other men. Red said Ventura had disclosed to her at the time that Combs was physically abusive.
I feel compelled to show up for Cassie and myself and confirm that everything she described in her complaint about what happened that night is consistent with what I experienced.
Which she had written. In a statement to the New York Times, Combs' lawyer Benjamin Brafman said Combs denied the allegations and that the lawsuit was riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation by those seeking a payday. Ventura and Combs had settled the lawsuit one day after it was filed. The details remain private. Brafman had said that the settlement is in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Following the settlement, Liza Gardner filed a lawsuit on November 23rd, right before the Adult Survivors Act expired. She says she and a friend met Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall at an MCA Records event in 1990 or 1991. They returned to Hall's apartment for an after-party, where Gardner says she was offered more drinks and was coerced into having sex with Combs. She says Combs also assaulted her friend. The lawsuit claims the encounter left Gardner shocked and traumatized.
That nigga look dusty as hell, nigga.
Marched into the room in her death.
That nigga look gay as hell.
Gardner claims that Combs came to the home she shared with her friend a few days later and allegedly attacked her again. He came to the house looking for the friend because he was worried she would tell the girl he was with at the time, according to the suit. In another complaint filed the same day, Joy Dickerson Neal alleges that in 1991, she reluctantly went on a date with Combs, who intentionally drugged and sexually assaulted her after their dinner. She claims that Combs recorded the assault and showed the tape to other people. While Dickerson Neal did not go to the authorities immediately after the alleged assault, she says she did eventually file a police report with unspecified agencies in New York and New Jersey. The complaint says prosecutors told her they need to corroborate her allegations, but she believes possible witnesses were terrified that Combs would retaliate against them and that they would lose future business and music opportunities if they made a statement, backing her account. Another woman, referred to as Jane Doe in the complaint, filed a fourth lawsuit on December 6th, alleging that Combs, his longtime lieutenant Harve Pierre, and a third unidentified assailant gang raped her at Combs's Manhattan recording studio in 2003 when she was 17 years old. Coincidentally, Harve Pierre, who previously served as president of Combs's Bad Boy Entertainment, was also sued by a former assistant who alleges he used his position of authority as plaintiff's boss to groom, exploit, and assault her several times between 2016 and 2017. The lawsuit claims that the men trafficked Doe across state lines from Detroit to New York City on a private jet, plied the teenager with drugs and alcohol until she couldn't consent, and then violently assaulted her as she told them to stop. The complaint also includes several photos that Doe alleges were taken at the studio on that night, including one where she is sitting on Combs's lap. The list is just unending. Crazy. In February, Combs's former producer and videographer, Rodney Jones, aka Lil Rod, filed a federal lawsuit against the mogul, alleging Combs fully harassed, drugged, and threatened him. According to the lawsuit, Lil Rod Jones worked on Combs's most recent album, Love, and lived with him between September 2022 and November 2023. Jones alleges he was the victim of constant unsolicited and unauthorized groping and touching of his butt by Mr. Combs. On one occasion, as the lawsuit claims, Jones woke up naked and disoriented in bed with Combs and two sex workers. He alleges that the music mogul had drugged him. The complaint also claims that, in his role as Combs's videographer, Jones secured hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, and his guests engaging in serious illegal activities. The illegal activities, the suit had alleged, includes acquiring drugs, soliciting sex workers, providing laced drinks to minors, and sexual assault. Horrific. In his suit, Jones says that he feared Combs was grooming him, and that fear became a reality when actor Cuba Gooding Jr. allegedly assaulted him during an outing on the music mogul's yacht. The actor had begun touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his upper inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks and his shoulders, the complaint alleges. Mr. Jones was extremely uncomfortable and proceeded to lean away from Mr. Gooding Jr. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away. An amended version of the lawsuit filed in late March names Gooding as a defendant. The lawsuit also says that Combs's circle enabled his behavior in order to have access to celebrities that he knew and socialized with. Mr. Combs was known for throwing the best parties, the suit reads. Affiliation with and/or sponsorship of Mr. Combs' sex trafficking parties garnered legitimacy and access to celebrities such as famous athletes, political figures, artists, musicians, and international dignitaries. Jones's suit names several other defendants, including Combs' son Justin, Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, Universal Music Group CEO Sir Lucian Grange, and former Motown Records CEO Ethiopia Haptemariam. Combs' lawyer, Sean Holley, denied Jones's allegations. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies, she told People. In April, a separate lawsuit was filed against Combs' son, Christian Combs, in which a woman alleged that the 26-year-old drugged her and assaulted her on a yacht chartered by the music mogul in December 2022. The suit also names Combs as a defendant. In her complaint, Grace O'Marcaigh had accused the rapper of aiding and abetting his son, alleging that he is liable as the person who chartered the boat. O'Marcaigh, who worked on the yacht as a steward, also claimed she witnessed partying and drug use between celebrities and constant rotation of suspected workers. Then, in May, another suit was filed in federal court by Crystal McKinney, who alleges that Combs forced her to perform oral sex on him in 2003. The lawsuit was brought under New York City's Victims of Gender-Motivated Violence Act, which gives survivors a 2-year look-back window to file civil claims against their alleged abusers after the statute of limitations has passed. The former model claims that she met Combs when she was 22 during a men's fashion week event in New York. The lawsuit says the rapper invited McKinney back to his recording studio, where she was allegedly given alcohol and marijuana that she believes was laced. Later in the evening, Combs allegedly took McKinney to the bathroom where he pushed her head near his crotch. The lawsuit says that McKinney refused to perform oral sex on Combs, but he forced her to do so anyway. She claims she lost consciousness and regained it hours later during a cab ride, where she realised she had been assaulted. Combs has yet to comment on the allegations. On May 24th, April Lampros became the 7th person to file a suit against Combs, accusing him of drugging and assaulting her over several years beginning in 1995, as reported by NBC. Hell, this is a Pandora's box of...
This nigga, that white girl? Yeah, he's tweaking.
I be doing
something kissy, man. Well, be active. June 9th, 10 a.m. Don't miss the real Blackout 6. Blackout 6. I ain't trying to miss it. These niggas playing Bondell, all that. Niggas playing Bondell, what niggas on? Yo, Blackout 6 about to go hizzy. Oh, here it is. The river. Easy. Black Ops 6 is coming out. Can't wait for that shit. They did justice. Whenever that shit comes out. Whenever that shit's coming out.
He had these custom-made shoes, size 22 or 3. A big guy.
All my clothes come from Japan, except my boots. Just like they said, everything is made to come from
WWE Hall of Famer Andre the Giant stunned the entire world with his size, standing at 7 feet 4 and 520 pounds, and he was even nicknamed the 8th wonder of the world. He passed away in 1998, leaving only one daughter behind after his passing, and all eyes have turned to her in hopes that she would carry on her father's legacy.
He was my dad.
They have just told me that Shemai has a Nubian feature, which means that their room on it was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Black families in Upper Egypt.
The thickness of his bone and the shape of his nasal cavity. The anthropologists
was around.
What's good, GG's? The Dadas, Aidas, Cubadabas.
They have just told me that Shemai has a Nubian feature, which means that their room on it was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
examining Shemai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bone and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian ruling class.
We always thought the ancient Egyptian elite were Mediterranean type.
For the first time in human history, it has finally been proven that many ancient Egyptian rulers and elites were actually black. In a groundbreaking discovery, anthropologists found a rare burial containing a 4,000-year-old Egyptian coffin with an untouched mummy. As they examined hieroglyphic markings on the coffin, they uncovered something surprising. The person in the coffin, identified as Shemai, was not an ordinary Egyptian. He was a high priest from the elite family, renowned for founding cities in the ancient civilization of Kemet, located along the Nile River in northeast Africa, known today as modern-day Egypt. But it wasn't just Shemai's prestigious lineage that captured the attention of researchers. It was his physical features that truly astonished them. Through detailed analysis of his skeletal remains, experts concluded that Shemai likely possessed Nubian features, affirming that this ancient Egyptian elite was of African descent and was indeed black. This shocking revelation challenges the long-held belief that ancient Egyptian elites were exclusively of Mediterranean descent. The coffin's markings also confirmed that Shemai's father was a powerful governor of the region of Upper Kemet, and his mother was the daughter of the founder of that region. That founder was Senusret I, a man who was actually the right arm of the pharaoh of Kemet at the time, What's even more astonishing is the fact that all of this happened more than a millennia before the 25th dynasty, where the black pharaohs dominated and revolutionized Egypt. This means that long before, black rulers in Egypt had always existed. For too long, the story of ancient Egypt has been whitewashed, its true origins obscured by false narratives of Mediterranean superiority.
Because they really doing it. The white people always trying to. White people always trying to fucking just put the shit onto it.
About Egypt's black
They make
pharaohs
themselves
and
the
ancient
author.
civilization. Before we
That's
proceed,
funny. That's
remember
authorized
to
that.
click the like button to support us.
Authorized that.
Share these eye-opening videos with your family and friends,
The
and don't
author
forget to
shit, nah.
subscribe to our channel. By
They
subscribing,
found all that
you'll
shit.
stay updated
And
on
they
new
went
videos
there.
and also help
went
us
there.
grow further. Now, let's travel back in time as we uncover the truth about
So
Egypt's
it's like
ancient
whoever
black
finds
rulers.
it, that's who
As evidenced by the findings surrounding
Wow,
Shimei and his
wow.
lineage, the roots of ancient Egypt run deep in the soil of Africa, far from the shores of the Mediterranean. Ancient Egypt has been whitewashed in historical and popular representations for various reasons, including colonial and Eurocentric influences. During the colonial era, European scholars often portrayed ancient Egyptians as more closely related to Europeans than to Africans to legitimize European colonial rule in Africa. Luckily, modern scholarship has debunked this interpretation, emphasizing the diverse and multicultural nature of ancient Egyptian society. The African roots of Egyptian civilization can no longer be denied. In fact, the Egyptian Sphinx itself screams the African roots of Egypt's rulers. Early accounts from French scholar Volney and others describe the Sphinx to have African or Negro features, with thick lips, wide cheekbones, a protruded maxilla. It does not resemble the facial features of the white race. This characterization has also been echoed by Afrocentric scholars such as Dubois, Diop, and Asante, who perceive the Sphinx's face as black or negroid. American geologist Robert M. Schoch also suggests that the Sphinx exhibits African qualities, contrasting it with the face of Khafre, one of ancient Egypt's pharaohs. There were many black pharaohs with their distinct African features that cannot be argued. From the Archaic period to the Late period, ancient Egyptian rulers exhibited features that indicate their African heritage. During the Archaic period, rulers like Nama, Zosa, and Huni displayed signature Negroid features such as flat, stubby noses, wide cheekbones, and thick lips. Moving into the Old Kingdom, pharaohs like Khufu, Djedefre, and Pepi I continued to exhibit these distinct features, affirming their African descent. In the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs like Mentuhotep II and Senusert I maintained their Negroid features, further solidifying their African heritage. Even during the New Kingdom, rulers like Ahmose and Thutmosis the first displayed unmistakable Negroid characteristics, including thick lips and wide noses. As Egypt transitioned through different periods, the prominence of Negroid features varied among rulers. While some, like Amenemhat III and Ramses II, displayed clear Negroid traits, others, like Horemheb and Seti I, exhibited features more commonly associated with Caucasians. Despite these variations, the overall picture suggests a strong African influence in ancient Egyptian rulership. Pharaohs like Ramses III and Susenes I continued to exhibit Negroid features, reaffirming their black heritage. Even in the late period, pharaohs like Taharqa and Tantamani maintained their distinct African features, showcasing the enduring legacy of black pharaohs in Egyptian history. In 2012, a laboratory called DNA Tribes released the DNA results of Pharaoh Amenhotep III and Pharaoh Tutankhamun. The results showed that they had the same DNA as people from Great Lakes and Southern Africa. This is DNA evidence showing that these ancient Egyptian rulers were in fact black African people. Meanwhile, another laboratory called the Zinc Unit discovered that Ramses III's DNA also belongs to the sub-Saharan Africans, particularly West Africa. All of this evidence overwhelmingly supports the presence of black pharaohs in ancient Egypt, with their African features serving as a testament to their heritage and legacy. Meanwhile, the portrayal of ancient Egyptians in popular media and culture has often been influenced by prevailing racial biases and stereotypes. We need to recognize and address these historical distortions in order to present a more accurate and inclusive understanding of ancient Egypt and its rulers. Despite the evidence that ancient Egyptians were blacks, the long-standing tradition of whitewashing ancient Egypt continues. It's nothing new, even if it's awfully tired and manipulative. Here's baby Moses being rescued from the Nile, in a rather inaccurate depiction of the inhabitants of Kemet at the time. All of this begs the question, do modern Egyptians even look close to the ancient Egyptians? Well, the answer is no. Just take a look at the relics that the media hides from the public. A lot of them are black. Take this model of ancient Egyptian soldiers, for example. This was found in the tomb of Meseti, who was a local governor of Asyut, an ancient city of Upper Egypt, at the end of the First Intermediate Period and the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. The group consists of 40 soldiers arranged in 10 lines. They are brown, indicating a strong tan in their skin. Meanwhile, this was found at the Mastaba Chapel of Hetephereket of the 5th dynasty. The art portrays individuals with features that have African properties. There are many other relics like this. We just haven't heard of most of them, because history has always had a bias towards the white race. If you're enjoying the video so far, give us your support by liking and sharing it with your friends and family. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more fascinating insights into the Black history. Your support motivates us to continue bringing you high-quality content. Thank you for being a...
No clue if this is normal? Ask the True Vet team.
How much is too much catnip? You just look happy.
Yeah.
Too happy?
Got pet questions? Get pet answers for free.
This is Shane. Shane had always wanted to finish college, but he had to support his growing family. He re-enrolled at CCRI and graduated. Shane did it, and so can you. If you're thinking about going back to school, CCRI is here to help. ccri.edu.
A part of our community. It's interesting to note that the reversal of the whitewashed history did not originate from European scholars. Instead, it emerged from the efforts of a few lesser-known black scholars in America starting from the 1920s. Among notable figures included J.A. Rogers, William Leo Hansberry, John G. Jackson, and the prominent Webb Du Bois. However, the most influential figure in restoring Egypt's black heritage came from across the Atlantic. Cheikh Anta Diop, a Senegalese scholar, was a key proponent in uncovering the truth about ancient Black Egypt. In 1946, Diop spent 15 years mastering physics while also delving into African history, Egyptology, linguistics, anthropology, economics, and sociology. Equipped with a comprehensive knowledge base, Diop developed a method of inquiry that focused on African perspectives. His arguments advocating for an African origin of Egyptian civilization gained widespread recognition due to the intelligence and persuasiveness of his ideas. Diop's contributions paved the way for a new approach to African historiography. Here are some remarkable discoveries of Cheikh Anta Diop, who recently passed away. The primary evidence supporting the black origins of Egyptian civilization is derived from the Egyptians themselves. They referred to their land as Kemet, meaning the Black Land, and identified themselves as Kemiu, literally translating to the blacks. Their term for the lands to the south, Kenti, also referred to the Sudanic peoples residing there, signifying first foremost beginning origin chief. Moreover, the Egyptians' linguistic orientation suggests a southern perspective, as their word for east is synonymous with left and west with right. This indicates a southward orientation, consistent with viewing the land of their origins. Further evidence lies in their anthropomorphic representations of the sun's journey, which rises on the left side of the sky goddess Nut, symbolizing a southern heaven despite Egypt's northern hemisphere location. Inscriptions often reference Egyptian origins and point to Punt, which is modern-day Somalia, and northern Kenya as the ancestral homeland. Inner Africa, called Taneta, or the land of the gods, evoked reverence and nostalgia in the Egyptians. More evidence of Egypt's origins comes from the genealogy of Noah in Genesis. Noah's three sons are Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the ancestors of the three main branches of humankind known to the biblical writers. Ham is indubitably the ancestor of the black race. His name comes from the Egyptian Kam, meaning black. His sons are Mizraim, which is the Hebrew term for Egypt, Cush, which translates to Ethiopia, Canaan, which is Palestine, and Phut, which stands for Punt or East Africa. Though allegorical on one level, the Old Testament writers accurately reflected known ethnic relationships of antiquity by placing the Egyptians in the black or African branch of humanity. In the 2001 Oxford Encyclopedia, Egyptologist Stuart Tyson Smith wrote, "Any characterization of race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions, not on scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans." Evidence from ancient Egyptian art supports the notion that they were of black African descent. Additionally, accounts from Greek and Roman travelers and historians, including Herodotus, who visited Egypt, describe the Egyptians as black. Herodotus specifically noted their dark skin and curly hair, pointing out that circumcision was a practice common to Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Colchians, suggesting a shared cultural and physical characteristic among these people. Despite efforts to whitewash ancient Egyptian history, there are unquestionably notable pharaohs who are recognized as black and are firmly established in historical records. The Nubian kings, known as the Black Pharaohs, ruled during the 25th dynasty from around 760 to 656 BCE. The Nubians are of African origin as they form an indigenous ethnic group native to the Nile Valley region in Africa. Originating from the Kingdom of Kush, located in present-day Sudan, these rulers conquered and unified Egypt, establishing a profound cultural exchange and a revival of Egypt's once fading glory. The 25th dynasty began with King Piye, who conquered Memphis, Egypt's capital, in 727 BC. He declared himself pharaoh, establishing Kushite rule. Shebitku, his successor, secured Kushite control after defeating the rival 24th dynasty. Later kings like Shabaka, Taharqa, and Tanutamun further solidified the power of black pharaohs over Egypt. The black pharaohs left a lasting architectural mark by constructing new temples and enhancing existing ones. According to Caroline H. Armstrong, Taharqa was the most prolific builder among them. He undertook ambitious projects like expanding the Temple of Amun at Karnak in Thebes, demonstrating his dedication to revitalizing Egyptian religious sites. The Kushite rulers of Egypt brought back pyramid building, creating impressive tombs across the land. They started constructing their own pyramids around 751 BC at El Kuru, with Piye, the first ruler of the 25th dynasty, being buried there. More pyramids followed at the Nuri site. These Nubian pyramids, inspired by Egyptian designs from around 1550 to 1069 BC, mirrored the style and symbolism of ancient Egypt. Interestingly, more Nubian pyramids still stand today, showing their lasting durability. The revival of pyramid building by the 25th dynasty not only revived ancient Egyptian burial traditions, but also highlighted the close ties between Nubia and Egypt. This connection also helps us further recognize the black heritage of ancient Egyptian rulers, as the rulers of the 25th dynasty were predominantly of Nubian.
For a limited time, shop Pixel's Summer of Savings event at googlestore.com.
Start clean with the power of Clorox.
In descent. The construction of pyramids by these rulers serves as tangible proof of the African roots of Egyptian civilization. With all of that said, it's crystal clear that we've uncovered a treasure trove of evidence supporting the black heritage of ancient Egyptian rulers. From the jaw-dropping revelations about figures like Shimei to the awe-inspiring legacy left by the Nubian pharaohs, we've barely scratched the surface of Egypt's rich tapestry. But here's the thing. The story of ancient Egypt isn't just about grand temples and towering pyramids. It's about the people who built them, who ruled over vast kingdoms, and who left a great mark on human history. And it makes us proud to say that many of those rulers and civilians were black. The whitewashing of ancient Egyptian history, though persistent, cannot withstand the weight of historical evidence and scholarly analysis. The portrayal of ancient Egyptians in popular media and culture has often been influenced by racial biases and stereotypes, perpetuating a distorted view of history. However, the truth cannot be buried forever. By uncovering the rich and diverse tapestry of ancient Egyptian civilization, we not only honor the contributions of its black rulers, but also challenge outdated narratives that seek to diminish their significance. It is through embracing the full spectrum of Egypt's cultural heritage that we can truly appreciate its profound impact on human history. As we continue to explore and celebrate the achievements of ancient Egypt, we hope that everyone can strive to amplify marginalized voices and perspectives that have been overlooked for far too long. By doing so, we honor the legacy of those who came before us and pave the way for a more inclusive understanding of our shared history. Thank you for joining us on this journey of discovery. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment sharing your thoughts, and subscribe to our channel for more fascinating content on Black history and power. Stay curious and proud. We'll see you in the next video.
That's crazy. Yo, these people really so weak. They educated people wrong, done. They fucking educated people wrong, done.
What you see here is actually not near the entrenched racist behavior in the Arab world. The matter of the fact is that racism is, and always has been, deeply ingrained into Arab communities. The Arab slave trade is a fact of history, a sad fact. And anti-black racism is a fact of current reality, a sad reality. These are shameful affairs that must be confronted.
So, I've lived in Dubai for almost 8 years. I did my high school here, my national diploma, my bachelor's, my master's here in Dubai. I had my child here, everything. And every single time I've been disrespected in this country, it's been coming from the low-budgeted Arabs. By that I mean it's coming from the Egyptians, the Lebanese people, the Iraqis, with Pakistani, Bangladesh, whatever, that community. You know, those are the ones that discriminate black people in this country. It's you people that discriminate black people and make Dubai look like it's racist. And they discriminate against black people, but it's coming from the low-budget Arabs and the Indians. Why are you so comfortable to do that?
The low-esteemed poor Arabs from Turkey, from Bangladesh, from Nepal, those people are the worst at treating black people like shit. And it needs to get into the light. We need to stop hiding. African people, stop hiding. This is something that is affecting us. The reason why we concentrate a lot on white racism, white people, white colonialist, white history, is because of black Americans. They are living in a place where there is majority of white governance, white rules, white regulations, white people. So they are oppressed by white people, and they speak about white people. And we Africans, on the other hand, are oppressed by the Arabs, by the Asians, but we don't speak about it. And also, when you come out and speak about it, people want you to keep quiet.
Well, we're gonna speak about it, that it's about to get real. It's about to get real.
It's very sad that all of us are experiencing the same thing just because of our skin color.
The energy that we put on white people is the same energy we should be putting on these Arabs, these Asians that are treating us as shit.
What triggered me to post that video was because I've been trying to secure an apartment here in Sharjah, but I've not been able to. Not because I could not afford it, but just because I'm black. Real estate agents in Sharjah will not give an apartment to a black family. Just because we're black, they will not give us a home. There's a new rule in Sharjah by the real estate company saying no Africans.
Humanity has truly never known the hatred, malice, and annihilation of greater magnitude, savagery, or longevity than that which has been perpetrated.
When you choose Tufts Health Plan as your Medicaid plan, you're choosing more, like health centers in your community, wellness programs, and our 24/7 nurse line. Get medicated more with Tufts Health Plan.
If you love being outdoors, lighting a barbecue, hitting the trail with a few friends, cheering your team on at the tailgate, however you spend your time outside, Arctic is made for it. Made for real life adventures, made for real life budgets, made with quality materials and innovative designs that lock in the cold. Engineered the right way, built to last, never ever overpriced.
Built to motherfucking last, nigga.
Against the peoples of Africa. For instance, what can one make of UK Conservatives' top donor Frank Hester speaking of hating all black women in a public space? One never stops to wonder where such hate could find the pride of airing itself before the global hearing of all kinds of peoples and tongues. What is behind it? It is the hardest thing to come to grips with. This was just days ago, this month of March, when the Frank Hester affair was rekindled. The Guardian newspaper had quoted Frank Hester as referring to Diane Abbott, who became the first black woman to be elected to the Parliament of the United Kingdom when she won a seat in 1987. Frank Hester, it was said, had uttered the extremist statement a few years ago that Looking at the country's longest-serving black lawmaker, Diane Abbott, made him want to hate all black women, and she should be shot.
Just like that.
Just like that?
The fact that there are black people out there who don't know that anti-blackness is global is ridiculous. Like, wake the hell up, you.
Such an extremist statement of hate, coming from none other but one of UK Conservatives' top donors, about a fellow human being like himself who had obviously done nothing wrong.
This calls for very serious brooding concerning how we ought to regard and relate with one another as one humanity and as one race.
This calls for some very serious state of careful deliberation on what has to go on or what has to come to a permanent halt. Abbott, the age of 70, had issued a statement in response saying that Hester's remarks were alarming for a public figure who is a visible presence in the community because she doesn't have a car and regularly walks or takes the bus. It is frightening, Abbott said. I am a single woman, and that makes me vulnerable anyway. But to hear someone talking like this is worrying. Other persons of high status had also expressed disapproval. The Minister for Women and Equality those who had spoken up. She had tweeted in a post on X, Hester's 2019 comments, as reported, were racist. Abbott and I disagree on the idea of making criticism of her to being a black woman is appalling. Although Hester had said that he tried to apologize to Abbott and accepted that the statement he made concerning her person in that private meeting years ago was rude, but his criticism had nothing to do with either her gender or color of skin. It is impossible to really ascertain the truth of this assertion. However, that is just one instance amongst a dozen tons of other instances of hateful treatment being directed at black people on a daily basis all over the world. Which brings us to the basics of today's video, examining how Arabs are the most racist against blacks.
What's good, kids? What you doing today?
There have been existing Muslims here in India, but none of them talks about it. Why only the African students?
We will be exposing works,
what's popping with you today, Gigi?
Behavior of racist Arabians.
How your day going?
And the acrimonious tendencies the black community amongst them are being beset with for as long as anyone can remember. Before we delve right into this proper, as always, don't you forget to encourage our works by simply hitting that like button in front of you, share with your friends and families to keep spreading our eye-opening black narrative, and kindly subscribe to stay on with us for more, while you help as well in building the rising membership of this channel. We are delighted to have you with us. Still on the affairs of racism around the globe, more than a dozen men have recently attacked international students who were performing Ramadan prayers at their Gujarat University accommodation in India over 48 hours ago. G.S. Malik, the police commissioner of Ahmedabad City, told reporters that around 24 people entered the hostel on Saturday night and objected to the African students offering prayers, asking them to do so in a mosque.
Yeah, I would have fucked them up. I would have fucked them up. I would have killed them niggas. Indians do that. Indians do. Mm-hmm.
This is time for Ramadan and Muslims who are praying, not even Christians. There have been existing Muslims here in India, but none of them talks about it. Why only the African students? Now they are breaking down the bicycles, the bikes, everything is being demolished down.
Yeah, right.
People posted for.
I was lying, and I would have killed them. So, yeah.
Navid Siddiq, a student from Afghanistan who was injured in the attack, told the Times of India newspaper that he and other students were offering Taraweeh, a special nightly prayer occurring during Ramadan, when 3 people entered the hostel and began questioning them. An argument ensued, and they had returned with a larger mob armed with stones, iron pipes, and
I would have fucked them
They went
up.
on a rampage in the hostel, assaulting
I would
students.
have knocked them shit out.
Boom! He told the newspaper. This is just another point of division and separatism that we every once in a while. Only this time, but it is, and has always been about that same mindset that all humanity would unanimously have to expunge from her midst for the words unity and oneness to be achieved. However, in the Arab world, worst case racism exists. People with dark skin are seriously discriminated against and often see their rights curtailed. Racism is a virus that has embedded itself into the heart and soul of Arab communities, thriving on ignorant perpetuation. Many Arabs don't feel compelled to question their bigotry because it has been so deeply ingrained into our cultural hegemony. Bigotry has become second nature, says the Arabian Janine al-Shalabi, a speaker and writer. Take a quick flick through some Arab TV channels. The only time you would see people with darker skin tones was when they were portrayed as servants or villains. Ideally, the actors had porcelain skin that glistened on screen, despite the fact that let's get right. Is black. TV constructed an unobtainable beauty standard for the Arab population, teaching them to equate dignity with Eurocentrism. And it doesn't stop there. Growing up, many Arab children would have been introduced to a desert called Ras Ilah, which literally translates to the head of the slave. This dessert is composed of a marshmallow center dipped in chocolate, said to resemble the head of a slave due to its dark color. Thousands enjoyed this sweet without caring to confront its racist origins. The examples provided so far may seem like mere jokes or meager coincidences, but the actuality is, these insignificant occurrences are indicators of larger webs of underlying prejudice that can easily spawn into something much bigger and much more horrifying. Let's hear what a Namibian who works in Turkey has to say about this. I am a Namibian living and working in Turkey. Being the only Black and African person here who's ever worked here, the pressure is so much. You need to have a thick skin to remain in a similar setting. The jokes they make, the kind of questions they ask, the privileges given to the Turks, the looks you get from colleagues and outside people when you go to the shops to buy something.
I'll be here, all they bitches.
And how everyone looks at you with disgusted faces.
Look at me.
Or stand close to you.
Look at me.
Through this, be strong and be financially responsible, and go back home and invest your money back home, where you won't ever feel like you are useless or unimportant. While that was a very touching experience from our Namibian brother, this racist attitude has become even more prevalent in Arab countries for the most reason that Arab governments, particularly
Mama ain't raised no weak nigga.
Africa and Southeast Asia, have failed to implement or enforce anti-discrimination and anti-exploitation laws. North Africa's whites came to look upon blacks as an abject race of slaves and treated them accordingly. Tuaregs utilized superior arms, transport, fear, intimidation, and their knowledge of the vast Sahara and control of Saharan resources to rule and exploit enslaved blacks, known as Ikalan. Under rising nomadic power, both Arabic-speaking and Berber-speaking pastoralists began to use racial identity as a more explicitly ideological justification of their position of domination over sedentary communities. The common feature in the emerging color-coded schemes of social status and identity in the Sahara was the negative and servile connotation of blackness. Thus, in the period just prior to European colonization, race functioned primarily as a legitimization of domination and enslavement of people defined as black. Along these lines, local Arab intellectuals in the Sahara rewrote the history of relations between their ancestors and Black Africans in a way that made them, in addition to rightful slave masters of blacks, the bearers of
rewrite your history.
Religious authority. In the northern zone, enslaved blacks were exploited as domestic servants, concubines, and porters, and even as elite Praetorian guards under Morocco's Moulay Ismail, 1672 to 1727. Across northern Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, domestic household slavery predominated. Master-slave relations tended to be face-to-face and relatively more humane than the hereditary chattel slavery found in the vast Sahara. Slavery and anti-black racism has been and continues to be harsher in Saharan zones. A slave mode of economic production emerged on the backs of enslaved blacks. When slavery dominates economic production, it takes a crueler form. In the Sahara, brutally enforced, racialized, hereditary chattel slavery emerged. In contrast, in northern northern zones of the Maghreb, enslaved blacks were mainly exploited as domestic servants and concubines in warmer, face-to-face interactions. The labor of enslaved black Africans made the Sahara habitable. The initial wells and irrigation in the Sahara were dug and operated by slave labor. Enslaved blacks dug and tended wells, excavated and maintained the underground channels of Foghara, irrigated gardens, cultivated dates, and tended flocks. The arduous and relentless work to irrigate in a desert included digging channels tens of feet into the sand, with the risk of being drowned under it. The oases across the Saharan zones of North African countries still reveal remnants of a racialized slave mode of production. The same is true for parts of the Sahara, loosely controlled by states. When it comes to the examples of anti-blackness in the Arab world, it really doesn't take much searching to see it. Mafaz al-Suwaidan, a PhD student in Harvard's Committee on the Study of Religion program, said in a meeting, she mentioned that racism is embedded in certain words in the language, the interactions with a predominantly migrant class, whether that be non-Khaliji Arabs or non-Arabs, and the way people treat their domestic workers. She referred to the kafala system that limits workers' freedom, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and violation of their rights. In many Arab nations, black workers are lured into menial jobs where their passports are confiscated upon arrival, and they are forced into humiliating and often inhuman working conditions. They have little to no protection under the law and are particularly vulnerable to exploitation, including extraordinarily long working hours, withholding of salaries, sexual, mental, and physical abuse, and denial of travel. The recent case of Alem Dechesa brought to light the horrors faced by migrant workers in Lebanon. Dechesa, a domestic worker from Ethiopia, had committed suicide after suffering terrible mental and physical abuse at the hands of her Lebanese employers, whose savage beating of her in front of the Ethiopian consulate in a video had gone viral years ago. A few activists in some of these places have had enough of such treatments and are starting to rise up. The greatest progress so far has been made in Tunisia. Tunisia is the first Arab country to have passed an anti-racism law. An intense discussion about racism emerged there after the 2011 revolution. It resulted from a vibrant civil society making use of the freedom of expression. In October 2018, the Tunisian parliament passed a law that defined racism and made racist statements and deeds punishable by law. Yet, even in Tunisia, many rights activists say there has been little progress in turning legislation into reality. To me, there's no change, says Kenza Benazuz, who researches discrimination in Tunisia. We don't talk about race. We don't have data based on race. We don't want to acknowledge it. Passing a law is not enough. Khalek Fixi, the co-founder of the Voices of Tunisian Black Women, says the law only exists on paper, since victims of discrimination and racist attacks don't have the means to take lengthy and costly legal action against perpetrators. According to her, there is still not enough political will to implement the national strategy that the law envisions. Shixi is a lawyer and says she dreams of seeing pictures of black children in textbooks and black Tunisians assume top posts in the government and the courts.
Right.
Roughly 10% to 15% of Tunisians are black, many of them descended from slaves, analysts say. While Tunisia became the first Arab country to ban slavery in the 19th century, its legacy remains tangled in Arabic slurs that refer to...
This is crazy. That's just crazy.
The first meeting I ever had, I was like, we gotta sign DMX. And they laughed at me. Jay and Dame did not believe in DMX. Jay would be like, you think he's better than me?
Did you actually invent 360 deal yourself? I wouldn't say I invented the 360 deal. It's what I needed.
The most wanted drug lord in the world, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, led away by authorities after 6 months on the run.
Here's the poster just released. El Chapo now caught, but it came after a bloody shootout. And in the end,
Don't let the wind up. El Chapo stay alive.
Vanishes without a trace.
10 tonight, breaking news on Detroit's west side. A former NFL player and one other victim found murdered in a basement.
Man, I can't take this. I love you, little cuz. The more you on social media these days, right after they're the one that put you in the grave. This picture and post is from a guy, Michael D'Angelo Griffin, former Detroit resident, was living in Alabama when he got involved in a multi-state cocaine conspiracy with a Mexican named Mariano Lozoya Garcia out of Brownsville, Texas. Brownsville is just right on the border. That's where a lot of stuff comes in at. So, what does this have to do with BMF? Well, okay, here we go. So, Eden grew up in Detroit. The deceased Mr. Edens grew up in Detroit, played football at Crockett High School, Detroit Public Schools. And he went on, he was like all city. He went on to play for Ball State, I think, in Ohio. Got drafted, he played for the Bills for one game, Buffalo Bills. Then he went into the Canadian Football League, played for a couple of years. And in 2014, his football career ends. And apparently, this happens with a lot of people to get a taste of the money from entertainment or sports. And then it's gone. That lifestyle goes from 100 to 0. And the easiest way to get back into money flowing is dope. But selling dope, it's like learning a trade. It's like being a carpenter or anything else. Trust me. If you didn't grow up around that type of, like, not just in a neighborhood where there's someone on the corner doing it, but I'm talking about in your household, and you didn't come up selling more drugs and a little more, and you're around it and you know how it goes. It's easy to get in way over your head.
When you're the corner of Hessel and Pearson on the city's west side, and just take a look. You can see this area is completely blocked off. Police are out here still investigating. If we look and go down this way, you can see that the door is open. That's where this double homicide took place.
This guy, Michael Griffin, is best friend, whatever that means, with this former NFL player from Detroit, Robert Edens. Griffin's from Detroit, too. He was living in Birmingham, Alabama. They meet a Mexican, Mariano Lozoya Garcia. I don't know if he was part of the cartel or what. He's giving them 10 bricks at a time. They're splitting it in half. Griffin is selling his in Birmingham, and Edens is bringing his back up to Detroit. This goes on probably less than 2 years. I don't know how many loads they got. You can see here from the federal documents. Also in this federal document, a picture I'm not going to show, it's of the crime scene, and it's of Mr. Edens laying on the ground with a pillow over his head in the basement. He still has on the same clothes he had on.
It's good with you.
Surveillance
you want the data? Just waking
Best
up.
Buy, where he went with his best friend, Michael Griffin, just like an hour before he was. And while they were in Best Buy, guess who was back at this little house that Mr. Edens inherited from his grandmother on one of Detroit's lovely streets, the 7900 block of Pearson, which is Third Road near Tire. Ricardo Slick McFarland was back at this house, and he was cuffed up. And while Ed was at Best Buy with a so-called friend, some other guys that Michael Griffin had Rico McFarland cuffed up.
Yeah, I just woke back up. I feel it, the data. It's right now this bitch too.
Rico McFarland had been friends with Marlon Welch, who's the son of Tanisa, Southwest T's wife or common law wife. I don't know. She's the one she's been interviewed on First Ladies of BMF and all that. Tanisha Welch. I think she was indicted as well. She did some time. I think her son did some time, but Rico, I think the way he was involved with BMF, he was friends with her son, Southwest T's stepson. He was only 22 when he got like about a 10-year sentence for his involvement in BMF. So I don't know how many years of the good life he lived, but then he went and did 10 years. And Mr. McFarland had only been out of federal prison for 10 weeks. how he knew Eden was just his friend. I think they're around the same age. Did Eden enlist McFarland because he just got out and he was like, oh, you're a BMS and you must have customer. Who knows? There's nothing about that in the federal report. And it's really irrelevant because Mr. McFarland is a victim of a homicide. He wasn't under investigation for any drug dealing. Feds didn't see fit to talk about what they thought the two of them were doing together because it really doesn't matter. But Michael Griffin and Edens and this Mexican had an ongoing interstate conspiracy. So Eden couldn't pay his tab, and his so-called friend comes up north with another guy he got from Mississippi. They're on the phone with the Mexican, and they're exchanging texts about something about they'll bring all the money in. Probably Eden gave his bricks to somebody who wasn't paying him. Maybe he asked McFarland to help him collect the money or something. McFarland clearly didn't know what he was getting into because they both ended up deceased. And this guy, Michael Griffin, what a bad person. So this particular case,
okay, let's play a little.
The New York Times reports that roughly 135 out of the 680 hotels scattered.
We got more information on Bloodhound Wolfjaw. That's the drug rapper who was killed yesterday. Over 45 steel cases. A crashed Honda found at the crime scene. You know, he was gunned down like crazy. A lot of people say he was backdoored and shut up because of all the bullets and where he was at. But I got more information on this case, so hit the like button. Go on the video 2,000.
Who is that? Lil Jeff. Everybody talking about that dude.
Do you recall? Do you recall the video she was posting?
So Sharp and Almighty got some weird, awkward tension going on. Now, I'm so not nosy that this was all going right under my nose without me really knowing. For some reason, I still thought that Almighty Suspect and Sharp were friends, you know, was big homie and little homie. I mean, I had no reason not to, bro. Like, Almighty and Sharp has been close, are probably the closest co-workers at No Jumper, right? Like, Almighty's earliest interview at No Jumper, he even shouted out Sharp and said he wanted to meet him.
My video should I bring Sharp in this month? Oh God, where you at? I would love to run some of this to do.
Another thing that went viral, you got on my ass, you J-Man. What's up with that shit with you and Ruger? I'm now, folks. Ruger was just giving his point of view on, he said he loved you. You still look bro to him. On both of them. How was you looking at that when I asked Ruger, hey Ruger, did you leave a little more in the hood? How, what was your thoughts on that?
And my thoughts on the shit, like, me being honest, bro, I ain't gonna hold shit back. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I'm gonna do this, bro. My thoughts on the shit, like, I'm looking at this shit like, you asked them that, but that ain't really what it was, because you gotta keep it real and be big fact. Who was there before Lil Mo? Who name was getting there before Lil Mo? You gotta get what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Everything folks had, I've been did that, bro. So leaving me is crazy. I'm looking at that shit like, hold on. Leave who?
Leave you? Okay.
Leave who? Okay. Come on, man. Like, if it wasn't me or him, it won't be that. It can't just be him. It's just me and him. So you got, it's like I was looking at this shit like, damn, motherfucker just throw me under the bus. Like I didn't do what I did. Like I ain't create what I created. Like I ain't get my name out there for the whole world to understand and know who the fuck I am, bro. Cause it's not one time I got on no interview and talked down on nobody or none of my homies, bro. No matter what situation, if we got along or we didn't get along. So that shit, I just looked at it like I ain't. That's how niggas coming, and I took it as that. That's why I came at you like, bro. If you gotta know what's really going on, broski. Like you can't go off one side and just hit it, and that's what it is, bro. If it wasn't for that side to be, if he ain't never say nothing, or speak up on that, you won't even be asking me this question right now because you won't know shit about it, bro. That's all I'm saying. So I looked at the shit like, man, you gotta really know what's going on. I ain't take it as like, man, niggas hoes, niggas bitches. Only reason I said niggas ain't right because that's out of place because everything ain't for the internet, bro. It ain't the question you ask, bro. It's the response.
Right. It do be the response, bro.
It's the response.
And that's what that's on my behalf and on Rue's behalf. Like I say, I talked to him after the situation. I feel like his major thing with you, like from what I understand, he's like, man, I'm just concerned about bro. But it ain't like I left him in the hood, J, man. He done been out here to Vegas with me. He told me that. So now I get what you're saying. Like, you done been to Vegas. Like, if you want to be in Vegas, I'm pretty sure you would be in Vegas with Ruger doing Cali, whatever the case is. But it's almost like, after being through everything that we've been through, Lamo, why you still want to be in Chicago?
No, this not what it is, J, man. Not that. I've been there with Ruger. I've been there by myself before, bro. You get what I'm saying? Ruger might have been there with me and helped me get there because we helped each other, but I did this shit before him, so I'm looking at it like, ain't nobody leading me, bro.
Right. You signed your deal first.
That's what I'm telling you. I've been
break this shit down.
I'm just trying to break it down to you, broski. When you seen us out of town doing our thing, I was signed, broski. Motherfucker couldn't tell. Because it wasn't to be said.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It looked like all y'all was lit up on Fulham Gray.
You know what I'm saying?
Whole game.
I moved different, but even though Fulham had shit going on, Fulham was doing their own shit. But we was all together. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no who got he got more money. You don't know who got more money than who. That's all. But that's how it's supposed to be with anybody and everybody. That's real.
Nah, that's a good perspective on the shit on Fulham. And I don't even want to make this interview too much about the Ruger situation, because I feel like y'all, like I say, I feel like bro got a lot of love for you. I don't know the internet shit. Like folks really love you on bro. Like he done told me that personally. So I just feel like sometimes it be a conversation that niggas gotta have brother to brother. You know, like how you say. And I see where your perspective is. A lot of shit don't be for the internet. In your perspective, and you can't do nothing but respect it.
This man, armed only with an inkjet printer and a sharp eye for detail, managed to shake the foundations of an entire nation's financial sector. He didn't use violence or threats to build his criminal empire. Instead, he relied on his exceptional forgery skills and masterful finesse to infiltrate every aspect of the Canadian economy.
Well, should know we're trying to kick it down the line. That's it.
About 45 shell casings, which tells us that 9 times out of 10 he was probably being chased, and they were shooting from him in the drive-by type of scenery or whatever the case may be. And you know what? Here's the thing, right? I definitely wasn't going to do no video today, but I definitely had to do a video based on this because we said in the video that we did cover in Bloodhound, Lil Jeff, before this, he has to be more careful. I don't know what these guys are thinking.
Bro, you gonna tell a fucking. Don't be tripped out.
Hello? 911, we got a call from this number. Is everything okay? Where are you? Where are you?
Imagine a moment of pure
That there was a single common and relatively recent origin for Native Americans, and that they came across the Bering Straits when the Bering Straits were a land bridge. That explanation no longer holds because of that Australasian DNA in the Amazon.
Everybody's heard about the Aztecs. Everybody's heard about the Maya. But before the Aztecs and before the Maya, there were a culture who are referred to as the Olmecs. I explored the Olmec mystery in considerable
For a limited time, shop Pixel Summer Savings Event at googlestore.com.
I am a content creator. Hey, girls are hot. What type of content do you shoot? I'll do something like this.
I do bikini pictures, pictures of my feet. People like feet.
We got drunk, we got naked, we had fun.
What is wrong with the girl in this house?
This is what happens behind the scenes.
Yeah, you know it's getting hot. You know it's about to drop.
At the turn of the 19th to the 20th century, an era brimming with curiosity and the spirit of discovery, the ancient civilizations of Mesoamerica began to captivate scholars and adventurers alike. This period, steeped in Victorian-era fascination, saw ancient cultures not as relics of the past, but as windows into a grand, albeit lost world.
The settlement story of the Americas is much more complicated than we've realized.
Fueled by a mix of exploration, colonization, and a penchant for romanticizing the unknown, people were drawn to the mysteries that ancient societies held. Institutions in Europe and the United States, including museums and universities, recognized the value of understanding these indigenous civilizations. They began to fund expeditions, not just for the sake of collecting artifacts, but to delve deeper into the history and culture of these ancient peoples. This marked a significant shift in archaeology, transforming it from a quest for treasures to a scientific discipline focused on careful excavation and analysis.
This is part of a curious mystery that is not unconnected to the genetic mystery.
The Olmec civilization, with its colossal heads and intricate stone structures, was one of the earliest to be uncovered. Yet in these initial stages, many artifacts were mistakenly attributed to the more familiar Maya and Aztec civilizations. This was largely due to their apparent similarities in artistic style, and because these civilizations were better understood at the time.
It's been known by archaeologists for quite a long time that there are anomalous skulls in parts of Brazil.
The unique aspects of Olmec art and iconography were not immediately recognized, highlighting the challenges faced by early archaeologists in differentiating between the complex cultures of the region. Two figures who played a pivotal role in bringing the wonders of Mesoamerica to the Western world were John Lloyd Stephens and Frederick Catherwood. Their expeditions, documented in Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, and Incidents of Travel in Yucatan, not only introduced the Maya civilization to many, but also set a standard for future archaeological work. Their detailed illustrations and engaging narratives captured the imagination of the public, sparking a wave of interest in ancient Mesoamerican cultures. This era also saw the beginnings of comparative archaeology, where discoveries from Mesoamerica were placed in a global context, offering new perspectives on the development of human societies. Museums Museums evolved from mere collections of curiosities to centers of research and education, significantly contributing to the dissemination of knowledge about these ancient cultures. Furthermore, the late 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed the emergence of interdisciplinary approaches in archaeology, incorporating anthropology, linguistics, and even early environmental science, which enriched the understanding of Mesoamerican civilizations. The story of how the colossal stone heads became recognized as a key to understanding the Olmec civilization is a fascinating tale of curiosity, exploration, and eventual enlightenment within the archaeological world. Initially stumbled upon by Western archaeologists in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, these massive sculptures, some towering over 9 feet tall and weighing several tons, presented a mystery.
But what's fascinating about them is they are supposedly the first high civilization of Central America.
With their distinctive facial features, including flat noses and fleshy cheeks and often adorned with helmet-like headgear, they captivated those who found them but left many questions unanswered.
What do we think those helmets were that they were wearing? Nobody knows, because no physical example of such a helmet has ever been found, just like no physical example of an Egyptian pharaoh's crown has ever been found.
The first significant
How your day going?
came from Jose Melgari Serrano in 1862, when he uncovered one at Tres Zapotes in Veracruz. Melgar described the sculpture as having Ethiopian features, a reflection of the era's interpretations and biases, underscoring how little was known about the Olmecs then. Although Melgar's discovery was groundbreaking, it was initially seen as an isolated find rather than evidence of a broader unknown civilization. For decades, these colossal heads were viewed
Where you at? What you
as
doing?
anomalies rather than
What does they
vital
look like?
cultural artifacts. Without a wider archaeological context, their true significance was overlooked, and they were sometimes wrongly attributed to other known civilizations.
Straight raining over here.
Or even to entirely
We're going to enjoy inside the
It was a
house.
puzzle missing its broader picture, waiting for the pieces to be put together. The narrative
Get
began
your
to
history
shift
up.
in the
History
mid-20th century,
season.
thanks to more focused and
I'm at home.
systematic excavations in the Olmec heartland.
Oh, what country you live in?
Such as
In
Matthew
America?
Sterling. These efforts unearthed additional colossal heads
You from
alongside
America,
other
Gigi?
artifacts, helping to piece together the puzzle of the Olmec civilization. It was through this dedicated work that the Olmecs were finally recognized as a distinct and influential culture in Mesoamerica, predating and potentially influencing subsequent civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs. In 1945, a groundbreaking expedition led by Matthew Sterling to San Lorenzo Tenochtitlan dramatically
Rainy
advanced our
days.
understanding of the Olmec civilization, an enigmatic culture that laid the foundational stones of Mesoamerican history. Recognizing the potential significance of these sites, the Smithsonian Institution stepped in, providing the necessary support and funding for a more thorough exploration. The vastness of San Lorenzo, spreading across several kilometers, presented another hurdle.
Is that Detroit?
It was impossible to excavate the entire site in one go.
Michigan.
Sterling and his team had to make strategic decisions about where to dig, prioritizing areas where surface finds indicated the presence of significant artifacts. This meticulous
I gotta go check you out in Michigan.
requiring careful planning, mapping, and a methodical technique to ensure the delicate artifacts, some centuries old, were preserved.
Why actress Jackson?
As they cleared the jungle overgrowth and dug into the ancient soil, Sterling's team was not just unearthing artifacts, they were also piecing together the story of the Olmec civilization. Every artifact, every stone, and every fragment of pottery added a new chapter to our understanding of this ancient culture. The detailed recording and documentation of their findings were essential, providing a basis for future analysis and helping to paint a fuller picture of the Olmec.
Michigan, where's that? I hope you're in the country of Michigan.
Around 1200 to 900 BCE.
It's a nice little town.
Beacon in the study of Mesoamerican
Why pick your
history,
fence?
often celebrated as the oldest major city in the region.
You got
This ancient city
experience
predates the
all the
civilization
different landscapes
Maya
of
and
America.
Aztecs, providing a unique glimpse into the dawn of complex societies in the Americas.
Latitude.
Thanks to radiocarbon dating, researchers have been able to pin down the timeline of San Lorenzo, offering a clearer view of the Olmec civilization's early days. Among the most striking discoveries of San Lorenzo, the site has yielded jade figurines and celts, indicating robust trade networks and the cultural significance of jade.
Radical.
Pottery styles found at the site offers insights into daily life, artistic expression, and the Olmec's trade relations. The discovery of large structures, including platforms and possible elite residences, points to a highly organized
I live
society
in Millsburg, Michigan. It's a village.
The urban
It's a
layout of
village?
San Lorenzo, organized around a central
You're in a
axis,
village?
reflects
I bet you're the tribe's leader, huh?
the existence of distinct ceremonial and
You're the
residential
tribe's
areas
leader.
suggests a sophisticated urban
You
structure,
seem like you don't want.
possibly mirroring social hierarchies within the Olmec society. In the 1950s,
I'm learning about
the
your village right
archaeological
now.
spotlight turned to La Venta, an Olmec site in Tabasco, Mexico, building on the momentum of earlier discoveries at San Lorenzo.
What's the village look
This
like?
shift marked a significant phase in unraveling the mysteries of the Olmec civilization,
How does a village look
regarded
like?
as one of the earliest complex societies in
And what
Mesoamerica.
do y'all do in your village?
With a renewed interest in the Olmec culture, archaeologists like Philip Drucker and Robert Heiser applied advanced methods and interdisciplinary approaches to dig deeper into the site's secrets, offering a more comprehensive understanding.
This is
of
a
this
kingdom,
ancient
so I
civilization.
figure you live in a
La Venta
village.
thrived between
Little
approximately
village.
900 to 400 BCE.
You can put your little
period that
village in
witnessed
our
the peak of
kingdom.
Olmec cultural
It
and
could be a
artistic
little, you know what I'm saying, section.
This era underscored the Olmec's remarkable achievements in architecture, art,
Shit, we
and
got
urban planning,
4,200
setting a
acres, so
precedent for subsequent
okay,
Mesoamerican
you can
cultures.
use 2 acres. We
Among
don't
the
mind.
distinct features of La Venta is the Great Pyramid, a
So
monumental
use 3
structure made of
acres.
earth and
We got
clay,
42. We
noted
still
for
got,
its
we still
unique
got
conical shape.
4,200.
Unlike the
Hold on,
pyramidal
200
structures that
acres.
would later dominate Mesoamerican landscapes, the Great Pyramid's design and scale highlight the Olmec's advanced engineering skills and their capacity for organizing large-scale construction projects. This pyramid, along with other structures at the site, was aligned with celestial bodies, hinting at the Olmec's sophisticated understanding of astronomy and suggesting its role as a ceremonial and cultural hub. The systematic excavation efforts at La Venta brought to light not only architectural innovations but also a wealth of artifacts, including the iconic colossal heads carved from basalt, believed to represent rulers or significant figures within Olmec society. Similarly, altars adorned with intricate carvings provided glimpses into the civilization's mythology and rituals. La Venta also revealed complex burial sites and offerings, including serpentine mosaic pavements, which offered insights into the civilization's funerary practices and religious beliefs. These findings have been instrumental in piecing together the social structure, religious practices, and artistic achievements of the Olmec civilization, significantly influencing the study of Mesoamerican archaeology. However, the preservation of La Venta faces challenges due to the tropical climate and human factors, underscoring the importance of ongoing research and conservation efforts. The exploration of La Venta in the 1950s was a watershed moment in understanding the depth and complexity of the Olmec civilization, providing a foundation for future studies and ensuring the legacy of this pivotal culture in Mesoamerican history remains appreciated and preserved.
There was a Spanish traveler who crossed the entire width of South America. Some years after the conquest of Peru had begun, he reported seeing huge cities. Within 100 years, other Spaniards were in there exploring, couldn't find cities. So they said, he must have made it. And that's what academia continued to say. They're only being found now.
Perched on the rugged hills overlooking the ancient city of Cusco, the capital of the Inca Empire, stands the majestic fortress of Sacsayhuaman. This colossal structure, crafted with mind-boggling precision and architectural genius, has withstood the ravages of time, silently guarding the secrets of a civilization long past.
This is one of those cases where the science is even more sensational than the headlines.
Imagine stones so large and perfectly fitted that not even a piece of paper can slide between them, and you begin to grasp the mystery and allure of Sacsayhuaman. This fortress, more than just a military bastion, is a testament to the Incas' advanced understanding of engineering, astronomy, and their profound connection to the natural world, challenging us to rethink our perceptions of the ancient world. Its story begins long before it caught the eye of Western historians and archaeologists, having been a significant part of local life and culture well before the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire in the early 16th century.
The horrendous catastrophe of the Spanish conquest. The Spanish sent ahead of them terrible diseases like smallpox.
The Spanish first encountered Sacsayhuaman during their conquest of Cusco in 1533. Led by Francisco Pizarro and his brothers, the conquistadors were immediately struck by the grandeur and precision of the fortress, which was then a central feature of the Inca capital. Among the earliest and most vivid descriptions we have of Sacsayhuaman were penned by Pedro Sancho, Pizarro's secretary. Writing shortly after the fall of Cusco, Sancho's detailed accounts, alongside those of his contemporaries, provided a first glimpse into the size of the stones and the sophistication of the construction, laying a foundation for future archaeological investigations.
That's me, for scale, standing beside that block.
As the 19th century rolled around, the ruins of Sacsayhuaman piqued the interest of international travelers and scholars, spurred on by the growing field of archaeology. Notable among these was Ephraim George Squire, who visited Peru in the 1860s. His detailed sketches and descriptions further fueled worldwide interest and brought more attention to the site's historical and architectural significance. By the early 20th century, the first systematic studies were underway, mapping the site's structures and attempting to understand its historical context. However, these early efforts were often limited by the techniques of the time and a colonial mindset that occasionally misinterpreted the site's purpose and construction.
Archaeology gives this work entirely to the Incas, even though the Incas themselves recognized and honored the work of predecessors.
Advancements in archaeological methods in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, including digital mapping, detailed stratigraphic analysis, and remote sensing, have significantly enhanced our understanding of Sacsayhuaman. These modern techniques have shed light on the construction sequence, the true extent of the site, and its various phases of use, ensuring that each stone and artifact found continues to contribute to the story of a civilization known for its remarkable architectural feats and deep integration with its environment and the cosmos. The construction of Sacsayhuaman stands as a pinnacle of Incan engineering and craftsmanship, incorporating advanced techniques that continue to puzzle historians and engineers even today. The massive boulders used in its construction were quarried from limestone deposits around Cusco, and transporting these behemoths, some weighing as much as 200 tons and spanning several kilometers, remains one of the great enigmas of Incan ability. It is believed that thousands of laborers, without the aid of the wheel or large animals, maneuvered these stones using nothing but logs, ropes, and collective human strength. The cutting precision of these stones is nothing short of extraordinary. The Incas mastered a technique known as ashlar masonry, which allowed them to fit stones so tightly together that no mortar was needed. The fit is so snug that not even a blade of grass can slip through the joints, which also provided significant earthquake resistance. The stones could shift slightly and resettle without causing the structure to collapse, an essential feature in the earthquake-prone Andes. Moreover, the architectural layout of the walls, composed of gigantic stones in a zigzag pattern, forms three parallel lines that merge into a formidable barrier. This design served not only as a strategic military defense, but also held symbolic meanings, perhaps representing the teeth of a puma, with Cusco itself theorized to be laid out in the shape of this sacred animal when viewed from above. Expanding beyond its visible structure, the layout of Sacsayhuaman is deeply complex and extends into both ceremonial and strategic realms. The zigzag walls, stretching over 600 meters, seem to echo the jagged peaks of the Andes themselves, blending the natural landscape into its sacred architecture. This design not only provided a stunning aesthetic connection to its surroundings, but also reflected the Incas' profound reverence for nature and the deities believed to reside within these natural elements. Researchers have also suggested that Sacsayhuaman's design incorporates an acoustic feature. Tests have shown that sounds made at certain points within the complex can be clearly heard across vast distances without any echo, indicating a sophisticated understanding of sound dynamics. This acoustical engineering would have been particularly advantageous during large gatherings and ceremonies, allowing leaders' voices to be projected to extensive crowds. Additionally, the site's astronomical significance is highlighted by the orientations of its walls and specific architectural features, which align with celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. Continuing with the architectural and engineering marvels of Sacsayhuaman, the Incas demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in water management by incorporating an advanced drainage system within the construction. This system was critical in handling the heavy rainfalls typical of the region, effectively preventing erosion and water damage to the structure. Alongside this, the tiered terraces not only provided a robust defense mechanism, but were also ingeniously used to manage soil erosion and fertility, likely supporting gardens or smaller structures within the complex. When comparing Sacsayhuaman to another iconic Inca site, Machu Picchu, some intriguing differences and similarities emerge, particularly in terms of purpose, function, and construction techniques. Sacsayhuaman, often misconceived solely as a fortress due to its massive walls and strategic location, primarily served as a ceremonial site and a symbol of imperial power and divine authority. In contrast, Machu Picchu, built around the mid-15th century, functioned as a royal estate for Emperor Pachacuti and was heavily focused on religious ceremonies and astronomical observations. The construction styles of these two sites also reflect their differing roles and philosophies. Sacsayhuaman is characterized by the use of enormous stones, meticulously fitted together without the use of mortar. This construction technique, showcasing large-scale monumental architecture, was likely intended to display power and durability. On the other hand, Machu Picchu, while also renowned for its precision stonework, utilizes smaller, more regularly shaped stones that integrate seamlessly with the natural landscape, reflecting an overarching philosophy of harmony and balance with nature. Moreover, the locations and overall designs of Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu further highlight their distinct purposes. Sacsayhuaman's position on a high plateau overlooking Cusco gives it a robust, militaristic, and expansive design, symbolizing its role as a guardian over the capital. In stark contrast, Machu Picchu is nestled between mountain peaks, often enshrouded in mist, creating a more secluded and mystical ambience that is designed to blend into its mountainous surroundings, emphasizing its spiritual and retreat-like nature. These strategic choices in location and design not only served practical purposes, but also conveyed the spiritual and cultural values of the Inca civilization. Continuing the exploration of Incan architectural ingenuity, Sacsayhuaman not only stands out as an architectural and ceremonial masterpiece, but also as a strategic military fortress, exemplifying the Incas' deep understanding of military tactics and effective landscape utilization. Its defensive characteristics are meticulously designed, blending the natural and constructed environments seamlessly. Strategically perched on a hill overlooking Cusco, Sacsayhuaman's elevated position offered the Incas a crucial vantage point from which they could observe any approaching threats. This advantageous positioning provided ample time to prepare defenses or mount counterattacks, making it an integral part of the region's security. Access to Sacsayhuaman was deliberately limited, with a few heavily guarded entrances. These were intentionally designed to be narrow, forcing attacking forces to enter in reduced numbers and become vulnerable to attacks from defenders positioned along the walls above and to the sides. Within the walls, the arrangement allowed for excellent visibility and easy communication between different sections of the fortress. Signal fires and other forms of visual messaging were used to coordinate defensive efforts across Sacsayhuaman and with other nearby fortifications, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. When comparing the defensive structures of Sacsayhuaman with those of medieval European castles, like the iconic Edinburgh Castle in Scotland, several intriguing contrasts and similarities come to light. Unlike the stone and mortar construction typical of European castles, Sacsayhuaman's walls were crafted using the ashlar technique, which involves fitting stones together without mortar. This technique not only provided significant earthquake resistance, but also ensured there were no weak points like mortar that could be easily undermined or eroded. Both Sacsayhuaman and many medieval castles share the strategic positioning on elevated ground, a common defensive feature that underscores the universal tactical advantage of controlling high ground. This strategic similarity highlights the shared understanding of defensive architecture across different cultures and epochs, each adapting to their unique environments and technological capabilities.
But what's fascinating about them is they are supposedly the first high civilization of Central America. That they create structures on a massive scale, that you can see connections between them and the later Maya.
For the Maya, the Milky Way was a particularly important feature of the heavens. They conceived of it as the road that led
to their netherworld, Xibalba.
In the verdant lands of Central America, the ancient Maya civilization flourished with a mysterious brilliance that continues to captivate the world. Among the many enigmas they left behind, their profound understanding of astronomy stands as a testament to their intellectual prowess. Graham Hancock, a modern explorer of ancient mysteries, delves deep into this aspect of the Maya, proposing intriguing theories that stretch the bounds of conventional history.
And that whole mystery of the Mayan calendar was clearly inherited from the Olmecs. It wasn't something the Maya made up. The Olmecs used that same symbolism. So the Mayan calendar is actually an Olmec calendar.
The Maya long count calendar, a marvel of ancient engineering, intricately tracked a 5,125-year cycle with astonishing precision. This calendar wasn't just a tool for marking time. It was a complex understanding of celestial cycles, intertwining the Maya's daily lives with the cosmos. Hancock suggests that this precision hints at a deeper, possibly inherited, knowledge of astronomy. Was this sophisticated understanding a legacy from a much older, now lost civilization? When one looks at the grandeur of Maya structures such as the pyramid at Chichen Itza, the brilliance of their astronomical alignment is striking. During the equinoxes, the play of light and shadow on this pyramid creates the illusion of a serpent slithering down its steps. To Hancock, these architectural marvels are not just buildings, but celestial maps, echoing an advanced understanding of the cosmos.
Orion was extensively involved in Mayan rebirth beliefs, which described the constellation and specifically its three belt stars as the turtle of rebirth. In Egypt, as amongst the Maya, the stellar context involves Orion and the Milky Way.
The Maya's awareness of the ecliptic, the path followed by the sun, moon, and planets across the sky, further fuels Hancock's theories. Their ability to predict solar and lunar eclipses and track the movements of Venus, which they revered as the god Kukulkan, showcases their deep astronomical knowledge. Did they learn this from an older civilization? Hancock wonders. A civilization lost in the depths of time. Hancock theorizes that the Maya might have been part of a vast network of ancient civilizations, sharing knowledge across seas and continents. This global maritime culture, as he envisages, could have been a conduit for transferring advanced astronomical and architectural knowledge to the Maya. The architectural designs of the Maya, seen in their pyramids, temples, and cities, reflect a level of technological and engineering skill that seems almost ahead of their time. Were these skills handed down from a previous, more advanced civilization? The mathematical systems of the Maya, including their use of zero, a concept rare in the ancient world, were integral to their astronomical calculations. Hancock proposes that this mathematical sophistication, too, might be a legacy from a forgotten civilization.
We're not what it's all about at all. That there may have been an earlier civilization that reached a high level of advancement, perhaps different from ours, but nevertheless an advanced civilization, which was just taken out of the story completely by a global cataclysm.
In a tale woven from the threads of ancient mysteries, Graham Hancock, a modern-day seeker of lost truths, presents a fascinating theory. He imagines a world where an advanced civilization, predating the ancient cultures known to history, once thrived. This civilization, possibly flourishing before the last ice age ended around 10,000 BCE, was a beacon of knowledge in fields like astronomy, architecture, and mathematics. Hancock's story tells of a society whose influence stretched far beyond its own time and space, touching various corners of the ancient world, including the enigmatic Maya civilization.
I think, and it's my case, that it wiped our memory of a previous episode of human civilization, that right at the epicenter of this cataclysm was a civilization that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out in this cataclysmic event.
However, this ancient global society in Hancock's story faced a dramatic and catastrophic end. He hypothesizes that a cataclysmic event, such as a comet impact or a massive flood, nearly obliterated this civilization. But not all was lost. The survivors, carrying the torch of their advanced knowledge, ventured out into the world. These bearers of ancient wisdom found their way to other, less advanced societies and shared their knowledge, planting the seeds for new civilizations to grow. Among these were the Maya, who, in Hancock's view, may have been one of the many inheritors of this ancient legacy. Hancock points to the Mayas' remarkable architectural and astronomical achievements as evidence of this influence. The precision of their calendar systems, their understanding of celestial cycles, and the alignment of their buildings with astronomical events are, in his narrative, not just the fruits of their own ingenuity, but possibly a heritage from a civilization lost in the mists of time. He draws parallels between the architectural styles, religious beliefs, and astronomical knowledge found across various ancient cultures, suggesting these similarities might be remnants of a shared source of ancient wisdom.
Because we now know that at that time, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur, and suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory.
In a narrative that intertwines the mysteries of ancient seas with the Maya calendar, Graham Hancock, a storyteller of history's hidden chapters, brings to life his theories of a bygone era. He paints a picture of an ancient world, not fragmented by vast oceans, but connected through them. This world, according to Hancock, was home to a sophisticated global maritime culture. This culture, adept in the art of navigation and shipbuilding, embarked on extensive sea voyages, knitting together the far-flung civilizations of the ancient world. Hancock's tale is not just about the movement of ships, but also about the flow of ideas, technologies, and beliefs. He sees the similarities in architectural styles and construction techniques across different ancient cultures as whispers of a shared knowledge, possibly disseminated through this maritime network. In this story, ancient seafarers are the unsung heroes, ferrying not just goods, but also the seeds of culture and religion across the world's watery expanse. He draws parallels with the Polynesian navigators, known for their remarkable oceanic voyages, suggesting that similar capabilities could have existed among these ancient maritime cultures.
They're telling us that this lost civilization was submerged in a great flood around 11,600 years before our time. This is why I think we need to pay attention to the Atlantis story, rather than just write it off as the ravings of the lunatic fringe.
But Hancock's narrative takes an intriguing turn as he touches upon the mysterious Maya civilization and their long-count calendar. This calendar, a sophisticated timekeeping system, tracks a cycle of approximately 5,125 years, culminating in a date that modern calendars align with December 21st, 2012. Hancock, weaving a tale from the threads of time, views this not as an apocalyptic end, but as a significant moment in Maya cosmology, a marker of major transition and transformation. In this story, the 2012 phenomenon is not a tale of doom, but a moment of cosmological significance, possibly indicating a shift in human consciousness or the dawn of a new era in human history. Hancock uses this moment to discuss the broader concept of historical cycles, how ancient civilizations understood and measured time, and their alignment with astronomical events such as the precession of the equinoxes and the galaxy's alignment. Graham Hancock, a modern-day chronicler of lost civilizations, presents a captivating theory. He tells a story of Earth's history punctuated by cataclysmic events, asteroid impacts, massive floods, and volcanic eruptions that have periodically reshaped the course of human civilization. In this tale, these cataclysms are not just natural disasters, but pivotal moments that lead to the rise and fall of civilizations, causing a reset of human progress.
Very little is left of the ancient North American monuments.
New Neutrogena Sport, non-greasy formula to give you winning protection.
Or getting that deposit back.
Start clean with the power of Clorox.
Just killing Jedi. It doesn't make sense. I trained her.
I didn't do it. Believe me.
The Acolyte, now streaming on Disney Plus, and starting at just $2 more a month. You can get even more when you add Hulu.
Death isn't how I am. Only bad people.
This girl's been missing for 3 days.
Can you keep a secret?
Watch it all with Hulu on Disney Plus.
More than 90% of the structures that were documented in the 19th century are now completely gone. And of the less than 10% that remain, the majority have been vandalized and destroyed.
Discovering the ancient Maya civilization has been like piecing together a giant, fascinating puzzle. Picture this. Back in the 16th century, Spanish explorers led by folks like Hernán Cortés stumbled upon the remnants of a once glorious civilization, with towering cities now reclaimed by the jungle.
Oh, the tragedy of the North American pyramids. There was once more than 1 million of them. Only 100,000 are left now.
Sadly, their initial encounters weren't the most respectful. A lot of Maya history got lost or destroyed, thanks to biases and a general lack of understanding.
The horrendous catastrophe of the Spanish conquest left the Spanish sent ahead of them terrible diseases like smallpox.
Fast forward to the 19th century, and there's a renewed buzz about the Maya. This time, it's explorers and adventurers trekking through the jungles of Central America and the Yucatan Peninsula, hungry for knowledge about these ancient peoples. Two guys, John Lloyd Stephens and Frederick Catherwood, became the rock stars of Maya exploration. In the 1830s and 1840s, they journeyed to sites like Copan and Palenque, sketching and writing about their finds. Their work lit up the world's imagination with tales and visuals of the Maya's grand cities and sophisticated culture. By the 20th century, studying the Maya had become a serious scientific endeavor. Archaeologists got down and dirty in the ruins, conducting careful digs and uncovering secrets that the Maya left behind. Big projects at places like Copan and Chichen Itza peeled back layers of mystery, revealing intricate details about how the Maya lived, worshipped, and governed themselves.
If you have a relatively short time frame to deal with, then searching for a lost civilization becomes much more complex and much more difficult.
Discoveries at Tikal and Palenque gave us peeks into royal life, with their elaborate tombs and stunning artwork, not to mention proof of the Maya's knack for architecture and stargazing. The lost city of El Mirador, hidden for centuries beneath the dense canopy of northern Guatemala's jungle, stands as a monumental witness to the ancient Maya civilization's grandeur and ingenuity. Rediscovered in the late 20th century, this city has profoundly reshaped our understanding of the Maya, pushing back the timeline of their architectural and societal achievements to much earlier than previously recognized. Flourishing from the 6th century BCE, the Mirador was a preeminent city in the Maya world during the pre-classic period, centuries before the rise of the more commonly known classical Maya cities such as Tikal and Palenque. Its scale and complexity are astonishing, with sprawling urban centers, elaborate plazas, and sophisticated water management systems, including reservoirs and canals, that supported a densely populated area at its zenith. The centerpiece of El Mirador is the colossal Vedanta Pyramid. Towering above the forest, Vedanta is not just the largest pyramid in the Maya world, but also one of the most massive ancient structures in the world by volume. The pyramid's base covers an area larger than 9 football fields, and it rises to a height of approximately 230 feet. Constructing Vedanta would have required moving millions of cubic meters of earth and stone. A staggering feat given the absence of metal tools, the wheel, or domesticated beasts of burden. This monumental effort underscores the advanced engineering skills and and social organization of the Maya, capable of mobilizing and sustaining such a large workforce. Mirador's discovery also brought to light an extensive network of raised causeways, known as Sakbia, connecting it with other cities and settlements across the region. These causeways facilitated trade, movement, and possibly acted as political and ceremonial pathways, illustrating the city's importance as a regional hub. One of the most intriguing theories about El Mirador, and the pre-classic Maya in general, concerns the reasons for the city's decline and eventual abandonment around the end of the first millennium BCE. Researchers speculate that extensive deforestation and the demands of large-scale agriculture may have led to environmental degradation, reducing the city's ability to support its population. This theory suggests a cautionary tale about the sustainability of human-environment interactions, echoing modern concerns about environmental management and conservation. Comparatively, El Mirador and its monumental architecture can be paralleled with ancient Egypt's Old Kingdom, which was contemporaneously constructing its own colossal structures, including the pyramids of Giza. Both civilizations achieved remarkable architectural feats without the advantages of modern technology, relying instead on a profound understanding of engineering, astronomy, and mathematics. However, whereas Egypt's pyramids served primarily as tombs for pharaohs, Maya pyramids, like Vedanta, were multifunctional, serving as temples and possibly observatories, reflecting the Mayas' integrated approach to religion, governance, and science. The decipherment of the Maya script stands as one of the most enthralling detective stories in the history of archaeology and linguistics. For centuries, the intricate hieroglyphs carved into stone monuments, painted on pottery, and written in the few surviving bark paper books remained a locked treasure trove of the ancient Maya civilization's wisdom. The breakthrough in the 20th century, primarily attributed to the insights of Russian linguist Yuri Knorozov, transformed our understanding of the Maya, unveiling a civilization rich in history, culture, and scientific knowledge. The Maya script is a complex system of glyphs which had stumped scholars for years. Early attempts at decipherment were hampered by the assumption that the script was purely ideographic, representing ideas rather than sounds, much like the Egyptian hieroglyphs before their decipherment. This led to numerous speculative and often incorrect interpretations of Maya texts. The turning point came in the 1950s with Yuri Knorozov. He proposed that the glyphs were not only logographic, but also phonetic, representing sounds. Knorozov's insight was based on the use of the Landa alphabet, a set of glyphs recorded by Spanish Bishop Diego de Landa, which had been dismissed by many as inaccurate. Knorozov suggested that these glyphs could represent phonetic sounds as well as logographic symbols. This approach opened the door to reading the Maya script as a fully functional writing system that included phonetic elements. Knorozov's work sparked a new wave of interest and research, leading to a collaborative international effort to crack the Maya code. Scholars such as David Kelly, Tatiana Proskouriakov, and later Linda Scheller and David Stewart, among others, made significant contributions. Proskouriakov, in particular, was instrumental in demonstrating that many inscriptions were historical records of Maya rulers and their deeds, rather than purely mythological texts as previously thought. This shifted the direction of Maya epigraphy towards historical reconstruction. One fascinating theory that has emerged from the study of Maya texts is the advanced nature of Maya astronomy and mathematics. The decipherment of the Dresden Codex, one of the surviving Maya books, revealed complex tables for predicting lunar and solar eclipses, the movements of the planet Venus, and the cycles of the Maya calendar. At the heart of their astronomical studies was the observatory at Chichen Itza, known as the Karakol. This structure, with its distinctive round dome and strategically placed openings, served as a window to the heavens, allowing Maya astronomers to accurately track the movements of Venus, the Sun, and other significant celestial entities. The precise alignment of the Karakol's windows with these celestial bodies' appearances and disappearances throughout the year underscores the Mayas' advanced architectural skills and and their capacity to harmonize their construction efforts with their extensive knowledge of astronomy. This integration of astronomy into various aspects of Maya life highlights a civilization that valued the stars not merely as subjects of curiosity, but as essential guides for earthly endeavors. The Mayas' legacy in astronomy, evidenced by their codices, observatories, and calendars, offers a glimpse into a society that found harmony in the cosmic order and sought to align its terrestrial activities with the celestial rhythm. It's a tale not too dissimilar to the story of the Rosetta Stone and the Egyptian hieroglyphs, but with a twist. You see, the Rosetta Stone was like getting the cheat codes to understand Egyptian hieroglyphs because it had translations right there. But with the Maya, it wasn't a neat bilingual text lying around. Instead, figuring out what those intricate carvings and paintings meant required a mix of smart guessing, deep cultural dives, and a bit of detective work in understanding the symbols, not just as pictures, but as a complex blend of sounds and meanings. Now imagine trying to understand a writing system that's not only about what things are, but also how they sound. And that's what the Maya script is all about. It's this incredible collection of over 800 different glyphs, making it one of the showiest, most elaborate scripts you could lay your eyes on. And the coolest part, we're still unlocking the secrets of this ancient script. The Maya script's ongoing discipline is a reminder that history isn't just about looking back. It's a story that keeps evolving as we learn more.
It's interesting that the patterns are geometrical. Someone made it, and it involved a very large amount of organized labor in order to make it. There has to be the will and the intent in order to do that.
Nestled on the outskirts of Cusco, the once thriving capital of the Inca Empire, lies the enigmatic site of Sacsayhuaman. This marvel of ancient engineering has captured the imagination of historians and archaeologists alike, thanks to its remarkable architectural features.
I would prefer to propose, and I have proposed, that what we're looking at is evidence of some kind of transfer of technology, that people came into that area who had other knowledge.
The site, believed to have been a royal estate or a sacred space for Inca leaders, is most famous for its colossal stone walls, forming three-tiered terraces that zigzag across the landscape like the teeth of some giant beast. The sheer size of the stones used, some tipping the scales at a staggering 200 tons, and the precision with which they're fitted together is nothing short of awe-inspiring.
This is a very neglected area of the world, as far as deep and ancient archaeology goes.
The joints between these massive boulders are so meticulously crafted that they leave no space for even a sliver of paper to pass through, showcasing an advanced knowledge of stonemasonry and perhaps an understanding of seismic activities, as these structures have withstood numerous earthquakes over the centuries. While mainstream archaeology attributes these feats to the Incas' sophisticated engineering skills, using simple but effective tools and techniques, Graham Hancock invites us to ponder a more mysterious origin.
A curious mystery that is not unconnected to the genetic mystery.
He speculates that the Inca might have been heirs to a legacy of knowledge and technology from a bygone civilization, now lost to history. This theory suggests that the astonishing precision and durability of Sacsayhuaman's walls could be evidence of an advanced pre-Inca society that had mastered construction techniques far beyond what was previously imagined for their time. Hancock's fascination doesn't stop at the construction techniques. He delves into the site's possible acoustic properties and astronomical alignments, suggesting that Sacsayhuaman was not just an architectural marvel, but also a center for astronomical observation and sound engineering. These features hint at a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos and sound, further fueling the speculation that the site's creators were far more advanced than we give them credit for. The mystery of Sacsayhuaman is deepened by the Incas' lack of a written language, which has led to a significant loss of their oral history following the Spanish conquest. This absence of concrete historical records leaves a gap in our understanding of the site's true purpose and the extent of the Incas' architectural knowledge. Despite these challenges, Sacsayhuaman's cultural and historical significance cannot be overstated. As a UNESCO World Heritage Site, it attracts thousands of tourists each year, serving as a vital link to the past and a testament to the Inca civilization's ingenuity. Now, the story of the Inca Empire, or Tawantinsuyu. This narrative takes us back to the early 13th century, around the region of Cusco in what's now Peru. It's here that the saga begins with Manco Capac, the mythical founder and first emperor believed to be chosen by the sun god Inti himself. From such divine origins, the Inca embarked on an ambitious journey of expansion, blending military might and diplomatic savvy to weave together a tapestry of conquered territories and assimilated cultures. At its zenith, this empire spanned modern-day Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, Chile, and Colombia, creating the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. But what truly sets the Inca apart are their engineering marvels. Imagine a network of roads over 40,000 kilometers long, connecting the arid coastlines of Peru to the snow-capped Andes, a testament to the Inca's engineering genius. This wasn't just any road system, it was the Capac Ñan, or the Royal Road, a feat of ancient infrastructure that included everything from stone-paved paths to suspension bridges made of woven grass. These pathways were vital arteries of the empire, supported by tambos and storehouses that provided essential supplies to travelers and military expeditions alike. Yet, the Incas' ingenuity didn't stop at roadways. They transformed the steep Andean mountainsides with agricultural terraces, preventing erosion and expanding arable land, all while developing sophisticated irrigation systems to water these terraced fields. Their expertise in water management extended to canals and aqueducts that channeled water from mountain springs to dry areas, ensuring the survival of dense populations. The heart of this empire was Cusco, a city that was not only the political center but also an urban planning marvel. Cusco was divided into sectors that mirrored the four parts of the empire, each sector meticulously planned and organized. And then there's Machu Picchu, the crown jewel of Inca architecture, perched high in the mountains and blending seamlessly with the landscape. This iconic site, with its terraces, temples, and palaces, showcases the Incas' unparalleled skill in stonework, stones so precisely cut and fitted that they've withstood centuries of earthquakes. Now moving back to Graham Hancock, a name synonymous with challenging the traditional narratives of history and archaeology, has long fascinated us with his theories on the ancient world.
Are we looking at the traces of a forgotten episode in human history? I think so. I think that's what's going on here.
He suggests that civilizations like the Inca were not only more technologically advanced, but also more interconnected than we've been led to believe. Let's take a closer look at some of the intriguing ideas Hancock puts forward. First off, consider the Incas' ingenious system of communication. They had these runners known as chasqui, who could sprint across the empire's vast network of roads and trails, passing messages with incredible efficiency. But it wasn't just about legwork. The Inca also used quipus, complex knot patterns on strings that may have been more than mere accounting tools. Hancock muses that these could have carried detailed messages, perhaps even stories across vast distances. He even floats the idea that there might have been even more sophisticated yet undiscovered methods of communication, hinting at a possible global network of ancient knowledge sharing. Then there's the matter of construction techniques. The precision seen in the stonework of sites like Sacsayhuaman is staggering. Without mortar, these stones have been cut and fitted together so perfectly that they've withstood earthquakes for centuries. Hancock suggests this might point to lost technologies, far more advanced than what's been historically acknowledged.
Perhaps a decision was made not to use metal. Perhaps a decision was made that errors had taken place. That in reinventing civilization, we shouldn't perhaps go down quite the same route as before.
And it's not just about stones and construction. He speculates the Inca had ways to harness natural energies, like geothermal or solar energy, in ways we're yet to fully understand. Hancock doesn't stop there. He observes how the Incas' agricultural practices, from terracing to sophisticated irrigation, showcase a sustainable way of living with the environment, possibly part of a broader, now lost knowledge of ancient civilizations. This idea of sustainability, coupled with their architectural and engineering feats, paints a picture of a society that was not only advanced, but deeply in tune with the natural world. Moreover, Hancock draws parallels between the architectural styles, religious beliefs, and cultural practices across different ancient civilizations. The similarities in megalithic constructions across South America, Egypt, and Asia, the use of psychoactive plants in spiritual rituals, and even practices like cranial deformation and mummification suggest a web of cultural exchange or influence that spans the globe. Graham Hancock, a name often associated with thinking outside of the box. Among his many interests, the Inca Empire stands out for its sophisticated communication networks and astronomical know-how, areas where Hancock's ideas veer sharply from the mainstream narrative. Hancock looks at the Incas' architectural marvels, like the precision-engineered Temple of the Sun at Machu Picchu, and sees a civilization deeply in tune with the cosmos. These buildings weren't just about looking pretty. They aligned with celestial events like the solstices and equinoxes, serving both practical agricultural needs and the ceremonial calendar. It's this star-aligned architecture that leads Hancock to ponder if the Incas' cosmic knowledge was inherited from an even older global civilization, suggesting a world where ancient peoples shared a sophisticated understanding of astronomy long before it was thought possible. Hancock's theories, while met with skepticism from the academic establishment, undeniably add zest to the ongoing dialogue about our ancestors. By proposing that the Inca were part of a technologically advanced and interconnected ancient world, he challenges us to rethink what we thought we knew about the past. Whether you're a believer or a skeptic, Hancock's insights into the Inca Empire invite us all to explore the mysteries of ancient civilizations with fresh eyes, reminding us that history is anything but written in stone.
Have you ever imagined stumbling upon a city lost to time, hidden beneath the earth for centuries?
Large cities, virtually, yes. Enormous cities.
When you have written documents that have survived, and if you can translate those documents, you can begin to get a fair sense of how history was unfolding. It's a very treacherous and dangerous place to be.
Can you just imagine what other mysteries lie in the wait of human discovery with all the untouched areas of the world?
Explorations and archaeological discoveries in jungle environments have significantly expanded our understanding of ancient civilizations. These lush, often formidable environments have hidden the remnants of societies from the prying eyes of modern civilization until relatively recently. But now, with newer technologies, we are able to look into these jungles without having to venture on foot. The lost city of the monkey god, also known as La Ciudad Blanca or the White City, has been shrouded in mystery and legend for centuries. Tucked away in the dense and nearly impassable jungles of the Mosquitia region in Honduras, this enigmatic city captured the imagination of explorers, historians, and archaeologists who dreamed of uncovering a forgotten civilization. It first came into the limelight with aerial photographs in 1939 suggesting its existence, but it was not until the use of LiDAR technology in 2012 that significant discoveries were made. LiDAR, which stands for Light Detection and Ranging, uses laser light to map the ground below dense forest canopies, revealing hidden structures like plazas, mounds, and an impressive pyramid, which confirmed the presence of a major pre-Columbian settlement. Further explorations on the ground uncovered stone sculptures with Maya-like iconography, intricate terraces likely used for agriculture, and large communal plazas, all suggesting a bustling ancient community. The architecture seen here, especially the pyramid, aligns with traditional Mesoamerican styles, indicating a complex society that once thrived in what is now a remote and difficult to access area. The city's location, deep within the Mosquitia's diverse yet hostile rainforests, shielded it from modern looters and remained a daunting challenge for archaeologists due to the harsh conditions. Local myths have added to the allure of La Ciudad Blanca, with tales suggesting the area is protected by supernatural forces and cursed, a narrative possibly rooted in the indigenous reverence for their spiritual and cultural heritage. This has given rise to various names for the city, including the City of the Monkey God, where legend has it that a giant simian deity resided. The comparison of this site to Machu Picchu, discovered by Hiram Bingham in 1911, highlights stark differences. While Machu Picchu's high Andean location and dry climate helped preserve its structures, La Ciudad Blanca faces the relentless forces of a wet jungle that rapidly degrades man-made constructions and is fraught with perilous wildlife and diseases, making explorations particularly risky. Despite these challenges, La Ciudad Blanca is as much an ecological treasure as it is an archaeological one. Positioned in a largely untouched jungle area, it plays a vital role in local biodiversity. The ongoing explorations are slowly unraveling the complexities of Mesoamerican cultures and their interconnectedness, providing valuable insights into how ancient civilizations managed to adapt and flourish in some of the most challenging environments on Earth. Each discovery at this site contributes essential pieces to our understanding of human history in the Americas, promising more revelations from this mystical city as research continues. Machu Picchu, often hailed as the lost city of the Incas, is a marvel of ancient engineering and design, first brought to global attention by historian Hiram Bingham in 1911. This well-preserved site, nestled between the Andean mountain peaks of Peru and above the Urubamba River Valley, offers not only breathtaking views but also a window into the sophisticated society of the Incas. The city's layout and the assembly of its buildings, large stone blocks cut and fitted together without mortar using a technique known as ashlar, reflect a high degree of architectural skill and understanding of seismic structural integrity, important in the earthquake-prone Andes. The urban design of Machu Picchu includes distinct residential, religious, and agricultural zones, optimally arranged to use the steep terrain to their advantage. Among its most significant structures are the Intihuatana stone, believed to have served as an astronomical clock or calendar, the Temple of the Sun, whose circular construction is aligned with the solstices, and the Room of the Three Windows, which holds cosmological importance and is positioned to catch the first rays of morning light. Thought to have been built in the 15th century as a retreat for Inca Emperor Pachacuti, Machu Picchu resembles more a royal estate than a city. It was a place for nobles, priests, and servants, with over 150 buildings from baths and houses to temples and sanctuaries, serving a variety of residential and ceremonial purposes. Its secluded location high above the Sacred Valley also kept it hidden from the Spanish conquistadors, preserving its mysteries until the early 20th century. The surrounding area of Machu Picchu is as ecologically diverse as it is visually stunning. Situated on the eastern slopes of the Andes and bordering the Amazon rainforest, it is home to a myriad of flora and fauna, some of which are endemic to the region. This biodiversity adds to the site's mystical allure and historical intrigue. Today, as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the new Seven Wonders of the world, Machu Picchu draws hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. However, this popularity comes at a cost. The site faces significant preservation challenges due to the heavy foot traffic, prompting efforts to limit the number of visitors each day to protect its structural integrity and historical significance for future generations to appreciate and study. Moving on deep into the jungle, El Mirador, nestled in the Maya Biosphere Reserve in Guatemala, was rediscovered in 1926 and has been a goldmine of information on the pre-classic Maya civilization ever since. Flourishing from the 6th century BC to the 1st century AD, this ancient city's monumental architecture rivals even those from later Maya periods, offering a deep dive into the sophistication of early Maya engineers and architects. The city is perhaps best known for La Danta Temple, one of the largest pyramids in the world by volume. This massive structure stands about 70 meters tall and covers nearly 7 acres at its base. Its size and the effort required to build it are a testament to the advanced organizational skills of the Maya. Constructing La Danta involved quarrying and transporting enormous quantities of stone and earth, demanding a sophisticated understanding of engineering and logistics. The temple likely served as a central hub for rituals and community gatherings, playing a vital role in the religious and ceremonial life of El Mirador. Another significant structure, El Tigre, stands nearly 55 meters high and serves as a symbol of Maya religious and political power. Positioned strategically within the city, it likely hosted various communal and ceremonial activities, possibly even aligning with astronomical events. The Triadic Pyramids, unique to El Mirador and similar pre-classic cities, feature a large central pyramid flanked by two smaller ones, all on a single platform. This configuration might have represented a sacred trio of Maya deities and was crucial for the city's spiritual life. El Mirador's urban planning was also remarkably sophisticated, with an intricate network of causeways known as sac bays linking major city structures. These are among the earliest known roads in the Americas and highlight the city's advanced urban planning capabilities. Large plazas were central to public life, hosting gatherings and ceremonies, and the city's extensive water management systems, including reservoirs and canals, were essential for sustaining its large population. Comparing El Mirador's architecture to other ancient wonders, such as the Egyptian pyramid of Khufu at Giza, offers some perspective on their monumental focuses and social uses between these two civilizations. While the Maya utilized horizontal layers of stone and packed earth, the Egyptians built with large limestone blocks, each method showcasing the unique engineering insights and materials preferred by these cultures. Another ancient discovery would be Tikal in Guatemala. It's not just another ancient city, it's a beacon that illuminates the rich tapestry of the ancient Maya civilization. Discovered for the Western world by Ambrosio Tut in 1848, and now part of the Tikal National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979. This sprawling archaeological site has been pivotal in understanding the complexities of Maya society. Its grand temples and palaces echo the architectural brilliance and urban planning acumen of a civilization that knew how to mold its environment to its needs. The city itself is a marvel of design, featuring some of the tallest temples ever erected by the Maya, set against a backdrop of dense Central American jungle. These structures are linked by an extensive network of raised stone pathways or causeways, which facilitated essential aspects of city life such as trade, military movements, and public communication. One of the standout structures is Temple 4, which soars about 70 meters into the sky, making it one of the tallest pre-Columbian buildings in the Americas. From its peak, one could easily survey the sprawling cityscape and the encroaching jungle beyond. At the city's core lies the Great Plaza, flanked by temples Lapan and the Two, and surrounded by the north and central acropolises. This plaza was the ceremonial heart of Tikal, pulsating with the energy of myriad public gatherings and rituals. Temple Waz, known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar, was built as a monumental tomb for King Jassar Chankawil, one of Tikal's most revered rulers. Directly across from it stands Temple 2, or the Temple of the Masks, believed to have been erected by the king's wife to honor his legacy, suggesting intriguing aspects of gender and power within royal circles. When compared to Teotihuacan in Mexico, with its rigid urban grid and massive pyramids like the pyramids of the sun and the moon, Tikal presents a contrasting image. Its city plan harmoniously blends into its jungle environment, and its temples reach towards the sky as if to touch the divine. This difference in architectural philosophy highlights the diversity in Mesoamerican urban planning and religious expression. Preserving such a magnificent site is no small feat. Tikal's remote location and humid tropical climate pose continuous threats from vegetation overgrowth and structural decay, challenging conservationists who must tread the fine line between maintaining archaeological integrity and supporting the natural ecosystem that has reclaimed these ruins. Through ongoing excavation and research, it remains a crucial site for archaeologists and historians eager to delve deeper into the pre-Columbian past of the Americas, offering new stories and insights that gradually piece together the complex mosaic of human history in this lush region.
The gods have spoken. You need a new, clean, heavenly body wash with Native.
There may be other worlds out there.
Universes. Flooding off other universes.
Where there could be an exact copy of our solar system, our Earth, and each one of us.
Where everything's pretty much the same, but maybe slightly different.
But where are these other universes? Why can't we see them?
Because we're in different dimensions.
Can this be true?
If there are extra dimensions of a certain size and shape, this experiment will find them.
The question isn't whether they exist, but whether there's 1, 2, 3, or 4 different kinds of them.
This sensationally means the universe sits in a sea of parallel universes. Imagine another world, a whole other universe with a solar system and a planet exactly like ours. On this parallel Earth, there lives an exact copy of you. You could be leading exactly the same life, but in another universe. Now, imagine an entirely separate universe where you could be living
a slightly different life at the same time as you live this life. It may seem fantastic, incredible, and impossible, and there could be many other universes out there. And now some of the world's leading physicists believe that they have evidence to prove it.
We are experiencing an existential shock. Our worldview has been shattered with the realization that yes, there could be parallel universes.
I mean, it's just a mind-boggling idea that there may be essentially exact replicas of us out there in the vastness of space.
Bottom line is, moms love that Lando Frost Premium Sliced Meats have no byproducts.
Bologna! Let's join the call. Hey, Bologna here.
I thought this was a no byproducts call.
Lando Frost Premium, a slice above.
Every time you feed your pet pills, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable, changing their life forever, so they can change yours. Science did that.
T-Mobile savings, take one. Focus. Here's the one. At T-Mobile, you get tons of benefits and you can still save versus the other guy. Check out the T-Mobile savings calculator to see how much you can save. And right now, you'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
Supercharge your switch with new Listerine Clinical Solutions.
The idea of a parallel universe is part of our popular culture. People all around us think of it every day, but usually in terms of fiction. One of the really exciting things is that scientists today are trying to see whether parallel universes are a physical reality.
Amazing new discoveries about the true size of the universe seem to indicate that all that we see is not all that there is.
We humans have assumed, like ostriches with our heads in the sand, that just because we can't see something, it ain't there. When my grandma was a little girl, for instance, they still didn't know that there were other galaxies. Now we know that there are billions and billions of other galaxies out there.
Remarkably, there may be 4 types of parallel universe out there. One kind could exist in the same exact space we're in, but it is so far away we cannot see it or reach it. In another scenario, multiple other universes could be in giant cosmic soap bubbles, adrift in a cosmic sea of giant bubbles.
Revolutionary developments have changed the entire landscape. Data from outer space have given us a new look at cosmology. And satellite data indicates there could be parallel universes.
In yet another scenario, many parallel universes occupy the same space and time as our universe. But because they are in different dimensions, they are invisible. In yet another, all the laws of physics are different, so everything looks completely different.
New theories called string theories are giving us worlds of higher dimensions. Quantum physics at the microscopic scale is also revealing to us the fact there could be parallel universes.
To keep things simple, physicists have divided parallel universes into different levels. Meet the level 1 parallel universe. According to physicists, the level 1 parallel universe is just an extension of our own universe.
Now that's the kind of universe which is really sort of part of our space, of our giant space, but it's so far away that we can't see it.
The level 1 parallel universe is based on the idea that the universe is infinite in size. If true, just by the sheer mathematical odds, there must be out there in endless space an exact copy of the solar system, the Earth, and all the people on it. If you're planning a trip, the closest level 1 parallel universe is really incredibly far away.
Truthfully speaking, you have to go to Googleplex yard is one with 100 zeros after it, and a Googleplex is one with the Google zeros. So it's an awfully long way, farther than we can see.
Those universes are so far away that light hasn't reached us.
But is our universe really infinite? A new theory called cosmic inflation suggests that it is.
We think that it was born in a very, very small state, and then there was a kind of a weird energy that pushed it apart by a tremendous amount. It just went whoosh.
Inflation accounts for how our universe suddenly and massively grew after its inception.
That's the theory we have right now for what made space so big. The theory of inflation says the fact that space isn't just big or huge, that it's really infinite. It goes on forever. Which means that there aren't just 1, 2, 3, but infinitely many other regions of space, just as big as our universe. Even the universe that we know is mind-blowingly big. When you fly around in intergalactic space like this, every little blob you see here can contain a galaxy, which in turn might contain hundreds of billions of stars with solar systems around them, and so on.
So there's just this enormous number of other spaces out there that we can't see.
And there is more.
We actually think that there's a gigantic number, perhaps even an infinite number, of level 1 universes.
This radical idea is leading to a completely new definition of the cosmos.
We used to say universe. Uni meaning one, a one-world theory. Everything there is, everything we can see is the universe. But now we have a multiverse idea, where there are unseen worlds. Worlds that we cannot see, worlds that we cannot touch.
If this wild theory is correct, the consequences are sensational.
Within this infinite universe, you might have other copies of the solar system, of planet Earth.
And this is the real shocker.
Then there's a copy of me and you and everyone else out there somewhere.
And that's not all. There are an infinite number of other universes and other Earths and infinite copies of each one of us. If true, then every possible outcome for every life has to happen. In some universes, in what some now call the multiverse, one leads existence.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
When you share a hotel room with your kid, you also share a bedtime with your kid. But if you get an Airbnb, you get to pick your own bedtime.
Things started off great, but once the new wore off,
They changed.
in the beginning, I got gifts like the phone, and then next thing you know, it's like I'm invisible.
So I switched up and got me a new phone carrier.
Don't put up with wireless yada yada. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro.
Exactly the same life, but in others, things can be slightly different.
You didn't get that parking ticket that irked you so much. Or you unfortunately never met your wife.
Anything that is physically possible actually does occur in some other parallel universe.
It means that in one universe, Elvis Presley is still alive.
They're different in one universe. George W. Bush is baseball commissioner.
Or perhaps we don't exist at all in some of these universes. The implications are staggering.
And if the universe is infinite and there really are all these level 1 universes in the infinite multiverse, all those other possibilities did somewhere happen.
Technically, there are a couple of ways mathematically for the universe to be truly infinite. But essentially, it must be shown to be flat.
The universe seems to be perfectly flat, which means either the universe is flat or is curved so slightly that we can't see it.
In this case, the universe would eventually curve back in on itself and form a hypersphere. It would then be finite in size and volume, and not flat and infinite. Another way to look at this is that the universe may have inflated so quickly and so enormously that it only looks flat.
Think of a bug walking on a gigantic balloon. The larger the balloon, the flatter things get. The bug walks in any direction, and the bug says, wow, the universe seems perfectly flat to me. But from a distance, we see that the bug is walking on a gigantic balloon.
But now an amazing new tool, the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, is changing everything. Some say the remarkable images reveal the true shape of the universe.
What we have here are baby pictures of the universe, what it looked like when it was only 400,000 years old. We're looking so far back in time that the galaxies hadn't even formed yet. We just had this dead, diffused gas, which gradually over time clumped into galaxies, stars, planets.
The WMAP is catching the very earliest signs of cremation. Officially, it is tasked with measuring radiation left over from the Big Bang. But now, some scientists have devised an experiment to calculate the overall shape of the universe.
If I send light rays through space and make a gigantic triangle, going from us here out to the farthest edges of what we can see, and then back, the angles of that triangle should add up to exactly 180 degrees.
If the universe is curved like a balloon, the angles of the giant triangle would add up to more than 180 degrees. To find out if the universe is flat or curved, they shot laser beams deep into space and made a giant light triangle.
Now we can tell, and the measurement is in, and the answer is it works beautifully. The angles add up to exactly 180 degrees. The universe is flat.
The WMAP seems to show that the universe is flat. For some, however, the jury is still out on the flat universe question.
I tend to think that the universe is, in fact, a soap bubble of some sort, but it is bent so slightly that we can't see it.
Some experts say that there are other, even more mind-boggling kinds of parallel universes out there. A level 2 type parallel universe made up of giant cosmic soap bubbles that float in hyperspace. Each independent bubble has within it an entire universe. The question is, do we all really live in a giant cosmic bubble?
All the electrolytes of Gatorade with zero sugar to rehydrate and replenish. Gatorade Zero.
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced using SafeLight. Why don't you just get it fixed? All right, so what do we do now? Let's schedule an appointment at SafeLight.com. Don't leave us here at the beach.
Schedule free mobile service at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace. Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
T-Mobile savings, take one. Focus. Here's the line. At T-Mobile, you get tons of benefits and you can still save versus the other guy. Others guy. Check out the T-Mobile savings calculator to see how much you can save. And right now, we'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
STEM Light Trap attracts and traps flying insects without chemical insecticides. STEM Light Trap.
Could our universe be just one mega bubble, a cosmic crowd of mega bubbles? If the sensational level 2 type parallel universe idea is right, then the true nature of the cosmos could be even more astonishing than ever imagined. The amazing concept is that in the instance of creation, our universe rapidly, suddenly, and massively inflated, creating a giant cosmic soap bubble. Our unique universe floats in a seething sea of other super bubbles, where bubbles can clash and spawn baby brother and sister universes.
It's happening all the time. Universes are inflating, popping out, and then blowing up to these huge sizes of universes.
The medium these level 2 bubbles are floating in is what some call the bulk, and others call hyperspace.
In this new paradigm, soap bubbles can form, reform, they can split. It's dynamic. Universes being created out of nothing, universes budding off other universes.
Altogether, these bubbles form the level 2 type parallel universe, and within it, there are an infinite number of level 1 type parallel universes.
The level 1 and level 2 universes are all in our same one space. There's only one space. Then there are these different regions which we call level 1 and level 2 parallel universes.
A flyby through the level 2 parallel universe, or what some also call the multiverse, would be a terrifying and spectacular experience.
A multiverse of universes, each one popping into existence, popping out of existence, perhaps colliding with each other.
Out of calamity comes existence.
What we call the level 2 multiverse is really best thought of as a tree or a fractal structure where you have a region of space expanding like crazy and sprouting off other regions which then expand and sprouting off other regions.
And other ones can bud off of that. So you can get this chaotic, eternally branching set of universes budding off from their predecessors. An infinite set of universes in this multiverse.
The big term for this monumental process is bubble nucleation.
Yeah, bubble nucleation is the geek speak phrase for the process where you have this inflating strange material and then a little piece of it stops inflating and causes a bubble-shaped region expanding around it to also stop inflating. And then you create in this bubble a nice, calm region of space where it will eventually form galaxies, stars, planets, and even people like us. So we are the children of the bubble.
For the first time in human history, children of the bubble are peering out and seeing on the horizon parallel universes. Determined physicists believe they are now on the brink of uncovering the ultimate mysteries of the universe.
Why look for these parallel universes that we can't touch? Because they hold the secret of secrets. They hold the secret of the origin of everything there is. For the first time, we can imagine where our universe itself came from. Perhaps when our universe popped into existence, colliding with another parallel universe, perhaps budding from another universe, these are the stuff of modern research today, pre-Big Bang physics, physics before Genesis.
But there is a problem. For decades, scientists have been searching for one cohesive theory of everything. One to unite Einstein's theory of general relativity, which explains how gravity works over large scales, with quantum physics, the science of the tiniest matter. Together, these two great theories explain everything humanity knows so far about the cosmos. But like a cartoon cat and mouse,
They're at war with one another.
These two theories hate each other.
They're completely inconsistent, incompatible. No way to understand, in today's world, a quantum version of general relativity.
How can we get a shotgun marriage between these two theories that don't like each other?
Bringing those together would give you a theory of everything in the sense that those are the ingredients you would need, I think, to understand the Big Bang, to understand the origin of the universe.
when in the 1980s, scientists came up with a lyrical-sounding idea, string theory, it promised to solve all the mysteries of the universe, including whether or not parallel universes are real. The idea is that all particles are not solid points or dots, as science said they were. Instead, if you could see up close, particles are in fact tiny string-like objects that individually vibrate in various ways.
String theory starts out by taking the idea of a string which vibrates, giving rise to different particles, and doing physics with that. That's rather musical in a way. It's like using guitar and bass in a band to generate different notes from vibrations of strings.
As scientists explored string theory more closely, they made a remarkable discovery.
We found that it wasn't just strings that were involved in the physics, but also membranes and other extended objects which could vibrate. And that's rather like enlarging the band to have drums and other instruments, which enrich the sound and really broaden the repertoire of things that could be played.
String theory has now evolved into what is called M, or membrane theory.
So now we realize that the particles we see in nature, the universe itself, consists of vibrating membranes and vibrating strings.
Treat your imagination at Baskin Robbins. See if only in theaters.
So you're in love with a bottle of lotion?
We haven't said the L word yet.
What you need to do is wear SPF every day. At least she's using protection.
Some chews only last a month, but Bravecto lasts 12 weeks, nearly 3 times longer.
Only Bravecto protects from fleas and ticks nearly 3 times longer than the other chews. That's 12 weeks of protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurological disorders. With nearly 3 times longer protection, why use anything shorter? Bravo, Bravecto. Bravo.
Things started off great, but once the new wore off,
They changed.
in the beginning, I got gifts, like a phone.
And then next thing you know, it's like I'm invisible.
So I switched up and got me a new phone carrier.
Don't put up with wireless yada yada. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro.
The crowning achievement of M theory came when scientists realized that to make sense of everything, you need to think of the universe as existing in 11 dimensions.
If you're sitting on a mountaintop and you look down, you can see all the separate little villages that are not unified at all. But from a mountaintop, you look at a coherent, whole, beautiful picture. And that's M theory.
M theory explains how the tiniest as well as the biggest things in the cosmos work. It also proposes that we all live on a giant and energetic membrane. Our universe is tethered to this wall by invisible extra dimensions. To make matters crazier, M theory proposes that 6 or 7 of these dimensions, the extra ones we don't sense every day, are tiny and right in front of your nose.
At every point of any one of these people walking by, you pick a point. At that point, there will be an incredibly tiny, curled up,
either 6 or 7 dimensions that you just don't perceive.
These membranes are also very close to each other.
You could have one of these membranes being a universe, and then moving sideways, you have another membrane being a separate universe, and they may be just a millimeter or two away.
The giant walls of energetic matter float side by side, like humongous sheets in the bulk or in hyperspace. An entire universe may be attached to a brain, or a universe can occupy the whole of another one. Our own universe sits on the skin of one of these giant brains that in turn is adrift in the cosmic sea of space.
And it's floating around in a bigger structure called the bulk. Our three-dimensional universe is like a membrane floating around within this larger structure.
Believing that invisible extra dimensions, that like an umbilical cord connect us to a hyper or bulk space where giant membranes live, demands a huge leap of faith. Where are these membranes that we're stuck to? And why can't we see these extra dimensions that connect us?
I'm floating around here on this kayak on the surface of the ocean. And you can think of this as a two-dimensional surface. But below me, there's a whole other dimension. There's the down dimension where all the fish live. You can think of that as the bulk. I'm on a membrane floating around, and the bulk is the other dimension. The fish down below the surface of the water are in a different dimension than I am. They don't even know that I'm here unless I happen to splash around and hit one on the head or something like that. So they might be completely oblivious to my existence, and I could be oblivious to their existence because we're in different dimensions.
But can a fleeting thought send you into an extra dimension and onto a parallel universe? According to the latest M theory, in less than an instant, in the first trillionth of a second, membranes in a pre-universe cosmos, like gigantic cosmic symbols, smashed together and produced the Big Bang. Over almost 13.7 billion years, a huge expanding bubble of primordial matter evolved into the universe we now know and love. Can crashing membranes create parallel universes too?
If it happened once, it can happen again, and again, and again.
So it's possible that there's a continuous cycle of brains smashing together to produce universes, and that it never stops.
If this is true, level 2 parallel universes must exist.
Time goes on forever, and there's a continual process of birth of universes through cosmic catastrophe.
In the level 3 type, there is an even more fantastic way parallel universes can form. Here's how it works. In both the level 1 and level 2 kinds, there are replica universes separated from us in the here and now by time and space. But in the level 3 parallel universe, these copies of us are right here, right now, living in the exact same space and time. They are separated from us because they're in a different dimension of this same space. And to bend our minds more, there are an infinite number of them. If true, this controversial many worlds concept has monumental consequences.
Parallel universes don't exist. Right. They're nonsense. There's something out of a Twilight Zone episode, a bad Star Trek rerun. But you forget one thing. One small quantum difference could separate me from an entirely different universe, where I have multiple copies of myself leading multiple different lives. This is shocking. This even affects morals. I mean, why should I obey the law knowing that in some universe, if I commit a crime, I'm going to get away with it?
Some people just know there's a better way to do things. And some people don't. Bundle your home and auto with Allstate and save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Nobody likes to be told what to do, except when someone says, "Hey, Peter Reese's."
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Your cut with any stylist. That's Clip Notes, only at Great Clips.
Over 14 million shelter pets fed and adopted. Science did that.
The outrageous idea comes from the strange world of quantum mechanics, the science of the atom.
In the bizarre atomic world, we have electrons that literally disappear, reappear someplace else. Electrons that can be multiple places at the same time.
This staggering quantum mechanical phenomenon is enshrined in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
As crazy as it sounds, not only does quantum physics tell you that a little particle can be in two places at once, but the so-called Heisenberg uncertainty principle tells you that sometimes the particle even must be in two places at once.
With a laser light and a glass apple, it can be seen how light particles, or photons, do this.
This shows that photons, the little particles of light coming out of my laser, can end up in several places at once. And since we are made of little particles, that means if they can be in several places at once, so can we.
In other words, in the instant that you have a fleeting thought, your whole body makes a quantum leap into another dimension and into a parallel universe.
And what it means is that if I'm walking down the pavement and make a snap decision as to whether I'm going to go left or right, if my decision depends on what some little particle in my brain was doing, then I will actually end up doing both. And the life of mine effectively splits into two parallel realities.
In a level 3 type parallel universe, even a cat has many more than 9 lives. The trouble is, in some of these worlds, the cat could be dead. And at the same time, in other parallel universes, the same cat can be alive and kicking.
But how? How can you have a dead cat and a live cat simultaneously because the universe splits in half? In one universe, we have a dead cat. In the other universe, we have a live cat. Get used to it.
What is even more shocking is that in some of these many worlds, a tiny quantum difference in thought can change the whole world.
It's like the butterfly that flaps its wing and makes the hurricane. Tiny microscopic events would change the course of history. So every historical event actually happened in every possible way in some branch of this ever-splitting many worlds universe.
In one, the Nazis won World War II.
In which case, I'm now speaking German, and there's a swastika behind me.
In another world, none of the horror ever happened.
In one universe, there's no World War II. And 50 or so million people didn't have to die.
Like the endless rolls of the dice, all possible numbers and all possible kinds of universes and outcomes will eventually turn up and occur in one of these many worlds. In fact, all our wishes too can come true in a parallel universe.
If the many worlds idea is right, then there's a branch of the universe in which the Chicago Cubs won the World Series last year.
You can imagine that the USA was still a colony of the British, for example.
Even the impossible is probable in some parallel universe. There could even be creatures coming into our world from these mysterious extra dimensions.
TD Bank grants have actually helped us build new and more affordable housing and actually keep families and residents in the neighborhood where they also work.
Each dog is incredibly unique. Feed your dog's unique needs with Royal Canin Precise Nutrition.
Yeah, I'm up on the cloud and coming back down.
Try crunchy, melty, rich toasted chips.
Mrs. Meyer's Clean Day. Delightful garden scents to brighten your home.
As mind-boggling as it sounds, when it comes to the amazing world of parallel universes, anything that can happen has happened or will happen in some other universe, in some other dimension, space, and time. Quantum differences can rewrite history, creating multiple universes, each with wildly different outcomes, where anything and everything is possible. Some wars never happened. Others we never imagined did. A slight change means a comet missed, and even dinosaurs still roam some Earth somewhere. All and every one of these fantastic parallel universes occupy the same space, but are in a different dimension, and so invisible to us. Even as you peacefully watch TV, whole other invisible worlds could be raging all around you.
These parallel universes are in your living room. This means that in your living room, there are dinosaurs. You can't hear them. You can't see the dinosaurs that are rampaging throughout your living room, but they're there.
The quantum principle that creates many versions of each person can also create entire universes.
The universe, at one point, was actually smaller than an electron. If that's true, and if electrons are described by being many places at the same time in parallel states, this means that the universe also exists in parallel states. You inevitably get parallel universes. There's no choice.
But that's not all. Scientists recently have shocked the world again and claimed that there could be one more kind of parallel universe. These level 4 type are created either by quantum fluctuations or by brains clashing. What is created is radically different. In this type of parallel universe, all the rules are out the window.
It could be, in fact, that the mathematics and physics describing reality differs from what we're used to in our universe.
If the laws of physics are different in a level 4 parallel universe, space could just consist of gas and particles. Galaxies, stars, and planets would not have formed, and life as we know it would not exist. To show that any type of parallel universe, level 1, 2, 3, or 4, truly exists, experts must find the evidence. Be they big, tiny, or invisible, scientists must find physical indications of the extra dimensions that supposedly connect us to these other worlds. To do it, today, physicists at Fermilab in Illinois are conducting extraordinary experiments, hoping to prove that any kind, even the wildest type of parallel universe, is really out there. For the first time ever, real and remarkable experiments are taking place at particle colliders like the Tevatron at Fermilab.
Right now, this detector is looking for evidence of extra dimensions. If there are extra dimensions of a certain size and shape, this experiment will find them.
Their best chance of exposing extra dimensions comes from smashing microscopic particles together at super speeds. The smoking gun in the hunt is gravity. has been found to be a uniquely weak force. So the Fermilab physicists are looking for the particle that carries gravity. It is called a graviton.
It's the particle that carries gravity, which we think knows about all of the extra dimensions of space. So we think the gravitons, if you can produce them at high energies, should actually move off into the extra dimensions.
But finding a graviton, or at least a sign of one, is a huge challenge.
It's tricky and complicated because you're looking for nothing. You're looking for something that has disappeared.
What's the rate now?
It's very, very rare that you make a really exotic particle. So we literally have to collide them billions of times in order to find the very rare event where you make something like a particle that disappears into extra dimensions.
The Tevatron Collider shoots minuscule protons and antiprotons at terrific speeds, just short of the speed of light, around a 4-mile-long superenforced steel-encased ring. To protect the sensitive experiments from surface noise and for safety reasons, the collision ring lies deep underground.
We take beams of high-energy protons going one way around the big ring, and a beam of high-energy antiprotons going the other way around the ring. And then at two places in the ring, we smash them together.
When you try Jack Link's Flamin' Hot flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor.
Meet your flavor.
Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi included. Only on Verizon.
Got to be proud, next shout us out. Proud.
Meet the traveling trio, each helping to protect the running with Chase. Tools that help protect. Alerts that help check. One bang that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
The mighty collision annihilates the particles and produces an intense ball of pure energy.
The idea being that perhaps we can make new particles that disappear into the extra dimensions.
If nothing happens, how will the scientists know that a graviton has moved off into an extra dimension?
The way that you tell that is by reconstructing everything else that happened in this messy collision and then saying, oops, there's some energy and momentum that's missing here. So we call this a missing energy surge.
It could take years and billions of collisions before history happens and higher dimensions are found.
If extra dimensions are there, it means the universe is a much bigger and much stranger place than we had ever imagined.
But if it does happen, it would be proof positive that parallel worlds exist. The question then will be, how do we get there? Faced with extinction in the far-flung future, can humankind open a portal to a parallel universe? Parallel universes are not just a crazy idea dreamed up by physicists to marry science with fiction. If finally proven to exist, they could have an important practical purpose in the far-off future. Finding a tunnel to another world could one day save humanity. Billions of years from now, our Earth will meet its inevitable demise. Experts say that it will all end either in a big crunch or big freeze. If other universes are shown to exist, some say they could serve as a kind of cosmic lifeboat. For a future generation, a passage or gateway to another world could be their only hope for survival. The question is, can we find a way to get there?
One cool way of theoretically going from our universe to another one is to go through what's called a wormhole, a bridge connecting two universes. Kind of like getting on a train or a subway.
Like a subway system in the city. Going through this tunnel to a different place.
Think of two sheets of paper that are stacked parallel to each other, but then think of a gateway, a shortcut, a portal
connecting these two universes.
This extreme idea was first proposed back in 1935 by the inimitable Albert Einstein and his student Nathan Rosen. A throat with two conjoined black holes theoretically allows someone, like a passenger on a subway train, to quickly travel to another space and time. This could work if the universe is really an infinite multiverse.
Certainly, it's a theoretical possibility. A sort of shortcut, if you like. And it allows the possibility of traveling between distant parts of the universe, or perhaps between different universes.
There are all sorts of problems with trying to traverse a wormhole, but one challenge above all seems insurmountable.
When Einstein introduced the wormhole into his equations, he didn't think that anyone could ever walk through one of these things. Because after all, you die in the process.
Impossible as it may sound, experts think there may be a way to travel through a wormhole and live to tell about it.
In principle, you can go right through to another parallel universe. If you go through again, you wind up on yet another parallel universe. And if you go again and again and again, you wind up on repeated parallel universes. It's like going into an elevator and hitting the up button. Each floor looks like a universe.
Once again, however, there is a major drawback.
One problem is you don't know where you're going to wind up. You'll wind up in the middle of a star, wind up in the middle of a planet.
It may ultimately prove impossible for individuals to pass through a portal to a parallel universe. But there may be another way to save humankind.
If the gateway is very small, like for example atomic in size, perhaps what we should do is send a seed, a nanobot, a microscopic robot through the gateway containing the DNA, containing all the information necessary to create a new civilization on the other side of the universe. Where do we see that in nature? Think of a tree. A tree creates a seed. The seed contains the DNA that it shoots out in all directions, capable of creating a new tree.
I'm a rusty old boat hitch, and I am barely hanging on. See ya. Get off stage.
Baking with your other hand? It's a Cheetos thing.
One of my favorite compliments ever is when someone comes into my house and they're like, wow, it smells amazing in here. Lately, I've been using Glade's new Fresh Collection, Juniper and Tea, and it immediately transports me right to the spa.
This Father's Day weekend,
Riley's got this.
celebrate Dad with a Feel Everything movie this summer. Yeah, sounds right. Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2, rated PG. Thanks to the game. The idea is that if an advanced civilization in the future could assemble enough high-energy laser beams, they could, in theory, burn a hole in the fabric of space-time.
It's very difficult. We physicists have calculated that if you concentrate enormous energy at a single point to attain something called the Planck energy, the ultimate energy, space and time itself become unstable. Little bubbles begin to form. Little bubbles that are perhaps portals, gateways to another universe.
In this way, a microscopic pod or nanobot containing humanity's DNA and the cosmic code of our world can be transported to a parallel universe. Faced with extinction, this could be humanity's last great hope.
If we can't do it, it means the death of the universe.
But if this incredible feat is achieved, our entire universe would be resurrected and, like a phoenix, rise from the ashes. the replay button on the Universal iPod could reset the cosmic concerto of human history back to the beginning.
At least some kinds almost certainly exist. Maybe the other kinds exist as well. We just don't know.
Only then, perhaps, will we be certain that there are parallel universes. In space, threats can come from any direction. Years from deep space. Invisible but deadly bursts of radiation from the sun. Otherworldly landslides from above. And Mars quakes from below.
Outer space is the last place you want to be as a human being.
What makes fire more deadly in orbit than on Earth? What happens to someone exposed to the harsh extremes of outer space?
The saliva, the blood goes from a liquid state to a gaseous state.
Buckle up and prepare for space disasters. The year is 2030. A crew of astronauts simply hits the up button in a space elevator. The elevator will bring them to their spacecraft, which will meet them in orbit. They're grateful they don't have to risk the controlled explosion of a rocket launch.
We can now create carbon nanotube fibers that are stronger than steel. And believe it or not, they are strong enough to keep a space elevator afloat in space, so that you can literally climb your way into the heavens.
The 60,000-mile cable is attached to the docking station that revolves at the same rate as the Earth. Just like a geosynchronous satellite, it stays over a fixed spot on the ground. A space elevator would be any astronaut's dream. But the space elevator dream can also turn into a nightmare.
The space elevator has to be anchored to the Earth. But what happens if you have...
My Lowe's Rewards credit card saves us 5% on the things we need. 5% off, 5% off, 5% off.
And as loyalty members, we get points toward Milo's money for the things we want.
Oh, we want this.
See all new Milo's Rewards loyalty program is here. Download the app to join, earn, and save today.
A specialized blend of 5 electrolytes with 0 sugar. Gator Light Zero. How fast and easy is Just for Men beard and brow color?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And this is really easy to apply. Amazing. So easy to do. I'm doing this right before my interview.
Instantly makes any beard better. Just for Men 1-day beard and brow color. Get your free sample.
Storms. And all of a sudden, the moorings begin to snap.
With the cable still attached up in space, it will start swinging wildly, striking objects hundreds of miles away in any direction. It's also possible that some type of guidance computer or thruster problem could knock the platform in space off course, snapping the cable at the top. If it happened while a crew was going up or down the cable, they would be in for the last ride of their lives. And the 60,000 miles of cable hurtling toward Earth is long enough to wrap itself around the planet almost 3 times at the equator, creating havoc over a wide area.
It would be not only disastrous and dangerous for the people involved, the kinetic energy of something like that whipping through the atmosphere would be a menace to navigation. So it's going to have an inherent danger in it that any human system has.
This is just one of many potential disasters facing future space explorers. Living in space will also involve grave dangers. colonies on the moon or Mars will be faced with threats from all directions, especially above, where sudden spikes of radiation can turn deadly.
If we were walking around on the surface of the moon, I would say our number one concern should be solar flare. The sun erupts. The protons coming from that flare could kill an astronaut. There have been several flares over the last couple decades, which, if we had had astronauts on the moon just walking around in a spacesuit, would have been lethal for them.
On Earth, we're protected from most radiation. Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field are like a protective fence, letting only a fraction of particles through. On the moon and Mars, you are directly in the firing line. The moon has no atmosphere or magnetic field. Mars has very little atmosphere and only weak localized magnetic fields. NASA takes the solar flare threat seriously because it has already come close to killing Apollo astronauts.
The Apollo lunar landing crews were quite fortunate. In 1972, in August, there was a major solar flare. There was what they call the Great Solar Storm that happened to just take place in between the Apollo 16 mission in April and the Apollo 17 mission in December of that year. Had that occurred while there was a crew on the surface of the moon, they would have been dead.
The effects would be similar to certain people who died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those who were not killed in the initial blast, but were overwhelmed by the extreme radiation dosage within several seconds. An astronaut caught in that situation will have little time to react. A flood of deadly particles penetrates the body, killing all of the astronaut's cells in a few brief moments. So it's no surprise that space colonists will need to be constantly on alert.
We're going to need weather reports, but they're going to be space weather reports. We're going to need satellites monitoring the sun, giving us advance warning of flares. The light from the sun takes only 8 minutes to reach the moon. Coming behind it would be the particles, the lethal radiation. You'd have minutes, half an hour, that sort of time frame before you wanted to really be in a shelter. Such a storm might last for a couple days.
One option for protection is living underground. But don't let the barren terrain fool you. The moon and Mars are still active bodies where natural disasters like those seen on Earth can strike.
I'm here in the Mojave Desert in a cave created by a lava flow underneath 5 or 6 feet of rocks. Well, being underground in a cave may be an option for habitation on the moon or on Mars. On the surface of the moon and Mars, there's radiation from the sun, there's cosmic radiation. On Mars, there's dust storms. If we're underground, well, we're safe from those hazards, but we have other hazards.
The Home Depot has Father's Day gifts for every kind of dad. Always prepared dads. Go back for seconds dads. And I'm not crying, you're crying dads. And when you need it fast, get same-day delivery and make any kind of dad's day at the Home Depot.
Your skin is intelligent. Optimize accordingly. NIOD, engineered for skin optimization.
Imagine being in this cave where there's quakes, rocks falling down, crushing us, pinning us.
A moon or Mars quake could also threaten an above-ground colony. The moon and Mars don't have tectonic plates like the ones that cause most of Earth's quakes and volcanic eruptions, and there are no signs of active volcanoes. Mars do have hot cores. So as the pressure from that heat heads to the surface, the shaking starts. And where there's quakes, there's often another disaster.
Just recently, we've seen a landslide occurring on Mars. It was captured with the cameras in orbit. So we know this does happen. And that can be hard to predict. We might put our base someplace which appears perfectly safe, and then a few years later realize that there's a landslide hazard.
Scientists are still unsure what started the 2008 landslide near the North Pole of Mars. It was in an icy area, and researchers believe most of the slide material was ice. That's just the type of place a colony might be located to take advantage of converting the ice to drinkable water. Even a distant quake could still trigger a slide near a colony. But what if a hidden fault line is running right under the buildings? In the future, space colonists living on the Moon or Mars will have plenty of threats to deal with, including natural disasters like moonquakes and Marsquakes.
They're not active the way we're used to on Earth. They're active in different ways, and there may be unexpected ways that they could cause problems for us.
Since our current knowledge of these other worlds has literally only scratched the surface, it's possible that in the future we could locate a base right over a fault line without realizing what's below. And since weight is always an issue in carrying things into space, the lightweight buildings could be quite vulnerable, especially the outer layer.
If anything happens to that protective layer, that's trouble, very rapid trouble. As the gases stream out of the habitat, you've got to have a very efficient and quick procedure for getting into a spacesuit to survive that sort of decompression.
Death would not be instantaneous if oxygen and atmospheric pressure inside the colony are suddenly lost. On Mars, there is a thin atmosphere, although it's not breathable, since it's mostly carbon dioxide. On the Moon, there is only the vacuum of space. But you'd still have a chance, as we've learned from industrial accidents in vacuum chambers on Earth.
Exposure for maybe a minute or so is survivable. Now, if you stay in a vacuum long enough, there's not enough oxygen, so nitrogen that's saturated in your blood and your tissues comes out of solution and causes bubbles. That's decompression sickness. And also, if you hold your breath, you can get what they call pulmonary overinflation. Your lung ruptures into your bloodstream, and that's called an embolism. So there's multiple factors that could result in death from exposure to the vacuum of space.
Then there's the temperature extremes. Temperatures on the Moon go from a high of about 240 degrees Fahrenheit down to around 290 below. Mars could get just as cold. Although you could get lucky and have a nice 70-degree summer day. But without a breathable atmosphere, going outside without a spacesuit is still a very bad idea. Another thing above ground space colonists will have to be on the lookout for is meteors. The craters on the Moon tell the story. It's an easy target.
We're relatively comfortable down here underneath these layers of protection. We've got a thick atmosphere which absorbs and burns up meteorites. We go to the Moon, nothing. There's no thick atmosphere.
We are exposed to everything that space is throwing at us. If you go to Mars, there's a thin atmosphere, but it's not anywhere near as good as the Earth's. Again, we're exposed to what's coming in from space.
Smaller meteors, that are only inches or fractions of an inch wide, known as micrometeoroids, will strike most often and without warning.
You're walking along the surface of Mars, and something the size of a grain of sand comes slamming into your spacesuit. That's going to be a serious problem. It's going to be loss of the pressure in the spacesuit. It could mean loss of the life of an astronaut. When we have lots of people doing a lot of work on other worlds, eventually that's going to happen. That's the equivalent of a lightning strike, a rare, possibly fatal event.
Micrometeoroids could also punch a hole through the wall of a colony building. Like space stations, colonies will probably be built in a series of sections or modules. And just as crews have had to seal off sections of a space station in an emergency, colonists will likely do the same. Large meteors will hopefully be tracked, so the colonists will know they're coming. But evacuation might not do any good. A nearby strike would still send out a deadly shockwave for miles. A 10-foot wide meteor hits with the explosive equivalent of 6,000 to 8,000 tons of TNT. Flying debris could also damage colony buildings beyond repair. And anything approaching a direct hit, there'll be little evidence that the colonists were ever there.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast. Treat your imagination at Baskin Robbins. See it only in theaters.
Lasting hydration doesn't have to feel heavy. CeraVe Ultralight Moisturizing Gel with a weightless feel on skin. With 3 essential ceramides, hyaluronic acid, and niacinamide, the hydration skin needs with the weightless feel you want. CeraVe Ultralight Moisturizing Gel.
It's unlikely that colonists would live anywhere near one of Mars's volcanoes. And the moon probably hasn't seen volcanic activity in the last few billion years. But even ancient remnants of volcanoes could still cause trouble for crews in vehicles.
Both the moon and Mars show evidence of volcanic flows. So we might expect to find there this sort of thing, volcanic caves. Now imagine driving along the surface, come across one of these, you're not expecting it. That could ruin your day, could ruin your vehicle. You could be at the bottom of this pit without any way to get up. Even worse would be imagining one of these volcanic caves with a thin layer of volcanic rock on top of it. You move across on top of that, it gives, and down you go.
But not all colony disasters would be so dramatic. Simply running out of supplies is one of the greatest dangers. Since the moon is much closer, emergency supplies could arrive in a matter of days. With Mars, help is many months to years away, depending on how the planets are aligned.
On Mars, if something goes wrong and you lose some supplies, resupply from Earth can be 2 or 3 years away. You think you've got enough to last, you lose half of it to an accident, you're dead. It's a real problem. I think that means you're going to have more than what you need. You're going to have enough for 5, 6 years.
Living in space much closer to home, on space stations and longer shuttle flights, has already taught us a lot about the dangers of space. And fire is space crew enemy #1.
The reason fire is such a threat is because spacecraft traditionally have higher levels of oxygen than the atmosphere, certainly higher concentrations under pressure. They're also filled with electronic equipment. Electronic equipment puts out heat, and often there are sparks and arcs. It's a bad combination.
Luckily, designers have made it easier for crews to put out fires where all those miles of wire live behind the control panels.
This is a mock-up of the Space Shuttle flight deck that we use for training and crews. If you look at the various panels we have, you will see small holes like this at various locations around it. And these are for fire extinguishers, so that if there is a fire behind one of these panels, you can put an extinguisher in there to extinguish the fire.
Andrew Thomas knows a thing or two about fires in space. While on the Mir space station in 1998, a fire suddenly broke out.
All the smoke was pumped right out into the cabin.
Crews hurtle through space in their enclosed craft, desperate to maintain the Earth-like atmosphere inside. Out here, fire is one of the biggest threats. In 1998, NASA astronaut Andrew Thomas is on board the Mir space station with 2 Russian cosmonauts. Suddenly, a fire breaks out. Ironically, the fire starts while cleaning what's known as an air scrubber, one of the filters designed to remove exhaled carbon dioxide and other toxins from the space crew's environment.
All the smoke was pumped right out into the cabin, and so all of a sudden, the cabin in one part of the space station just became thick with a pall of smoke. And of course, all the air handlers then moved all that smoke around the spacecraft, so within about 2 hours, the entire spacecraft was completely filled with smoke. So we had to just wait for the air handlers to scrub all of this contamination out, and that took about 2 days. And we all manifested symptoms of the toxicity of that environment. When there's a lot of carbon monoxide at those levels, you have nausea, a certain amount of confusion, invariably a headache because you're oxygen deprived. And it's just a very uncomfortable feeling.
The dangers of fire in space go beyond the fact that you can't open a window or call the fire department. Fire actually behaves differently inside a spacecraft in zero gravity.
What we are seeing is a candle flame. The bottom one is a candle in normal gravity. And as you can see, the flame moves up because buoyancy pushes the hot gases around the flame up. The top photograph is the same candle, but in the absence of gravity.
Let me take that back. For the module statement, burn will be initiated here in about 15 seconds.
The hot gases don't move up, and what you have is an spherical flame.
There's the flame. Here's the initial light off for combustion module 2.
So, putting a smoke detector on the ceiling like we do on Earth doesn't work in space. Instead, detectors are located next to small suction devices that draw air and any smoke or other toxins toward the detector. To figure out just how dangerous fire is in space, Professor Fernandez-Peyo's team performs experiments in the University of California, Berkeley Combustion Lab and on KC-135 aircraft in short bursts of 0G. In theory, fires in zero gravity should be less intense because the hot gases don't rise, which means cool air isn't drawn in at the base to keep feeding the flames. But they're finding that the reality inside a spacecraft is more dangerous. Air conditioning systems create small air currents. Those currents bring fresh air, or in this case, fuel, to the fire. At the same time, the low airflow and lack of gravity don't remove the heat as quickly as on Earth. The result?
this type of fires are hotter.
With T-Mobile for Business, our internet and voice bundle saves you more than 30% versus big cable. Add mobile for even greater value and get the most out of America's largest 5G network. Switch and save.
Now streaming before the Empire, before the menace, there was the Acolyte.
And more dangerous than in normal gravity.
And fire is likely to become even more of a safety hazard inside the new Ares Orion spacecraft being designed to replace the shuttle.
What they decided to do was to reduce the pressure and increase the oxygen. And by doing this, they reduced the preparation time that it takes for the astronauts to go from the vehicle to outside of the vehicle. So what we're doing is we're testing materials at that proposed environment. We've learned that the environment that they've chosen for the next generation of vehicles, things actually ignite about 20% faster than they would in the current environment.
The combination of high oxygen content and low airflow means just about anything can catch fire, even metal. In a worst-case future scenario, a space station crew is unable to quickly extinguish a fire. It grows too fast to seal off in a separate module. Even if they put on emergency oxygen masks, the heat of the flames will likely kill them. And if they're somehow able to survive the flames, the filtering system is completely overloaded. They are left to die in a toxic stew from smoke inhalation. The best chance of survival with an out-of-control fire is to abandon ship and return in a re-entry capsule if one is available. That was the key to the survival of the crew of Apollo 13. April 11th, 1970, the three-man crew launches into space. 2 days later, on their way to the moon, an oxygen tank suddenly explodes. The explosion causes a substantial loss of oxygen and damages the service module's electrical system. The crew is forced to live in the cramped lunar capsule.
Apollo 13 is the classic case of the failure that doesn't kill you. It happened at the right time. It happened when they were on their way to the moon, so they could use the lunar module as a lifeboat and get back to Earth. Had the same problem occurred after the lunar landing, when Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes were on their way back to Earth, there would have been nothing they could do. They would have been dead.
The threat of fire is especially high inside spacesuits. During spacewalks, also known as EVAs or extravehicular activity, the spacesuits need to be kept at low pressures. Working in a fraction of Earth's atmosphere is the key to flexibility.
If you had a spacesuit that was at 1 atmosphere, you would be like basically in a balloon, and you couldn't move.
With low pressure, just like a climber in the thin atmosphere of Mount Everest, astronauts need to breathe highly flammable 100% oxygen.
This is an arm from a spacesuit. It was burned up in a fire in 1980 at Johnson Space Center. Just doing some checkout tests, pressurizing the system with the 2 different oxygen sources. And when this fire occurred, it was, quite a shock. People were standing nearby it, and someone was supposed to be in the suit the next day for a manned test. And it could have been a fatal fire. Even as it is, this suit is worth, at the time, $3.1 million. And it also took NASA $20 million to recover from this fire in terms of redesigning the suit.
Extravehicular activity is dangerous for many other reasons as well. In fact, the world's first spacewalk almost ended in disaster.
Alexei Leonov did the first spacewalk that any human did in 1965. But in the rush to accomplish that space spectacular and thereby beat the Americans, the Soviets took some shortcuts on the safety of the cosmonaut. And so he blew up like the Michelin Man.
The suit became rigid. It couldn't handle the pressure differences between the breathable atmosphere inside and the vacuum of space.
The problem is you've got a spacecraft in the Soyuz capsule that he was flying that's very small, and the hatch for it is even smaller. Ultimately, his response was to let a little bit of the air out and just deflate the thing enough so that he could crawl back in through the hatch. But he will tell you that to this day, that he wasn't sure he'd be able to make it.
An astronaut having, like Leonov, to let the pressure out in order to be able to maneuver in it is in the same situation as a diver ascending from deep water too quickly. Nitrogen bubbles will form in your bloodstream and not only be painful, they'll kill you.
And during EVAs, a simple thing such as an unsecured tether or a misfiring emergency thruster can also spell disaster. Being outside of a spacecraft on a spacewalk is the most dangerous thing an astronaut in orbit can do. One false move can be deadly, especially if that false move takes you away from the spacecraft.
Electric for short trips, gas for long.
Quite the paradox.
It really is both. The Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
Where do Jolly Ranchers get their huge fruit flavor?
That's a lot of watermelon flavor.
Jolly Rancher, made with huge fruit flavor.
For an effective defense against erosion and cavities, I recommend New Pronamel Active Shield. For 2 times stronger defense against erosion and effective cavity protection, New Pronamel Active Shield is a game changer.
There was an instance on one of the Russian space stations, Soyuz, where one of the crew members was not tethered and he was in the airlock area watching the other crew member, and he slowly started to drift out, and the other cosmonaut saw him and grabbed him. An untethered person in space without appropriate propulsion system to get back would be very, very serious. I mean, basically, you're lost at sea.
Safety. The astronaut will simply keep floating off into space. The International Space Station is unable to chase someone down, and if the shuttle were docked, it would take too long to undock and mount a rescue. In this nightmare scenario, the astronaut will likely have several hours of oxygen remaining to contemplate the end. As long as the suit is intact, pressure will not be an issue. Either the oxygen will run out, or the system, which removes exhaled carbon dioxide, will stop working. Either way, the astronaut will suffocate and continue floating into the emptiness of space. The same micrometeoroids that can devastate space colonies also pose a lethal threat to spacewalks and entire spacecraft. Plus, in low Earth orbit, these rocky little gremlins have company, space junk. And all of these things are racing around at over 22,000 miles an hour. At these speeds, objects that are only a fraction of an inch wide can be deadly.
A micrometeoroid flying through space is a lot like a golf ball flying through the air, with these differences. A micrometeoroid is much, much smaller. And because it travels at hypervelocity, it's far more destructive when it hits. If a micrometeoroid hits your spacesuit, it's going to put a hole in it. You don't have reach or the ability to patch or fix it unless you've got a fellow astronaut right there. You're going to die. Your air is going to leak out fairly quickly. It's going to gush out. Your blood's going to boil. that's going to be it.
And what causes blood to boil? Well, in space, boiling blood has nothing to do with heat. It's all about the sudden lack of atmospheric pressure.
The idea that blood boils is really a misnomer. The liquid in your body goes from a liquid state to a gaseous state.
There have been many tales about what happens to an unprotected person in outer space. Here's the real story. As the vacuum of space fills the spacewalker's leaking suit, the liquid parts of the tongue and eyes begin to bubble, along with all of the saliva, internal fluids, and blood. As the blood turns to gas, oxygen no longer travels to the brain, or anywhere else. The brain shuts down within about 15 seconds, leaving the victim unconscious. Soon after, the rest of the cells in the body die. Temperature extremes could also play a role, since the sunlit areas of space reach 250 degrees Fahrenheit, and the shaded areas quickly plummet to 250 degrees below zero. And just how big a hole is too big for a spacesuit?
You're really asking a very small amount of material to stop a particle that could be coming in at 7 kilometers per second. You can see the entry hole from the test, and it has many, many layers, ending with what's called the bladder. This is a pressure retaining layer. That's about a 2 to 3 millimeter hole, a 4 millimeter for an EVA suit on the soft goods. This material would be considered catastrophic.
Luckily, no one in space has ever suffered this fate.
Discover a new non-dairy Lindor, made with oat milk, made to melt you.
Impacts can also cause trouble in sneakier ways. So NASA goes to great lengths to simulate different types of micrometeoroid damage down on Earth. Researchers inside the Hypervelocity Building, the White Sands Test Facility in New Mexico, create impacts using compressed hydrogen gas guns. These guns definitely bring the heat, shooting objects up to 19,000 miles per hour at shuttle and space station parts to assess the damage.
At that velocity, you can get from Los Angeles to New York in about 8 minutes. The testing that we're going to perform today is on an International Space Station handle that the astronauts use on the outside of the space station in order to transverse around the space station safely. Several astronauts have cut their gloves severely. This is a great concern to NASA because when they design the space station, they are very careful to eliminate all sharp edges because you don't want something snagging the astronaut spacesuits and creating a hole and ending a mission.
Technicians mount the handle in the target chamber, place the tiny 1/32 of an inch wide projectile within a holder that will disintegrate once fired. Then add gunpowder to the breech.
We take gunpowder and propel a piston, which compresses hydrogen gas up to about 100,000 psi. It's that highly compressed gas that accelerates the projectiles from 0 to 19,000 miles per hour. We use 3 different types of cameras. One takes a snapshot, another one takes a film, and the third type is a digital camera, which takes 16 frames at 200 million frames per second.
The technicians retreat behind a blast shield and prepare to fire. The chamber is cleared of oxygen and other gases to simulate the vacuum of outer space. Now, a moment of truth. How much damage did this simulated micrometeoroid cause?
Even though it is a small impact, there's enough of a lip with enough structure so that an astronaut could catch their glove on such a lip and cause a tear in their glove.
And if a projectile only 1/32 of an inch wide can cause this type of damage, you won't believe what a larger object can do. At the NASA White Sands Test Facility in New Mexico, researchers load small projectiles into huge guns. The projectiles simulate micrometeoroids and space junk. They slam into spacecraft parts at up to 19,000 miles an hour, creating disasters on Earth to better understand disasters in space. At such incredibly high speeds, a very small object can cause very big trouble.
I'm standing inside of our largest target chamber of our 1-inch gun. The gun is 175 feet long and can launch up to a 3/4 inch size projectile. I'm holding a target that was impacted with a 5/8 inch projectile, and as you can see, this is the entry hole, and it went all the way through the test article. An impact of this size would be a catastrophic event in space.
The only hope the International Space Station crew would have for survival is to put on emergency breathing masks and head to the re-entry capsule. An object less than an inch wide would have forced them to abandon this multi-billion-dollar facility. That type of scenario is the reason why crews are constantly adding extra layers of protection to the outside of the space station. For another type of space collision, we have only ourselves to blame. In 1997, a Russian cosmonaut had trouble guiding an unmanned cargo craft to its docking near space station.
Now, we know in aviation that 70% of the accidents are human-related, so it wouldn't surprise you to think that humans have also a big role in accidents and mishaps in space. The near collision actually was because a crew member complained that he wasn't trained enough to do the rendezvous, and the ground control team said, well, you have to do it anyway. The event occurred and caused a leak in the cabin pressure, so now they started to lose cabin pressure. And then the space station started to tumble because it was like pool balls, one hits another, it causes it to move. So even a minor thing, just to control the rendezvous and docking, could have almost catastrophic consequences.
The disasters that happen in space don't pale in comparison to the disasters of getting into space and returning.
Dímelo. What you doing? Niggas have fun. That's what's up. The whoreheads? It is, for the next century, the propulsion system of choice. But it's a problem. A teaspoon of antimatter might be able to propel us across the solar system. That same teaspoon also has the power to destroy an entire city. And once a spacecraft is out in deep space, simple accidents can suddenly tip the balance of life and death. As we venture to Mars and beyond, with journeys lasting years at a time, the chances of becoming stranded in space will become much greater.
For example, on a flight to Mars, what if a micrometeoroid punches an oxygen tank? What if you just are simply running out of breathable air? There's nothing you can do. You can die graciously, or you can do however long it takes.
Another source of disasters, especially with journeys measured in years, is something that many people overlook.
One thing we forget is our fellow astronauts.
Niggas ain't talking about a bike pop. What everybody doing, nothing? What you got doing? Still having? Outside the job? I mean outside? I feel it. So I like cheating you. Chilling, you alive? You alive? And what happened with your car? They turned it on? Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's light shit. Light shit. Where's your belly at? That nigga didn't hop on the bike path. It's beautiful today. It's beautiful right now, DT. He need to start coming my way. Tell him what's up. So what? He could go. He could go himself. Not to come this way. I'll meet him somewhere. I'll meet his ass. Where's the shirt? I should go my ass on the bike path to go on that bike path shit. I didn't even go. I feel it. Well, alright, that's another. Wow. Good. Ooh, my beef is soft. Ooh, I'm gonna make some beef. Hey, what's good, DJ? What you say? Yeah. What happened? What's the crib? Your mom's house? Oh, I feel it. You said you was knocked out? Oh. Nah, I was sleeping, nigga. I was knocked the fuck out. You ever want to see me? Just look on YouTube, nigga. I'm there. I probably sleep on YouTube. I'm chilling, nigga, putting the miles up, GG. I need to go outside. I need to go my ass outside, but fuck it. I ain't even gonna go. I ain't gonna go. You got no money till tomorrow morning? So he's doing that, nigga. You didn't call me when you got money, nigga. I would have brought you some dots. And I got the loud pack, nigga, like you said the last time. I gave Killer a nugget. He was like, yo, I want nigga. That shit put me to sleep, nigga. Like, what you be having? I said, I always got that shit. I always got that la la. That la la. I like for streaming, bro. Nigga, have money, nigga. Have money on you, nigga. So niggas can be fucking all these. It's June fucking 9th. I know, but I'm talking about you should have money in person that's on your person that you be able to go out places, at least call people that got money like this. What's up? No, that should be exactly right. Right. So I want to hop on a bike pop right now. Blow some. What's it done? Pop it, GG's. You about to play niggas in chess? Oh, at the smoothie spot? Game time at 7, GG. Okay. Yeah, Celtics. Yeah, right. It's money on the line. Yeah, right. They gonna sweep them? What game is that? Who's playing the Mavericks? And what's gonna be first game or second? I know, but this is the second game, right? Mm-hmm. I need to pop out, nigga. Mine's acting crazy lazy. Mine's acting crazy lazy, nigga. That's different. Oh, alright, hell yeah. We gonna flock that shit, the daughter. What you eating for dinner today? What you eating? Your peoples made it? Oh, you made your own steak and shit? And what, the macaroni was from yesterday or something? So you didn't want it? Oh, I feel it. Well, nigga, you always doing that, nigga. I honestly don't have time for all that shit, baby. I honestly don't. Last time you asked me for AFI, I gave it to you, nigga. And I told you, nigga, hit me when you got money, bro. No, nigga, no. Cause last time, nigga, I gave you the AFI, nigga, for free, nigga. I told your ass, nigga. Honestly, nigga, for all that, nigga, if I was to go bring you bud, nigga, I'll bring you bud for free. So, nah, I'm not wasting my time, bro. Call me when you got some fucking money so you could get cousin. Like, what the fuck do I look like, nigga? Bank? Yeah, nigga. I was even over there, I even bring you the bud for free. It's Sunday, I'm chilling, nigga. I'm trying to find me. I'm about to pull something on the thing. Hold on, let me ask Abby something. I'll be right back. Gonna go the championship. Yo, where can I watch that shit at? You said? Where can I watch that shit at online? People, where can I watch the games at? I'm gonna have to look that shit up. Yeah. You want me? You don't want me to take out something? Me? It's my refrigerator. Some freezer. Some cook. That's what I said. It's frozen. Yeah, there's bacon in there. You need some bacon wrap or some shit. Nah, I brought meat. I brought meat already. You just look in the freezer. Puerto Rico, oh. Puerto Rico, oh. Nigga, the Celtics versus the Mavericks. What you mean, what game? Man, come on, bro. Easy, my fucking thing is charged, nigga. Yeah, we about to get right. We about to get right. My controller charged now. I'm about to get right. I should get some Chinese food. It's called Streamies. Alright, we're gonna watch that shit. You said 7? Put it on around like 6. It's called Stream East. So I'm always know that shit. In fact, let me look it up right here. See if it works. Stream East. Today. Soccer. NBA. Today. New York Liberty versus Washington. What the fuck? New York. Dallas versus Phoenix. Oh, that's WNBA. I want to say, what the fuck are they talking about? Alright. Boston Celtics versus the Mavericks. Okay. You click it. Link will appear on 60 minutes prior to kickoff. Say that. So we good. So we have that. Say that. We have that. Friday, you trying to step up online, GG? I'm like that asleep. I'm here. Done. Dada. Step up, baby. On Friday.
billion light years in all directions, containing everything we can see. But that's where the brain twister comes in. Does space end there?
We have no reason to believe that the distance we can see is the entire size of the universe. In fact, it might be much bigger than that. It's just that with light travel time, that's all we can see. That's our horizon.
So consider this conundrum. Astronomers in a galaxy at one edge of our heavens can't possibly see any galaxies on the other edge of our horizon. But they can see galaxies 13.5 billion light years in the other direction. And so can astronomers at the edge of their horizon. And on, perhaps to infinity. As for astronomers,
Yeah, it comes on at 7, alright? Why your nails so long? Ask your girl. Ask your bitch why my nails so long. She'll tell you. I'll go do your literature. I already told people why my nails so long.
it's a massively detailed photo of an area of the sky 100 times smaller than the full moon, yet containing 10,000 galaxies, some whose light has been speeding toward us for 13 billion years. Beyond that is the cosmic background radiation from just 400,000 years after the Big Bang. In NASA's color-coded picture, the radiation's glow is pure green, representing a distribution of matter so uniform its temperature varies no more than 1/50,000th of a degree. Nothing in human experience is even close to this kind of uniformity. In fact, astronomers believe the universe should really be very different.
By rights, the universe should be floating. If you look in this direction and you look in that direction, you should see two entirely different concentrations of matter, different temperatures, but it's extremely uniform. Therefore, we have a puzzle.
The puzzle has its roots in the universe's birth, the Big Bang. If everything flew apart from the beginning, why shouldn't it be uniform?
No time explosion, you know that. Weeks ago. Imagine other explosion. Piece of TNT, but it's not really uniform at all. It's a shrapnel going up there, a piece of paper going up there, an extra piece of iron going up there. It's really very non-uniform.
So scientists believe the cosmic background radiation just shouldn't be as smooth green as it is. We can find out why in an ordinary paint store.
Let's consider a universe that consists of different colored candles. In our hypothetical pink universe, we can have can of yellow paint and a can of blue paint. And at the instant of the Big Bang in this universe, two cans of paint start expanding apart from each other. In our hypothetical pink universe, one side of the circle is yellow, one side will be blue.
But as we've learned, the cosmos looks green, whether it's the paint universe or the real thing. The two colors of paint represent the different particles in the infinite universe. To end up a uniform green, cosmic background radiation, they have to be touching. But when scientists first calculated the speed of the Big Bang, they concluded that it blew everything apart faster than the speed of light, meaning blue and yellow were too far apart, even at the instant of creation, for any mixing to take place.
Seeing a universe that's so uniformly green would be very strange. It would be like taking our can of yellow paint, pouring it out, and making it blue. Then taking the can of blue paint, pouring it out, and making it blue as well. It's impossible.
This blinding problem can be solved by a theory that we're going to call inflation, which is a twist on the Big Bang.
Inflation is now the widely accepted variation that makes the Big Bang work without the limit imposed by the speed of light.
Another way this could happen is that our pink universe might have expanded only this far.
You looking for employees too, Gigi? I feel it. Nah, I ain't looking for no employees, Gigi. I already got the employees. I already got the employees, Dada.
universe is expanding at high velocity, galaxies speeding away from each other so fast that they seem to violate light speed as the ultimate speed limit. The faster-than-light expansion of space sets yet another limit on what we can see from Earth, where the galaxies of the universe continue to rush away from us.
The galaxies that are relatively near to us, those that you can see easily, are moving away pretty fast. Indeed, the farthest ones are moving away fast. But the ones that are really far away, in fact, are moving away faster than the speed of light. And then there are the galaxies that you will never see because they started out so far away that the light from them will never reach you because the space is expanding faster than the speed of light.
Space itself, then, is the exception to the rule. It can expand faster than the speed of light. But everything inside it remains bound by Albert Einstein, his theory of relativity.
Albert Einstein is the clock on the block. You cannot break the light barrier. We physicists can accelerate particles at 99.9999% the speed of light, but we have never, ever broken the speed limit.
But we don't need to break the limit to experience the strange province of light speed. If the universe bends and stretches around the speed of light, what happens when we hit the accelerator and start to get close? For most of us, light seems simple and uncomplicated.
Well, you should change your profile pic, GG. Yeah, my gold bracelet went missing last night. It's hard to trust people. I'm here cleaning myself. Blah blah. I came on here for background noise. This guy's not even talking. KH, what you on, Dundada? Like, what you really on? Arak, I just woke up. He's still loading in. That's a motherfucking fact, nigga. I call my girl to see what's going on, nigga. We gonna need to see my food cook, see if we get some food popping up on here. That's a fact. Yo, you got what's up? You got what's up? How was your nappy? It was good, GG. How about you call me right now on Instagram Live and stop fucking with me? How about you just call me right now on Instagram Live? Go to message and text me on Instagram, nigga. Go to message KH or text us on Instagram, because you be tweaking out. I'm over here doing my due diligence.
Next, Johnson switches on the headlight at writing speed, and the unexpected happens. In that same moment of time, the light travels exactly the same distance as before.
Unlike the tennis ball, you don't add the speed of the light to the speed of the light. The speed of light remains the speed of light.
The two light beams travel the same distance because light speed is constant and independent of the source's motion. It may fly against intuition, but it is a fact of nature. Every beam of light in the universe travels at the same speed in empty space, no matter how fast the star or comet or galaxy that emits it is moving. After scientists discovered this fact at the end of the 19th century, Albert Einstein did the math for the rest of us and developed his special theory of relativity, with constant light speed as its center.
Understanding the speed of light gave us a window into understanding the nature of space and time as we understand it now. We do not live in a rigid world where meter sticks and a clock ticking in negative intervals. We Einstein's world, the relativistic world of space and time.
In common experience, the universe doesn't seem very stretchy to us because, compared to light speed, we are moving very slowly. But when we crank up the velocity, things begin to change.
As you get closer and closer to the speed of light, all sorts of strange, marvelous distortions take place.
When we say that the universe kind of bends itself so that the speed of light is always constant, it's amazing how literally that's really true. As you move closer and closer to the speed of light, your time appears to slow down. The observer has to sort of watch you go on. That's amazing.
When Clifford Johnson bikes around a track, he needs to be going about 56 million times faster than his current 12 miles per hour to get close to light speed. But suppose he could.
Imagine ever riding my bike close to the speed of light. Never mind whether that's possible. Just imagine that this is happening. My car's running slow compared to the cameraman on the ground. Slowly. If I do that for a while, I'm going to age much more slowly than the cameraman.
Coach.
So that when I come back from the trip and come back and talk to the cameraman, he's actually much older.
If this sounds like magic instead of science, there is proof in something that many of us experience every day.
A great example of Einstein's special theory.
I like that pink blanket. Good look, Gigi. I don't give out my number. Laugh out. This guy still thinks I'm fake.
Is the GPS.
Honestly, I don't really. I'm not honestly think. I didn't ask for your number. I said FaceTime me on fucking video chat. But, easy.
Satellites orbiting the Earth 12,500 miles above the surface. At any one time, a device in your car receives signals from at least 4 satellites and compares their light speed travel times to calculate an accurate location on the ground. The whole thing depends on super accurate clocks. And when the engineers designed the system, they knew the satellites would be orbiting at nearly 7,000 miles an hour. The speed is enough to slow down their clocks by a tiny fraction of a second. The engineers have factored all the relativistic time differences into the system, which gives it impressive precision.
If the clocks in the satellites are running at a different rate from the clocks down here on Earth, and you don't take that into account, you will get the wrong answer for where your car is.
The distortion of time is only one of the strange results of traveling close to the speed of light. On the bike track, Clifford Johnson continues to push the envelope as space begins to evolve things to him and his bicycle.
Imagine I rode my bike again, going close to the speed of light. An observer looking at me would actually see, for example, that the length of my bike in the direction of motion I'm moving is getting shrunk. Actually, the bike's getting shorter.
That is called length contraction, and together with time dilation, it is seen by a stationary observer when looking at someone traveling close to light speed. But Professor Johnson does get his own chance to experience new effects.
Hey, Cardi, what's up?
His velocity closes in on light speed. His view of the world changes drastically.
What I'm seeing as I move close to the speed of light, straight ahead, is that the shapes in front of me are getting quite distorted as compared to everyday life. Everything is being twisted into a sort of tunnel shape, and the colors are getting distorted in various ways.
The color changes come from the Doppler effect, and the shape distortions from a phenomenon known as aberration.
The distortion is somewhat similar to what you would see if you were driving through a rainstorm. If you were stationary, you would just see the rain coming straight down and you looked out the side of the window. Whereas if you were moving through the storm, you would see that the rain appears to be slanting towards you as a result of your motion. And that's at the basis of that warping effect that you get as you're moving near the speed of light towards objects in front of you.
In reality, we don't have to travel near the speed of
I'm going to quit YouTube, I think. You said this yesterday. Don't be having the same conversations.
Light changes its speed when it travels through different media. It travels more slowly through water. That's why you see refraction, bending, rippling of light later in water. Life as we know it would be very different if light didn't propagate at different speeds through different materials. For example, even with the sea, our eyes read with the speed of light.
Come on here with the hyenas. Where is? You want me to send you? Send her the link. Dundada. Send her the hyena link. Dundada is up in the Instagram. You could join this live right now. Join this live right now, Gigi. Show us that you are on that timing. Show us that you are really slide up on here, Gigi. As we speak. Yo, PY, come up on here, Dundada. You know you got the message from on IG, the hyena message. Send the link. What's your Instagram? We gotta send it to something. We can't send it on YouTube. We gotta send it on YouTube. I'm being serious. What's your Instagram? If you're being so serious, what's your Instagram? Or social media account? I have a Gmail. Send a Gmail. We can send to you in Gmail. Send a Gmail.
before moving on. When it enters the second cloud, another shot of the control laser expands it to its original size, shape, and speed of 186,000 miles per second. It is comparable in some ways to a science fiction transporter. It sends people or objects through space.
When this is powerful, really, stop and extinguish a light force in one part of space and revive it in a completely different part of space into the various way.
Since light can carry information, this super advanced technology points the way to futuristic light-based computers that bypass wires and electronic chips. Information read directly from light may be faster, more compact, and more secure than anything we have today. But the greatest vision of scientists and dreamers is to be found at the other end of the light speed spectrum. We still face the speed of light as an impenetrable wall.
Yeah, right. What's your Gmail, GG?
Will we ever, for instance, be able to reach the stars in ships that go faster than the speed of light? If so, when? In April 2008, world-famous physicist Stephen Hawking called on the human race to colonize space and make
Where's Gmail, GG? What's your Gmail? We're gonna send it to you. Playing. Let me get my sip.
But that's an obstacle. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that a spaceship's mass approaches infinity as it nears the speed of light.
So as you try to go faster and faster and faster, you get to a point where it needs more and more energy until it's an infinite amount of energy to go the speed of light. That's impossible.
It means that travel at light speed is also impossible. Or is it? Mark Lewis is one of a handful of scientists who isn't ready to throw in the towel on the subject. A NASA propulsion physicist by profession, he likes to build models of starships in his spare time. Like the miracle giggle factor in Avatar, outside science fiction, of star travel. The giggle factor is actually a healthy response. It helps provide skepticism to the topic to ask deep questions to make sure that we're proceeding correctly. What's ahead of NASA's mothballed Breakthrough Propulsion Project? Millis is editor of a book that has collected the serious current research on the subject. When it comes just to the light speed issue, there's a dozen physicists. No one is saying that anytime soon we'll be able to have warp-drive stars. But on a scale of centuries to millennia, it can't be ruled out. Virtually all physicists agree it's impossible to travel through space at faster than light speed. But there may be a way to cheat instead of traveling through it. Believe it or not, even NASA scientists are studying the possibility that perhaps we can mold space, make a subway system for space and time. That's the basic idea behind using wormholes to actually twist space around.
You're gonna get right. Where the fuck is Bibby and them niggas? Give your Gmail to PY, he'll get you up here. I'll send you the link, GG. Oh, my God. Dímelo. Ain't shit what you been on. Yeah, I had a long night. You was up all night. That was outside though? I'm saying, but y'all was outside one night, just chilling, talking and shit. That's crazy. That's what's up. Oh, that's what's up. How you about to do? Are you on the stream right now? I feel that. How long you guys been streaming for? Oh. I feel it. Shit. It's just one of them days, Dada. Nah, it got mad sunny right now. Hell yeah. It's just happy to get sunny. And you missed a couple fucking things. You missed your little day. You missed Wednesday and Thursday, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah. So you're on your heels, nigga. It's Friday though. It doesn't matter about that shit though. They don't care about none of that. They care, but they don't. It's up to you, Dan. Fuck it, nigga. Let's go outside and turn up. What y'all was sipping? You sipped some nips yesterday, shit. Oh yeah. Damn, y'all just touched. I think I called you yesterday. You said you was outside the bar or some shit. I'm outside right now. I'm about to go in. Oh shit. The bars be lit. They be popping. They be niggas in there and bitches. That's what's up. I don't see none of that shit be popping up. I don't know where the fuck you supposed to find bitches at. I think you find them online or some shit. Nowadays, back in the day, you go to the bar, you leave with a shorty. Nowadays, them shits was there. So I know you ain't gotta tell me, nigga. I ain't gotta do shit, but we got a bitch. We got a bitch. It's a rap, nigga. Fuck it, that y'all been on the war zone now. You on the war zone and shit. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. I'm swinging my blunt, honestly. I'll say you was on Warzone right now, I probably would have turned out my game out. I mean, I probably would have turned out Warzone. You Yeah, I was about to say you need 4 people. Even though I always got 4 people, but what bit beyond? You need a slide for the Celtics game. He needs. Oh, today's the Celtics game. Today's the finals, nigga. Today's a whole other game. He said you gonna be popped out. You know the bars is packed right now. You can just go to Streamies. Yeah. Put it in your phone. Stream East. Yeah, you can do it on computers. It's for Wi-Fi. Yeah, Xbox. Oh, you watch it on the stream? Watch it on the stream then. Stream that shit. I don't know if they're gonna think, but hell yeah, stream that shit. Bitch say he's gonna stream the game. It starts at 7. That's straight. I need to go get that piss, man. Killer's job. Forget. Going on next week for sure. I'm taking a peek. No, I don't, but I told him. I was like, the next 4 pieces, I piss. Because he asked me to pay. I was like, nah, I ain't pissing, but I'll piss the next 4 one. Next 4. He's like, whenever you want. I don't have to literally piss next week. Nah, because the next 4 is I'm almost done. Only got 5 classes left. Only got 5 classes left, so I'm actually just almost done. So I need 4 pizza testers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But ain't nothing. It starts at 7 for me, gonna be 8 for y'all. I don't know. He said 8. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. We on the East Coast with you, nigga. Chicago and us, we at the same time. If it's 7 for you, then it's 7 for me. But baby saying 8, that's what the fuck he's saying. I'm on your side, nigga. I know the East Coast. Google. I mean, he said it starts at 7. If it starts at 7 for you, it starts at 7 for us. We're on the East Coast. If it starts at 8 for you, then it starts at 8 for us. It's all the East Coast. So you start traveling to the motherfucking things. The turn up is real. So it was turned yesterday. Not me. I was not. Oh, I was up though. I was up. Bitch, shit. This nigga Killer got in the house like 4 in the morning. You got up with Killer? Oh, he's in the hood. He said what? He was? He wasn't home though. He lied, because I called him when I told him to change. He was at a party. If he probably was home if he was on, but yeah. Nah, he was with the homies. I know he was with the homies. He be acting funny when he's with the homies with you. Yeah, them niggas is over there deep as fuck. I need to go start chilling with them niggas. I mean, not start chilling, but just chill with them. The data?
too soon is just one small step towards humankind colonizing the universe. The giant leap will occur when we
Oh yeah, jeez.
What do we know about reproductive and developmental biology in space? Suggests to us
So that shit's about to come on, then, Dada. We should go get some beers or something. We should go get some beers. Roll up time. Yeah, I got a blunt right there. I'm just trying to, nigga, I'm still high from earlier. Gotta shake back. Gotta shake. Yeah, get some drinks, GG. I'm finna. Hey, Mr. Kills. Mr. Kill.
there is a possibility of sterility caused by exposure to radiation. And this has been something that we've seen from nuclear power plants and people who work around high doses of radiation. These radiation particles on Earth were shielded by a magnetic field in the Earth's atmosphere, but in space, they can move unimpeded until they hit something like human tissue. And when that happens, they can kill the cell or they can just damage it. And when they damage it, what happens is they will take out part of their DNA, but the cell still lives and replicates. And that cell then mutates. And this is the same thing as we know of as cancer.
To see how microgravity and high-energy radiation might affect sexual reproduction, scientists have conducted animal tests in space.
Animal studies are really the first step before we can take a human into space and have them impregnate with a partner. So you have conception, you have the placenta, you have the organ systems prenatally, you have the process of birth.
For got a hunch on this game. Oh yeah? Yeah, for over to get his ass up here. But then something's gonna win.
The Medaka study, the animals mated in space, they laid eggs, and the
Something's gonna win.
hatched in space, telling us that all of those aspects of reproduction are possible for fish. But people are mammals, and there are many intricate phases involved in the development from the start, conception, all the way forward.
A study with rats aboard a 1995 space shuttle mission showed an abnormal behavior in newborns.
The first week after birth, the young rat pups weren't able to turn themselves from their backs to their bellies, which is a very characteristic response in rats. We think that rearing them in microgravity caused that sensory system to be understimulated by gravity, and hence it developed differently in space.
Other experiments have shown
Damn, this train's ill as hell.
Studies have shown that male rats that have flown in space, when you mate them to non-flown female rats after their flight, the offspring exhibits a lot of growth retardation.
Oh, I was gonna call Friday.
And developmental effects like hydrocephaly, kidney abnormalities.
we agree that more animal studies are needed before we can begin to study human sexual reproduction in space.
We're approaching year 50 of human spaceflight, and we still have yet to see a single mammal go all the way from egg to embryo,
Dímelo.
gestation, be born, develop in a zero-G setting, and then have the first
Yeah, snapping right now.
use in space. So I think we need
Or you just getting up, nigga? Or you going to bed? Oh, you just got some food.
The key to human reproduction in space will come
I feel it.
but no animal study could have predicted what one astronaut referred to as the Viagra effect.
I feel it. I go get back at us, Dundada. Alright. Are they sleeping? Like, do you think is really sleeping? That's crazy.
The fluid shift may make it easier for men to have sex in space. That may be an interesting thing we'll have to investigate. In fact, there's some evidence that men tend to have erections easier in space because of the fluid shift.
I'm not sure that human beings would have much trouble actually activating itself in microgravity, providing it had the desire. We do have a small sample size of 4 shuttle crew members who basically said that their sexual desire actually decreased on orbit, and this correlated with decreased testosterone levels as well. That's a small sample size, but it does give you an indication of what might be going on in space. The next one is how microgravity
Hey! You roll your eyes out, little girl. See what happens? Why you hug me?
I'll bite you.
Bite me. Bite me. Bite me. You ain't never gonna want to bite me again. Bite me. Bite me so you could try to use it. Try to do it now. Do it now. Do that retarded shit. No retarded shit works on me. Go ahead, bite me. You wanna bite a leg? Go! My leg's right there, it's right by you.
I didn't say I wanted to
Go,
bite your
bite.
hairy leg. I never said I wanted to bite your hairy leg.
Look at here. Look at that here.
You have hairy legs.
Look at that here. Yeah, bite it. Bite it. Right here. Go ahead, try to play. He got 100 on it. I feel it. I don't bet. Everybody should bet on the Celtics today. They're gonna win. I might as well put a couple dollars on that bitch, right? I'll be back, the daughters. I'm gonna turn my shit on when I'm back. 5 minutes.